Hey, yo, what's up out there?
Ice Cube. How can I see?
That is not good.
Get ready to experience the thrill of a lifetime.
If you somehow find this offensive, just don't listen. But my guess is you'll be sticking around.
Let's do this.
It's going down, Jack.
Hey, it's Larry King welcoming you to the Opie and Anthony Show right here on Sirius XM Satellite Radio.
Oh, this is good radio right here.
Y'all are cooler than shit.
It starts funny and then gets very uncomfortable.
One of the most popular radio shows in the world.
Radio journalism at its best.
Hello, kids. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. They swear and they're vulgar and they talk about awful, awful things. That's what you like, isn't it?
Very flavorful.
Yay.
That's what you like, isn't it?
Please welcome Opie. The show is twisted, I'm telling you. We're enjoying this shit.
That's what you like, isn't it?
Anthony.
I want dick prizes. I love when girls go through that. I'm here for you, ladies. Remember that.
That's what you like, isn't it?
And Jim Norton.
If a pussy could talk, it would say, die.
That's what you like, isn't it?
Everything you are about to hear is real.
Kind of hard.
Good morning. Welcome aboard.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
All right. If I pull your mic in.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. I was right already.
What other show you know starts with, oh, God?
It is microphone, arm sounds.
We had a good show yesterday, man. What the fuck?
I got to do it again or something.
Give us a day to go, wow, that was a nice show.
Reflect, yeah.
Right.
We should be able to reflect.
Itchy.
I heard I missed a good basketball game.
I didn't watch it either, but Twitter was alight with results of the game. I guess the Heat won, and they probably shouldn't have, right? Is that what the gist?
I crashed at halftime. I mean, these hours. And I actually wanted to stay up and watch this game last night.
Yeah.
By halftime, my eyes were like...
Were you nodding off?
No, just the heavy eyelids. I'm like, fuck it.
Yeah.
I'll find out in the morning. I guess the Heat had a nice little comeback.
Yeah, apparently so.
And then LeBron James is playing without a headband, and that was a big deal. And I don't fucking know. So now we got Game 7. The Spurs, come on, you should have won that fucking game.
Well, at least that's it.
Huh?
At least that's it after that.
I guess.
One more game.
Game 7 in Miami, that's going to be rough for the Spurs.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, there you go. There's basketball
That's the basketball break right there.
I heard it was a great game, though.
Put that in a nice little nutshell, didn't we?
That should be the nugget for next week.
Podcast is up, and people are already tweeting about it. So you got the Scott Thorson interview, Liberace's ex-lover.
Lava.
And we finally determined that there were a lot of lies in that interview.
We think he was full of shit in a lot of instances during that, but what the fuck? He was entertaining.
I guess Howard interviewed him yesterday. And people were telling me that he was like saying completely different things.
Opposite things
show.
of...
So,
yeah.
I don't know. It was entertaining as all hell, so we threw it on the podcast this week.
That's all it needs to be, right?
And then we went old school and did 8-track porn. A bit we did probably 7 years ago. And then, of course, the Opie and Anthony Nugget. So go to iTunes and get the Opie and Anthony podcast. The link is on our Facebook page, right, E-Rock?
I believe so.
Opie and Anthony on Facebook and, I don't know, all the other places you can get podcasts, right?
Rightio.
They're trying to say obesity is a disease now? I'm a little confused by this one.
Why'd you go to that right after you
Well, the E-Rock.
spoke to E-Rock? That's
E-Rock.
not even...
E-Rock, do you think you have a disease?
Oh, boy.
No.
Huh?
No, Roland was trying to be funny.
What was he just saying?
I think, what did you say? Asperger's.
Roland is just...
He blurts out the name of something. Asperger's.
Asperger's.
Yeah, I guess they decided, the American Medical Association, some bunch of doctors hanging out at some fucking convention, and they decide, obesity is a disease. Classified as a disease officially.
Yeah, but we were just talking about it right before the show. And how do you determine if it's a disease or if it's someone that just doesn't feel like fucking taking care of themselves? Because I think there's a line there.
Yeah.
I believe there are people out there that cannot, if they did everything, look, like that big bitch on CNN.
Oh, my God.
Holy fuck, she's got a disease.
Giant woman.
There's no way she could be a small woman, right?
No.
But then there's others that just choose not to live a healthy lifestyle. So is that a disease, too? Because they choose not to eat salad?
Yeah, it's
or
really,
eat properly?
It's a very weird classification. Because
like, how are they going to decide that? How are they going to determine that?
I don't know what they said alcoholism was many years ago, and the drug addiction. I don't know what classifies them, like what they say makes the disease.
Right.
Maybe the physical thing that happens.
I think it's a symptom of. It could be a symptom of a disease, like if you have a thyroid problem, shit like that.
Right.
Digestive problem, whatever the fuck, metabolism, and then you get big. That's like an issue. But if you're just some guy that loves going to the fridge constantly and pulling out goodies.
Yeah.
How are you going to say that's a disease?
I'm trying to eat even better, and I was struggling last night.
Do you go to the gym?
I go to the gym.
Eating better?
And I was trying to eat I was trying to eat perfect yesterday. But then it was time for sugar.
Oh, time for some goodies.
And I was able to push that fucking craving down yesterday, but I'm not going to win today.
Snicky snacks.
But it's hard, is what my point is.
I've been eating pretzels lately, like I shouldn't, and I said, "What am I doing?" I fucking went and got carrots. I don't want carrots. I want pretzels, but I can't eat them.
Pretzels.
You got to tell yourself no.
I was
and it's not easy.
Bandit last night.
I love a good pretzel.
Oh, was I shoving pretzels in my fucking maw last night? To the point where it feels like you got a softball in your throat. You're like, I think I need to take a sip of my drink now.
Oh, my God.
To wash down this big pretzel ball in my fucking esophagus.
Are you all bloated from all the salt?
Yeah, this is terrible.
We're a bunch of girls.
Yeah.
A bunch of
We
young
really
ladies.
are a bunch of girls.
My nickname is Pretzel Boy.
Oh, yes, of course.
Every other radio guy shoves donuts down their faces and don't give a fuck and don't ever talk about it.
Terrible.
Well, of course, we got people already calling about the obesity thing. Lawrence, Texas.
Lawrence?
What's up, guys?
What's up?
That name sounds like royalty.
Are you royalty?
Yes.
All right, very good. Nice, yeah.
I don't think obesity should be a fucking disease. But like if you overeat, like say your diet is heavy in McDonald's, like you could get addicted to food, like just the sugars and shit. But I don't think obesity itself should be a disease.
It is more than, in all honesty, as much as I get annoyed sitting next to a fat guy on a plane, it is more than just quit eating fatso.
It's
like there is more to it.
For some.
Yeah.
So how do you determine that? Like, is Governor Christie a guy that has a disease or he can't eat properly?
Like, what?
Because I've seen the old pictures of the guy. Mm-hmm. He had a normal frame for a while there.
Yeah. But wouldn't food addiction be the disease and obesity be the symptom of food addiction?
I think it's just
that's what they're saying.
the symptom.
Right. That's what we're trying to figure out today.
That's probably what they're saying. The addiction, because the addiction part I get. So that's probably what they're saying is that the obesity is what happens.
No, they're saying it's disease. The obesity part's the disease. Weird.
But why is the addiction part? Tells your brain that you got to butter your steak before you throw it in the fucking.
That's true.
Throw it on the grill. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, it depends on the ingredients, man. Like caffeine or sugar, those are addictive properties.
Yeah,
but
but butter in the steak. That's good.
But seriously,
it's a disease called delicious-itis is what it is. Holy fuck, that's good.
Or I'm gonna eat a salad, but I'm gonna fucking drown it in dressing. That's more calories than the actual fucking salad.
God, I love a good dressing.
Where's the line?
I think
you just got a weak will.
I think it's also this whatever that does for you mentally, like whatever, like when you eat like fucking cheesecake, that fucking, it's the chasing of that feeling, because that's all it is that feeling that it gives you.
And then immediately after you swallow, you start crying and you take a rape shower. I can't believe I hate the cheesecake.
Why do I do this?
Right.
And then there's the other side where I can't enjoy anything. Right?
Why can't our brains calm the fuck down?
Yeah.
Like I see the shit that comes in here and I go, I could do it, and I eat it, and then immediately I'm like, what did I do that? All I had to do was go, get this out of the fucking studio. All right, that's a great phone call there, Lawrence. Unbelievable. You really got us going today.
He had me worried. He had me worried at the beginning of that one.
Yes.
He finally got his thoughts together.
Personal trainer who deals with obese clients.
What?
I'm not saying it's not a disease. My whole point is, like, where's the line where, you got to kind of do the right thing?
Yeah, I don't think you can lump them all into one thing. I think even with addictions, I think it's like being gay. There are people that are gay and they're born like that. You can see when they're fucking 2 years old, it's like, whoa,
right?
They're gay. And then there's other people that I think are attracted to the lifestyle and become gay. They're like, I want to be gay. And I think addiction's the same thing. I think there are people that have some kind of a fucked up thing in their head that makes them do something. And then there are people that just enjoy doing something so much that they just do it.
Right.
So I don't think you could lump everyone in one little category there,
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. It's, because I believe the alcoholism, and again, a lot of people question that. But they classified that many years ago. And, I don't know exactly, even with alcoholism, what the medical profession says is
that it's awesome.
Yeah. It's classified. It's just it's considered a fun. But Dr. Steve would probably know much better than we would.
Yeah.
We should ask him what he's
pour fluid down your mouth.
It's such a disease. I use a cheesecake or something instead of aspirin.
Jesus Christ.
Stupid Dr.
Obesity. OCOD and obesity.
Justin in Florida, help me out here, brother.
How come he's not just out?
What's up, Justin?
Hey, guys. I agree with what you're saying, that it's an individual thing. I work with a lot of obese clients as a personal trainer and health coach, and the average person you see just walking around and needs to lose 30 or 40 pounds, they're considering them to be obese. But I don't think that per se is the addictive side. I'm talking about the people that you see that are 300-400 pounds.
Whoa.
I got clients that tell me, like, they're driving by a drive-thru. They know they shouldn't go there, but they can't help themselves. They pull in. They are sitting there the whole time after they order. They're like, should I just drive away? I don't want to do it. But they can't pull themselves to drive away. They eat the food, and then after they eat the food, they feel so bad about it that they medicate themselves with more food until the point where you can actually even throw up blood because you've eaten so much, and you're at serious health risk. How can that not
Amazing.
That sounds terrible.
For me, I just over the years, I just try to keep the shit out of the house. But now with the young kids, it makes it tougher. But I know if I'm in a car, that tick to eat sugar or something like that's not that healthy.
Yeah.
I could drive by, the fast food joints and all that.
There's a lot of steps you have to go through when you're on the road to actually get the shit into your mouth.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that goes on with people. When they're driving, they see the fucking drive-through and they're shaking like, oh, fuck.
When you're home, if it's sitting right there out there on the counter, it's very easy to just shove it in your face and go, oh, fuck, what am I doing?
Right. I feel like I'm not going to eat bad if I'm in a car.
Yeah.
Huh?
You could go into a room with people, and every person in that room has a problem. Some people are gamblers, some people are alcoholics, some of them cheat on their wife.
Could be one guy.
His name is the life of the party.
Obesity is the one thing that they have to wear like a scarlet letter. You can never hide it. Everybody knows about it. And the people that are super obese, the people that are really heavy, they're very sensitive and very insecure that they're being judged every day. And that just fuels the problem even more.
It really is. I'll say this, too. I've gotten a little, I've judged them very harshly, and it probably shouldn't have because... I know it's a hard one, and when they bring donuts and stuff in here for us or food, literally there's times where I want to have one, but I'm like, if I have one, I won't be able to stop. I know, I'm afraid I'm going to binge. Normal people can have a donut, or go, oh, you know what, maybe I'll have a half a donut and stuff. But I'm afraid if I have a half a donut, I'm going to fucking binge all day. Maybe that's, because I'm...
But you're able to push that. You're able to push that urge down.
Yeah, but that fear is. I don't know if that's really normal to have that fear of I'm going to binge.
A lot of these really obese people that you see, if you talk to them, they've had some sort of tragedy in their life.
Tragedy.
They've had some kind of like major thing that's happened that made them turn to food, and they just chose food instead of like alcohol.
Yeah, it's a tough one, man.
Can we acknowledge that we've all had tragedies?
Right?
I mean,
stop already.
I think every
You're
single
right.
person, if you're living a life and you make it a bunch of years, you could point back to tragedy.
Nothing worse than watching those hoarder shows and hearing, well, it was back when I was 8. And my father and mother split up. And oh, yeah, so you have to fucking shit on your own stairs. Yeah, it's perfect. Exactly. Everyone has some tragedy.
They had tragedy in their life excuse. I think just living.
Right.
That's part of living. You have tragedy.
Jesus
you really
Christ.
do, and it does affect you, sure, but to use it as an excuse, suck it up.
Always an excuse.
Fuck.
Ugh.
Yeah, we all handle it differently. Some of us handle it okay, and some of us barricade ourselves with weapons and don't cry since 1995.
I'm not saying there's not problems because of the tragedy, but I guess my point is there's people that think they're the only ones that had tragedy in their life. I think the majority of people listening to our voices right now had tragedy in their lives.
Yeah. Actually, anyone who feels compelled to listen to our voices.
Right. Especially this crowd.
It's tragedy as they're listening.
Exactly. They're getting it right now.
My favorite one was the Snapple lady. She was on that Celebrity Fit Club. I can't get enough of what she said. She used to be. Thanks, brother. I'm gonna let you go. She used to be a pretty normal-sized girl, whatever. And then her parents brought home another kid. They decided to have another kid,
right?
And that's what sent her down the road of overeating.
I was always the number one child. And then my parents had another child, and I wasn't number one anymore. Yuck.
What?
Wow.
That's reaching for an excuse,
That
right?
really is.
If you can find the clip, it makes me laugh every time.
That really is.
It might be a tough one to find.
Yeah.
It's the Snapple lady. We got a doctor's opinion. I'm starting to believe there is a disease thing here, but my point certainly is, where is the fucking line?
Yeah.
Where you can take care of yourself and you know it's not a disease, and or you fall into the disease category.
I always think like you get somebody with cancer going like, oh, I should really lay off the cancer today. And then it goes away because you're not fucking going to the store and buying more cancer. Like that to me is a fucking disease, and it should piss them off to no end when people are sitting there shoving food in their face, and then that's classified as disease. Go fuck yourself.
Technically, that would be equal, right?
Yeah.
They're both diseases.
Oh, boy. I really need to stop going to Sam's Club and picking up those cases of heart disease.
Let's go to Dr. J.
Ooh.
Yo, good morning.
Hello.
What's up, Mr. Irving?
Yeah, how's it going? Listen, newsflash, obesity is not a fucking disease, all right?
And
And I'm a doctor, yeah. Here's the deal. A disease is defined by a set of signs and symptoms. For example, if you've got hypertension, high blood pressure, you've got small vessel changes in the eyes and the kidneys, and the numbers are high on the blood pressure cuff. Obesity is not a fucking disease. Obesity is people that can't control themselves. Now, obesity can lead to type 2 diabetes, which is a disease. You've got a bunch of guys in Washington that sit around in their bow ties, and they come up with opinions, and they don't practice, and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, all right?
Nation of Islam?
Overeating is just like drugs and alcohol. It's not a fucking disease. It's called taking control of your life.
Okay, so you're from the school of thought that none of those things are a disease.
That what?
You're kind of from the school of thought that none of those things are a disease.
I do not believe they're a disease at all. No, I think they're a sign of something else.
Okay. What do you think they're a sign of?
I beg your pardon?
What do you think they're a sign of?
I think it's a sign of, for example, someone who drinks too much or uses drugs too much. That's simply a matter of they've got problems in the past that they haven't dealt with adequately, or they have problems in the present, and they're using the substance as a crutch to deal with their issues. I'm depressed. I've got a fucked up marriage. Let me smoke some dope. Let me put a needle in my arm. Let me drink a fifth of Jack, and let me get rid of my problems and drown them. Guess what? When you get sober, the problem hasn't gone anywhere. And that's why a lot of people, when they use a substance, whether it's alcohol, drugs, and I think, listen, I'm a libertarian. If you want to smoke dope or drink, you don't hurt
Dewey
anyone.
Decimal
Do what you
System.
want. You know?
But here's the deal: if you use a substance, and you get high. When you're sober, the problem is here. You need to get counseling. You need to grow up, be a fucking man, and deal with your problems. Okay? I don't buy this shit that I'm an addict. I can't help myself. Poor me. Another thing you all got to realize, and all you listeners, these diseases, it's big fucking business. Look at the addiction centers out there. It's $1 billion fucking business, and nobody understands that. I'm not going to mention names. Look at the clown on TV who wears the blue scrubs, sells books. It's big fucking business. That's what it is. Look at pharmacy.
Dr.
There's a bunch of them.
Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz. Yeah,
Right.
Dr. Oz.
Yeah, he's up there with Dr. Phil, you know?
I love when he's diagnosing people on his stage. Yeah.
You know, your wife loves you. It's all common fucking sense. People can take care of themselves.
I don't know.
Common sense.
Common. I don't. You know what? Though, honestly, it's like I don't know if common sense is like. I don't know if that's if someone's shooting heroin. I'll even say something like that, or in that type of a fucking thing. I don't know if it's just pull yourself up by your bootstraps, chin up, fella.
My dad used to say that one all the time
Yeah.
too. Common sense, Joseph. Basic common sense, Joseph. My brother'd be like, I don't even know what that is.
Only because
I'm fucking 5. Stop.
Only because the results are the same for so many people. Like everybody winds up in the same place with that stuff. It just seems like there's a little bit more to it than that.
And they do wind up in the same place. And I'll grant you that when you're under the influence, when you've got it in your body, some people can't just stop cold turkey and kick it. But when you got the heroin out of your body or the alcohol or whatever, it's not a physiological dependence at that point. It's a matter of taking a look at your life and asking yourself, why am I using this fucking shit to excess?
Right. Okay.
Okay? When you're under the influence, you have no control. I've got a lot of friends that have had addiction problems. They've been there, and they can't stop. But once they get into treatment and they've detoxed, and they're 20 or 30 days down the road, and they get into therapy, and look, if AA works for you, great. If cognitive behavioral therapy works for you, great. If just say no works for you, great. But once it's out of your body, there's really no reason. There's not a demon in your body that's making you take that pill and shoving it down your throat. It's your own personal choice.
It is a personal choice to pick up, absolutely. Although there's more to the mental part of it, and I'm not saying it's an excuse because I haven't done it in many years, and so believe me, I'm not saying I'm driven and forced to do it at all. I'm lucky I have a choice.
Yeah.
But there is more to it than my mind just going, go ahead, do it. It's a really weird mental state you get into where like what insanity is it that tells me to do it even though I know. It's like I never have an urge to stick my hand in a toaster. Like never, because that's self-destructive and crazy. But like these other weird things, I have this obsession to do sometimes. Not necessarily drink, but the other stuff. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with me that I have this obsession even if I don't do it?
That's right. And you've been, I don't know if you've been down the road of substance abuse, okay? But I can tell you personally, I have.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that in most cases, and I think virtually in all cases, it's a matter of having issues in your past or your present, and you use the substance to ease the psychological pain. You know? You've got to face the demons. I mean, that's really what it comes down to.
I kind of feel weird when I don't buy it sometimes when diseases are geographical either. Like, okay, you got like anorexia. You don't find anorexia in like third world nations. You find it here in the United States more than anywhere else among usually very wealthy families, young girls in wealthy families like that. Now they consider it a disease, but how could that be if it's not? If it's very geographical.
Yeah. Although I will say you don't see Ebola in too many places either.
Well, that's true. That's true. A little of that Ebola.
Yeah.
But alcohol, the thing with alcohol or drugs or any of that stuff is you do see like these recovery things. And I went through it when I was really young. I mean, you might have had a much longer history with it than I did. But it's the same all over the world. Like, whether it's in Russia or, cause I know people that have traveled and gone to meetings in other places and they're like, it's the exact same.
Wow. Russians are crazy. They love a good fucking
they certainly
bender.
Do. So do we Irish.
Yeah. Oh, hey.
We
Irish.
Guys, I got to get into the office. I'm
All right.
A couple of things.
All right.
Have a good fucking day.
Thank you.
All right.
Great phone call. Thank you, Dr.
Although
J.
I will thank Dr. J, but I feel bad for anyone who's got like a real issue. Hey,
And has
doctor,
to
my
deal with
chest.
him.
Yeah. Well, don't be such a cocksucker.
Yeah.
Quit smoking, dummy.
Come on, suck it up.
He tells it like it is.
Yeah, Dr.
Yeah.
J is not a good side. He's the Club Soda Kenny of
Yeah.
bedside manners.
Yeah, he doesn't play.
No, right to the point.
Oh, I think I gotta blow my nose.
Lucky my nose.
Here are the phone calls. These fat fucks don't have a disease. Gambling is a disease.
My accountant
That
comes
person.
in.
You want to talk to him?
Yeah, because that's the same thing.
Who are you, buddy? Ray, it looks like.
Borgata Ray.
Borgata Ray.
Oh, you could call me Ray.
Yeah, what's up, Ray?
Why Borgata? Why Borgata Ray?
Because I go down to the Borgata all the time, and that's a disease.
You were you the one tweeting the pictures of the blackjack table?
Yeah, I was sitting at the table.
Yeah.
On the $100 chips and
What's that?
Yeah.
tweeting for you.
Yeah, he got me all fucking wound up. He's like, "Hey, check out where I am." I'm like, "God, I want to go there."
Yeah, I think gambling's definitely a disease. When you're at that table and you just, especially when you're losing, you're chasing money, you just feel compelled to throw more and more money out there. And and fuck these fat people. Tell them to stop putting the greasy French fries and pork chops in their mouth.
So wait,
But Jimmy would say it's very similar.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's that chasing. And I think food's even harder than gambling because you have to eat to survive. Imagine if you had to gamble to survive. Like, imagine if when you woke up, in order to survive, you had to fucking go and play 3 hands and stop. Like, if you're, that's what it's like for people with food addictions, man. It's a fucking, I think it's the hardest one. Sex is really hard because you have to, everyone thinks sexually, but food is a mother. I'm like, I don't fucking envy people with that one, man. That's a, look at Bobby Kelly, our friend Bob, who's struggled with that. And I'm not making fun of him at all. It's like Bobby's a smart guy, as much as we shit on him. He knows, but it's and I've watched him go through this, like the compulsion or the obsession, and he knows better.
Right.
Like, and I know better with certain things, and I still do them anyway. And what is this insanity that makes you keep doing this stuff, even though you know it's deadly for you?
I wish I knew what it was. I mean, especially when you're down and then you pull out a marker and then another marker and then the guy that you lose and you go home after that weekend and you're like, what the hell? Like you said, you just want to take that rape shower.
Yeah, but it's got something to do with something your brain releases, dude. That fucking, what is it? The dopamine or whatever, endorphins. There's some kind of a thing that releases, and it's all the same for drinking, drugs, food, fucking, gambling. It's all the same thing that's released in the brain.
It's definitely it's a big rush that does something to the brain.
Yeah.
Are you up or down?
I'm up. I'm up over the last couple of years. Nothing crazy, but I'm definitely up.
Wow, Jesus.
Everyone's up.
No matter who you ask, they're up. All right, brother.
See you,
Thank
buddy.
you.
All right, guys. Take care.
My sister-in-law is obese. It's not a disease. It's a choice. This guy lost 130 pounds and gained it right back. Eating is a habit. Has gotten down to 180 pounds. Wants to ask Jimmy what it would be like if he had to take a drink every day.
That's exactly, okay, yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy pretty much just said that. He can't imagine.
Exactly.
It's an addiction. I got extremely overweight and couldn't even wipe my own ass. I turned my addiction around.
Stop with the sex talk.
Dave in Pennsylvania. What's up, Dave?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hi, Dave.
So you're saying it's definitely a disease or an addiction?
No, it's not it's addiction. Just like anything else, man. You got to bottom out. You know, I got so fat, I couldn't even wipe my own ass. I almost dislocated my shoulder. That was a fucking wake-up call.
Oh, how much did you get up to?
400 pounds. I think when I first hit 400 pounds, and they can't wipe their own ass, it's a life-changing experience, you know, and I'm down to like 250, feel great. You know, I battle with every day like people with, alcohol, drugs. It's just different people, you know. I mean, I did pot, coke, everything else, but you put a cheeseburger there, I'll take a cheeseburger over freaking coke or pot or heroin.
Yeah.
It's a disease. I mean, it's an addiction.
Well, all right, a couple questions. So when you're eating that cheeseburger, you know you don't want to eat the cheeseburger, but you can't help yourself?
Can't help yourself, man. You know, I go there, you're so hungry, I'll order 3 cheeseburgers, filled with the first one, but I got to shove the other 2 down because they taste so good.
See, when I eat bad for a meal, I guess, or a couple meals, I'm good. Then I'm done. I don't even think about it again for a while. I don't understand the people that They know they're eating bad. They get it over with and they eat bad, but then the next day they got to eat bad again and continue. Like, to me, I almost am sick to my stomach. I'm glad I went and got the greasy cheeseburger and the fries and all that shit, but then I move on back to regular eating for me.
No, with me is a cheeseburger or something else. I'm thinking about the next thing I'm going to make.
Wow.
I'm thinking I'll have veal parm in the oven cooking away. I don't have to make a sandwich because I'm so hungry.
Oh, shit.
And so I can eat that veal parm, and after I eat that veal parm, I'm thinking, well, I'm going to have ice cream.
Sit down for a minute.
Right.
Holy fuck.
But all right. Okay, so my other question is, how did you break this? I'll call it a cycle. How did you break the cycle where you realize, fuck, I'm done. I got to stop.
You know what? Eating little things at a time, going in and making a smart decision. Like, I'll go in and maybe. Like, I'll have some crackers in the truck. I'm a truck driver. And I'll have that to calm down my hunger. So when I go someplace, I'll try to make a more sensible decision. But if I don't eat for a while, I get ravenous. And I just got to eat everything in sight. And I know that's my personality.
But the weird thing is this, and this is where I kind of like, all right, people who will read, like, I've given them a lot of shit. But I saw somebody in the street the other day in our neighborhood. They were in like one of those fucking fat people, like carts,
scooter, yeah.
And it was hot out, and this person was like 600 pounds. And I'm like, as much as I wanted to just grab them and go, fatty, 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 I'm like, who enjoys being this way? I really thought of that. I'm like, there's no way this person, as much as they're shoving bad stuff in there, is enjoying every donut they eat.
Yeah.
There's no way that person eats that donut and goes, this is delicious, life is good. Like, what inside of you is making you make what is such a miserable fucking choice every time? It's like, believe me, I love cake and donuts and all that stuff, but that's insanity. Like, to do something so fucking self-destructive that you're literally incapacitated, you can't walk. You're way beyond, oh boy, Fatty loves a good piece of cake. It's like, that's just a fucking self-destructive. That's like a shotgun blast.
Sounds like
but you're
hell.
eating the bullets.
Yeah.
Sounds like hell.
Yeah.
Just on that
It'll be
scooter.
the same thing like, a heroin addict having a needle in their arm, waking up with a needle in their arm going, holy shit, what got me here,
Yeah, I got to do this again.
Dave, and
I got to do this again. And they do. They do it over and over again. But there's people that get, I hate people that are sitting around in those chairs and just because they're fucking fat. I mean, you got to take control of your life, and, I did. I mean, it had to be 400 pounds, which I wish it wasn't such a high weight. But all these people, it's just their own decision, and then they get weak.
Right.
Fuck it, I'm 400 pounds, screw it, this is where I'm going to be. I got a disease, and they're blaming on that.
And Dave, finally, who wiped your ass?
Yeah.
I did it myself. I had to actually get a towel, wet a towel that you dry yourself off with, and take it from my front to my back and go back and forth and get the shit all over the towel to clean my ass.
Get the fuck out of here.
So fucked up where it took me about a solid month and a half to get back to reaching my hand around. I mean, that was my huge incentive. Because it was.
Oh my God.
Do you remember the first time you had to do that? Because there had to be a last time you wiped your ass successfully, and then a first time you needed the towel. Do you remember that first time?
Yes, I remember. I was reaching around, and I was like, "What the fuck's going on? Did I hurt my shoulder? Or what's?" And I reached around so hard, I heard a snap in my shoulder. I had to go to the doctor because it was killing me, and explain to him how I did it. And it was so fucking embarrassing. And he just told me, you got to lose weight. I guess I pulled my shoulder out.
Yeah, when you need Tommy John surgery after a good shit, it's time to drop a few.
Wow, I've never heard of that towel thing before.
Yeah.
We've been doing this a long time. Something new.
Very embarrassing.
No kidding. Well, good for you that you figured some shit out there, Dave.
Okay, thanks. Hey, I enjoy you guys. Listen to you guys all the time.
Thanks,
all right,
Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
Just going back and forth with that towel.
Oh my God! It's getting all your balls.
Just smearing shit everywhere. Oh man, he's flossing his ass with a towel. Is what he's fucking doing.
Oh, we forgot to ask him. Then what do you do with the towel? Do you just throw it away? Is he washing them?
Hey, were you gonna put
Is he
that in the
washing out his
hamper?
shit
I
towel?
know. Oh. Guests coming over and showering. You got a towel I could use?
I've never heard of that before.
Standing up like a sculpture. Hey, Eric, let me ask you. I'm not even making fun. No, I'm not making fun of you.
Oh,
you fucking eat a lot, and do you feel you have that compulsion? I'm not shitting on you.
Not to that degree.
No, of course not. But no, I don't mean to the.
But there's times where it happens, yeah. But it's not like all the time, and it's not like fast food and cakes and sweets and stuff like that. It's regular food.
Oh boy, he
chicken,
likes his regular
steak,
food.
seafood, things like that.
Seafood, eat food.
Like I think Roland's a food addict.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. And I think Roland will tell you that. I think he must know it. Right? I think Roland knows he's
coming in.
Oh, okay. He loves a good fucking.
He does
anything.
But do you regret, like, after because like you get made fun of on the show for it? Do you regret after you've eaten something? Do you know, like, oh, that was a mistake, I wish I hadn't done it? You know, do you have that part of it?
Again, it's certain foods, because sometimes I'll eat something and I'll know it'll kill my stomach, and I'm aware of it, and I still ate it. And that's when you're just like, why did I know the consequence of this, why did I do that?
Erect just weeping. Why did I eat that?
Roland.
Yeah, delicious food, people. Come on. Wasn't for us, people be out of business.
Oh, and people need to keep in mind it's delicious, right?
It is. Fuck anybody who wants a bad meal.
Do you think that you're an addict, though? Do you think you're addicted to it?
No.
No? Okay.
I'm addicted to good food, though.
To good food?
Yeah, I mean, if you take me to McDonald's, I'll say, what an asshole. Take me to like a nice steak restaurant. It's like, oh, that's a good guy.
I don't know. I've shared some Wendy's meals with you.
Oh.
But I just don't like it, though.
You still eat it.
You're kind of making my point. That's the crazy part. Some people, if you're doing it and not enjoying it, that's...
Right. No, I just have, when they go, but I haven't been back in a while, though, since last year.
Like a social thing?
Yeah, it's like, I'll take a shitty burger.
Mm-hmm.
Then I know I'll shit it right out. That's
Just
Wendy's
like-
guarantee.
Yeah.
That's the Wendy's guarantee.
In one hole out the other.
That is just going to fucking drop right out of you.
Right, those calories don't count.
Nah, they don't count.
Or if I get stressed or sad, I go to my bakery, my little hubs, I call them.
Hubs.
What do people eat when they're stressed or sad?
It's that release, man. I think it's the same reason I'll jerk
cakes,
off.
pies,
jerk off,
puddings.
You'll search that stuff out if you're a little sad.
Search it. I got people on my Rolodex. I just text them.
The way Roland is throwing himself into the food world, it's like me working around porn. Like I certainly get it.
Oh,
like
boy.
it's like there's jerk off shops all over the city. Whatever. That's exactly what it is. Like he goes for a cupcake. I'll walk into a booth and we'll meet in the middle. We just won't shake hands.
It's like I know my bakery people. Like, oh, I had a hard day. They go, why don't you stop by? We got a little treat for you. I'm like, oh, all right. So I go back in the kitchen. They go, look, we got a little pie.
A little pie
Who
sounds
doesn't
so
love
good.
a good treat?
I love a treat.
But like when you try to diet and then you end up going back to the treats, do you think it's a compulsion or?
You know, I mean, when you go to these people, like, hey, come to our restaurant, we're going to take care of you. And they throw all this food at you. Like, I'm full. Like, no, have a little bite.
I guess that's a different thing too, because
It's like a
Roland's got
culture,
so
too,
many
though.
connections,
Opportunities
and
to,
like people are throwing stuff at him, and he's built this reputation as somebody
as a foodie
who loves a delicious meal.
And plus, it's like culture, though. Like Mexicans, Italians, they feed you to death.
Mexicans.
They go, here, have something.
You doing your food show this weekend?
The 29th, I will.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Those are always good.
The Cronut King is coming in to...
What, the Cronut guy?
Wait, you got the Cronut guy?
Yeah.
But we can't get the Cronut guy?
Yeah, because we're bros.
The guy, but he totally blew us off. He didn't do anything.
Is he bringing cronuts with him?
For me, yeah.
Jeez, we can't get a cronut.
Well, Fallon can't get, because Questlove texted the guy, too.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, you can wait in line.
So that guy's really stupid, though,
The
because...
Cronut King's an asshole.
I love him.
You might be friends with him, but he's an asshole.
He's a dope.
He should be making a lot more, and he should be giving Jimmy Fallon a Cronut.
Because they're going to
and
promote you for
Questlove.
free in front of
course.
a million people.
He's just an asshole, because eventually the buzz is going to go away, and he's still got Cronuts to sell.
But he's working on a new dessert that he's going to announce on my show.
But he's fucking, he's overplaying his hand as this hard-to-get thing. And it's like, I can see if it's $500 meals, but it's a $4 cronut or $5 cronut.
Make a shitload.
It's amazing, though.
I'm sure it's good.
Strike while the iron is hot.
Dude, if Fallon wants to promote you,
Right.
or if
You
Mayor
get him a
Bloomberg
fucking
wants him,
cronut.
you're a dummy to not accommodate that.
Right.
That's bad business. That's not being...
Mayor Bloomberg hates fat people, so I'm up.
Yeah, Bloomberg's irritating. You know, he is an irritating...
But I agree, though, with Fallon, that you should just give him whatever he wants. I like him. But the Cronut guy's coming by. I got a family barbecue. They're going to make me tons of Pitmaster food, like hogs. They're gonna barbecue a whole hog.
Nice.
Wow.
Right here in the studio. Great.
No, outside they're gonna do it.
Like
I know
Fox
Lady
does.
Di.
I love that.
Lady Di.
Delicious.
No, they wouldn't do it here. No.
Lady Di who answers jokes. Just amazing.
Oh, no,
I love how Roland took it from, do you have a food addiction? No, but I will tell you this, the Cronut Man is coming, as are the Pitmasters.
All right, more importantly, we got another guy who wants to talk about wiping his ass. I knew this would lead to more people calling about wiping their ass.
Great.
Let's say hi to Joe in Indiana, it looks like.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, Indiana. Tell them he said hello or something.
Okay, so I'm 6'7", and I weigh 470 plus pounds.
Wow, Jesus, that's a big boy
with giant dumps.
I'm a big motherfucker. I can wipe my own ass. I'm happy to report that I can still, in fact, wipe my own ass. I have gotten to the point where it's a little difficult to do the reach around. But for us fatties, there is a store called Living XL. Yes, they sell a product called the Bathroom Buddy.
Oh, we've heard about the Bathroom Buddy. We've done a break on it.
Which one was that? Was that on
was
a
the stick with the little thing, and you put the paper in there, and then you press the thing, and it falls into the turlet. Yeah, you got to use a stick. The Bathroom Buddy.
Dude, aren't you tired of living like that, though? Like, wouldn't you like to be able to just do something that a child can do and just wipe your own ass?
Don't you want to snap the Bathroom Buddy in half and throw it in the wastebasket?
Dude, how good will
move
that
on with your
feel?
life?
To break it over your big giant leg.
Oh, we got to.
I do not want to live like this, period, ever. I didn't wake up one morning and was 470 pounds.
Right.
I'm basically chewing my way to my own grave.
Oh.
What weight do you think you should be? Like, you're a tall fuck, but what weight would you think would be good for you? Like 300?
Yeah. I was 300 when I played football back in high school, and even back then I was told to do push-aways from the table instead of push-ups.
Okay.
So I've been on a diet since I was 8, though. This wasn't like a problem that snuck up on me. And I think what a lot of people get confused about is whether this is an addiction or it's a disease. It's both. And it's a really complicated question.
Why don't you go to Overeaters Anonymous meetings?
Is there such a thing?
Oh yeah, there is. Look up on the internet. It's called Overeaters Anonymous. I've never been there. I've heard great things about it. OA. But seriously, there's meetings. They're free. They cost nothing. So why don't you just go there? And it's a lot of people who have food problems and give it a shot. I'm not kidding. It really works.
I'm just laughing.
We're laughing at the Comfort Wipe
Wipe thing.
We'll watch your
Isn't that the
commercial,
one?
too.
To keep your dignity.
Right. Well, but you see how they make it look so easy, and then you push the button, and the toilet paper goes into the toilet. You know, the shit ends up all over that thing.
Yes, it does.
No matter what you do. The Comfort Wipe.
If I could only spend 5 minutes telling you what it's like to be this size and the amount of inhumane bullshit that I have to go through just to live my daily life, I don't want to be this way. I'm not suicidal or anything, but trust me, I've been to nutritionists. I've gotten all the way up to I'm going to have the gastric bypass, but the insurance won't cover it because it's not technically a disease, which it is technically now according to the AMA.
You know what, dude? Can I interrupt you for 1 second? I wonder if that will help a lot of fat people get that surgery. That might have been one of the problems. Maybe the insurance company is not classifying it, or because it's not classified a certain thing, insurance is not covering it. Like, they'd rather just have you drop dead. So maybe this will help a lot more people get that.
That's great. Higher premiums to pay for somebody's the fact that they can't control themselves.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Well, you're already paying that higher premium.
Well, I know.
All right.
Because of diabetes. You can feel sorry for yourself. I hope you don't do that.
Once I get the diabetes, we're all fucked.
Try Overeaters Anonymous. Just look it up online and see if it works.
All right, I'll give it a shot.
Good luck, man.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Bye, buddy.
All right.
What a big fat guy. Wow.
Yeah, it's a big dude.
If you're putting toilet paper on a stick and fucking, it's just, that's...
You don't think that's good?
The first time you have to do that should be like...
A wake-up call?
That's it. Yeah.
Because
I can't wipe my ass.
If you're wiping your ass with a stick, you're really not getting it clean.
No.
Properly clean. You're always leaving a little dirt behind. That's going to make your ass a little swampy.
You need the... Yeah, you need that the articulated fingers to kind of get all those nooks and crannies.
Yeah, get in there. You got to get in there.
You got to get in there. Can't do that with a stick.
No.
Fuck.
All right. I mean, there's plenty of phone calls. Maybe Jimmy will tackle this today on his show.
My advice showed this afternoon.
That's this afternoon.
This afternoon?
I meant at
this
10 a.m.
morning.
Oh, I guess that's afternoon
I
for
always
us.
think it's the afternoon once we leave.
Yeah, I guess
don't know
you're
why.
right.
I'm an idiot.
And we come back, we talk about the insanity of this fucking, how they want the cops to mention only clothing and description. Like,
I can't even deal with this.
Who's behind, what a crazy country we live in.
It's insanity.
Right.
Why?
It's ridiculous.
Like, are we that afraid to say black or white or what? What a dishonest country.
It really is. There's no need for it. There's no reason for it. Tell me the reason why a cop shouldn't be able to go, all right, our suspect is a black male and he was seen, blah, blah, blah. What is the reason?
Or Hispanic or Asian or whatever.
Well, we know.
Pure lunacy in here on a daily basis.
It really is.
Christine Quinn and some other Wayne Williams, two Democrats, are fighting, I guess, to have this bill passed.
You think it has a chance to be passed?
I bet it does. I bet it has a chance.
I don't know. As much as Bloomberg has been a little wishy-washy and irritating, he's a bit more of a... He's for the stop and frisk. Like, I kind of have faith that Bloomberg will stop this.
When you see the news doing that all the time, not giving a description of perpetrators and whatnot, that's one thing. But when you listen to the police scanner, that's all they say.
Right.
I mean, it's always the first thing they're saying is race.
Right.
It's race, the sex of the person, and then what they're wearing. That's the description that they think is the best way to find somebody.
And you're going to put the cops in some bad situations, right?
Oh, well, it's a male,
right?
And he's wearing
a blue shirt.
A blue
and
shirt.
And then the cop's like, all right, well, there's 4 guys here with blue shirts.
Yeah.
Which one?
The black one. Oh, all right. All righty.
I don't know what the bill says. Maybe the paper's getting it wrong, too. I don't know exactly what the bill
I'd like
says.
to delve into that after
Some of those bills are ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, they
shove food in our face.
They scare the fuck out of you in the paper, and then you realize that they don't have a chance in hell of passing. So, who knows?
But the assholes that want this to pass.
Which one, Quinn?
Politicians.
Christine Quinn.
Who's trying to be the mayor of this city, right?
Stinks,
Is she the lesbo? The lesbo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's... The bill's about profiling. I don't know if the bill has... because profiling never works, of course.
Bill!
Unless it's a positive profile, then...
Yes, of course.
People are just unrealistic.
So unrealistic.
Ridiculous. Yeah. All right. We got lots to do today. Don't forget the podcast is up every Wednesday, the Opie and Anthony podcast. This week you got Scott Thorson, Liberace's ex-lover. He gave us a great hour of radio.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we went old school and broke out the bit 8-track porn, which was fucking terrific as well. Then a little Opie and Anthony nuggets.
It's on the end of a stick.
Comes to the bathroom buddy.
So go to the iTunes, go to the Facebook page, Opie and Anthony. I think there's even a link on SiriusXM.com in our section. I don't know. Probably, right? People know how to get the podcast at this point, right, Sam?
Yeah, it's everywhere. It's on iTunes. It's on the Facebook. You can search Beyond Pod on the Android. It's
wow.
SiriusXM.com/Opie and Anthony.
Crazy.
And we're looking for you to subscribe.
You just subscribe on iTunes.
Because then we get the fake numbers. We don't give a fuck if you ever listen to it.
Just download it.
Just download and subscribe. That's all.
If you've already heard it and you're like, I already heard this, I don't need to listen to it, then don't listen to it. Just download it.
Yeah, just give us a click.
Yeah, it's one click. It's free.
One click. It's free.
You can download it and delete it. It's not even going to take hard drive space.
We're all about fake numbers.
That's all we ask for.
Fake numbers.
The Opie and Anthony Show, Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Thanks for checking us out today. We appreciate it.
Jiminy Cricket.
Fuck.
The hijinks we talk about in between these little segments that are on the air.
We're working on some things. For next Friday's show.
Yes.
We're working on some things.
Little old school stuff.
Yes.
Wow.
Elijah Wood and Ricky Gervais coming in tomorrow. Very cool.
That's
very,
cool.
very cool.
Fucking Gervais, man. Oh, with his little learn guitar.
Right.
With fucking, what's his name? His character from The Office.
David Brent. Right.
Yeah. It's hilarious.
Of course it's hilarious. Guy's fucking funny as hell and has not blown us off, which is very nice of him. And we got Elijah Wood, who's now kind of a friend of the show.
Elijah Wood.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's got a movie, I gather.
Right.
And he's coming in. That's cool. Just to see your face, put on that face, man. Yeah. Dumb smile. Hello.
Hi. Welcome to Learn Guitar with David.
The camera cut. He turns his head. He's such an asshole. Learn Guitar with David Brent.
You've tuned in. Thank you. You want to learn to play guitar? Okay. Well, I'm not going to teach you. What? You're going to teach you. You've gone mad. I've always been mad. No, I don't mean I've suffered mental illness.
Such a great character.
I have, touch wood. I wouldn't joke about that. I do know people who have suffered mental illness, and they are no fun to be around. No, by mad I mean zany. So you're gonna get a little bit of that. It's going to be fun, you know. I'm not going to give you a boring lesson. I'm not going to start at the beginning. Hopefully you've got a guitar. I'm not going to bother to, you know, E, A, D, G, B, E. Who cares? What are you going to do with them? Yeah? What are you going to do with them? Whatever you like, within reason. I'm not going to start by telling you all the chords. You won't use half of them. I will show you the main ones. A minor. You won't need B. C. D. D. E. E minor. F. G. That is all you'll need. And
terrible
I'm
at
not going to
teaching.
tell you
Horrendous.
in what order they should be. The order's up to you. So yeah, just it's about doing your own thing. It's saying, it's almost saying, don't listen to me. Turn it off. No, I'm saying I'm saying listen, because I'm telling you to make your own mind up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not saying be like me. I'm saying be like you. You know, don't be like me. You'll really get in trouble.
That fucking dumb smile.
Oh, is he embarrassing?
I taught myself. You know, and I want to teach you to teach yourself. If that's teaching. It is sort of, isn't it? And enjoy it.
He's so unprepared for everything he does.
But the whole thing is just a segue into him performing.
This song
yes.
is very personal.
How is he teaching anything?
Personal.
Because it's about my chosen profession of repping. I'm up and down the country every day, meetings, selling cleaning products. Not just cleaning products, you know, all sort of toiletry needs, sanitary towel dispensers, you know, urinal lozenges, everything really.
Urinal.
Yeah, it's about that really.
Urinal.
It's about that.
Oh,
cakes of urinal lozenges.
On the road. So check it out. It'd be better with a band. It'd make more sense because I'm trying to do the bass line and the high stuff. But and the video was going to be amazing. So look forward to that.
Yeah, all he wants to do is perform his
he's not
song.
teaching anything.
No.
Half a tank should get me to Millbank. I fill her up and head down to Sidcup. It's just a meeting, it's only fleeting. It's just a pitch and then I'm up to Ipswich. Life on the road,
Don't need a heavy load.
Oh, there's such bad words.
Down to the floor. 70 miles an hour, but no more.
Yeah, his faces are fucking great. Yes, you could see this on the YouTube.
Yeah.
The faces up on the YouTube.
Need a dealing, no feeling. Strictly business, I'm killing it in witness. Then to Gloucester, I get a Costa. Hard shoulder, coffee holder. Life on the road. Don't need a heavy load.
It's a road song like bands have, only, you know, for a guy that's selling
urinal lozenges.
Urinal lozenges, yes. I wonder if we get an acoustic guitar if he'll
Believe me, it's
perform.
all I want to do.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
That gives you an idea of my life.
Jesus.
Life. That's E minor.
He looks
G,
around.
And then the chorus is G.
It's terrible.
A minor. C.
He doesn't know how to end anything.
The great thing about him.
This is a song about just travelling across America. It's almost symbolic. It's just saying, go wherever you want. Some people, you know, think, oh, I was born here, I better work here, I'm going to die here. You know, I was born in Reading, but I'd moved to Slough before I was 30.
Sold my shack in Memphis.
He has a great. The thing that I love is the song called "Spaceman Came Down."
Yes, right. Spaceman Came Down.
Here's why this is so brilliant, because the lyrics in the song are bad, but it's just good enough to be believable.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't make it so awful that it's over the top terrible.
Yeah.
They're actually, like, you see, like, this is a real guy singing a real song. That's the genius of it.
He was a musician first.
Yeah.
Gervais.
Very smart.
He was in one of those
extremely smart
80s bands.
Well, we got to get a guitar in here for
I
Ricky
would
Gervais
love it.
tomorrow.
Tomorrow at 10.
Even if he just sings that one, that'd be great.
I want to hear Spaceman Came Down.
Spaceman Came Down.
What a dope David Brent is. Spaceman Came Down.
He really is.
We gotta find that. Played a little bit on the show today.
It's not good.
No.
All black racial.
Speaking of funny people, a little segue here into Russell Brand and what he did on MSNBC.
And what happened
the other day?
I heard about this, but I didn't hear it.
Well,
I guess he got a little upset with the people from Morning Joe. Was it?
Yeah. Russell Brand used to do our show. We're very, very, very disappointed he decided to blow us off because we had some good times with the guy.
Well.
And he moved on. Whatever, it happens.
But
then
it's
you
kind
got
of shitty.
Yeah, then you got guys like Ricky Gervais and Seth Rogen. They continue to do our show.
Yeah,
and they've become bigger.
They're huge.
I don't know why that happens sometimes because we didn't have a problem with Russell Brand whatsoever.
Some guys are loyal and some guys aren't.
We actually had really good times with Russell Brand. He was on 2 or 3 times.
We put him on before anybody else did on Sarah
before anyone
Marshall.
knew him. No one knew who he was. He was in Forgetting Sarah Marshall. He came out of nowhere.
Yep.
And we put him on.
And we had him on again by himself.
For his book, and that went very well. And then for whatever reason, he doesn't do our show anymore. And, we're very disappointed by that. With that said, he was on Morning Joe yesterday, and he just beat the shit out of that blonde broad. What's her name? Mika?
Mika.
Yeah, Mika, who has to play Too Cool for the Room. She's there without the Morning Joe guy.
She's insufferable.
Yeah. And she was in way over her fucking head.
Well, none of them knew anything about him.
Right.
Like, it was the worst interview I've ever seen.
But they weren't humble about it.
No, what?
She's basically, her excuse was, I just don't know pop culture in general.
Then what are you doing on this job?
Right. And then she's getting mad after, well, you'll see.
That's it.
We should play this clip. It's pretty good.
Play it, Sam.
And then he just beats the shit out of the media in general. It's a terrific clip by Russell Brand.
Especially when he realizes that one of the women that's not Mika doesn't know his name.
Oh. Right.
All right, joining us now, he's a really big deal.
He's a big deal.
I know. I'm told this. I'm not
Pause.
very pop cultured. I'm sorry.
Right there.
She's insufferable.
She's
You're
being
right.
a cunt off the bat.
She's a cunt.
Within seconds,
Right.
she's already bashed him.
Right. I'm being told he's a big deal. How do you not know that Russell Brand is a big deal?
Oh,
You're in the
what a
media.
fucking bitch.
How do you not know that?
But what a bitch thing to say
Right before
right
you're
off.
having
She's
an interview.
fucking hateable.
Yeah, we've been saying that for fucking a few
She's the
years
one
now.
on Morning Joe when they start the show. Joe is there, Joe Scarborough, right?
Yeah, and then there's a cast of characters
and a cast of
that come
other
and
guys.
go.
And they'll talk about, the game or fucking some pop culture reference.
Something that everyone's talking about.
Everyone's talking about.
I think
in the
she had
morning.
a problem when they were talking about the Super Bowl, if you remember. They did a Super Bowl break.
She makes these fucking bitch faces, and she's like, "Oh, can we get to the news?"
Right. All she wants to do is read the news.
Is read her teleprompter news, and she knows nothing. I don't doubt she doesn't know who the fuck Russell Brand is.
Well, why the fuck is she? Why does she get the big spot on TV?
Or prepare for the interview.
Yeah, prepare
It's
for
your
the
job,
interview.
lady. It's your fucking job.
Oh.
What a
Well.
humorless bore she is.
And she thinks that she's going to be able to handle Russell Brand.
Oh, she's
Start over because that's great. Because right out of the box,
Yeah,
she's a cunt.
Yeah.
I hate using
All right,
the word.
joining us now, he's a really big deal.
He's a big deal.
I know. I'm told this. I'm not very pop cultured. I'm sorry. Comedian, movie star, author, and host of the show
Look at his
Brand
look. He's
X,
already-
Russell Brand.
He's pissed.
This summer, he's embarking on his first ever worldwide comedy tour, The Messiah Complex. Katty Kay and Brian Chapman are here as
he's
well, and
already
you already
mad.
told Brian that he
He's
might
so
want to
mad.
disrobe. I'm just saying.
I just thought maybe I could loosen up a little, show a little more chest hair, and he
No,
said maybe I should
I
do a
only
little
think
more.
Russell can do that. You look fantastic.
That is a very kind compliment. You also look beautiful. Brian, you are free to wear whatever you want. This is one of your freedoms that is afforded to you.
I appreciate that.
Uh-oh.
Silver boots. The boots are
I want to see them. Come on. Put them on the table.
Kinky boots time.
Wow.
There are some boots.
Those are nice.
There-
Put your feet up, relax.
I wouldn't do that. I don't want to disrespect your program.
Okay, no,
But
we're-
you did ask to see
No, I
the
did,
boots.
and I
You're
liked
a fellow
them.
English woman, so
And we
I felt
do.
obliged.
We talked about kinky boots recently. So
Yes, it's a
it was
fantastic show. You have to go. Okay, Russell. Ooh,
Sorry about that. I
That's
didn't
all
realise
right.
it. You just like
disrespected the table.
The table
giant Jenga. It's like your desk is a puzzle.
It is. I'm sorry about that.
What is
Can
the
I help
solution?
you? I think we could plug back in. So,
Here you
all right.
go, love. Be
Russell
careful,
comes on,
because that's a
breaks the
low-cut
set.
dress.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I'm only
wow.
flesh and blood. I've got instincts.
Oh, okay. Well,
Tell me what you need to know.
I'm just going to have a drink here. Patty K.
She has no idea
Messiah
what to do at
Complex.
this point.
That's the name of your tour.
Yes.
Do you have one?
No. It's
Oh.
a mental illness.
Right. And you don't have that either.
I hope that I'm here as a fully qualified professional gentleman.
None of us are.
Free from mental illness.
Free from it.
None of you. This is a hotbed of neurosis and
Insanity.
psychosis.
Yes.
Oh my word, I'm grateful to be here.
Yeah.
But Joe's not here, so there are no messiahs.
That's true. Although we actually bring more mental illness to the table than we admit, at least on this side here, for sure.
Oh, boy.
So tell me about the tour. You're starting in Abu Dhabi. Is that where it began?
Yeah, it's in a lot of Middle Eastern nations and South Africa and all across Europe, and of course in your wonderful country and in our country. I'm very, it's a really good tour. I'm talking about Malcolm X, Che Guevara, Gandhi, and Jesus Christ, and how these figures are significant culturally, and how icons are appropriated and used to designate
pause real
consciousness
quick?
and
Sorry, just-
meaning, particularly posthumously.
This is why his publicist stinks. Like, I understand this is TV,
Right.
but this is where you put Russell Brand
Yeah, you're right.
for an interview.
Right.
This is where your publicist throws you instead of on a show where you're talking to the people who will come and see you.
Right.
Right, yeah. They're not. No one is watching Mika
Right.
and be like, oh, yeah, well, I want to see this guy.
Now I got to go see Russell Brand.
It's fucking, and I'll
Actually,
say
I
this
could
for
have stopped
Mika.
after no one is watching Mika.
She's trying though. Like I don't
She
hate her
is?
as much as yeah. After she said that stupid thing, she's trying to laugh and be fun. Like she's trying to make. She's just unprepared.
I think she's lost.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
I
completely
agree.
lost, and it gets way worse.
Okay.
Because they kind of start mocking him, and you'll see.
What brings all those people together?
They're all people that died for a cause. They're all people whose icons are used to designate meaning, perhaps not in the manner in which they intended.
I kind of like that. That sounds dead serious.
It's funny when you do it as a joke. I don't take it seriously. I'm just going to do it on stage.
Can't we get, 30 seconds now?
What?
Well, not really, love. I mean,
Jesus. What a dumb question.
I hope that's not your message to Gandhi and the people of India.
It's funny though because I travel a lot. And
all these people are at work, are they?
Yeah, they're working.
They're just at work.
Well, no.
Work more quietly.
They're Facebooking, actually.
What are they doing?
Facebooking.
They're Facebooking?
Yeah.
Shopping.
I bet they can't look at pornography. I bet it's blocked on their website, huh?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, boy.
But they're allowed to look at, if they wanted to, they can tweet, they can Facebook.
Yeah, they have to. That's part of their
They're probably
job.
tweeting right now.
They're tweeting themselves senseless back there.
Yeah.
Lovely. That's to create the atmosphere of we're a hotbed of news.
It's a working news. Yeah.
They're actually actors.
They're all fully qualified actors.
Yeah.
They're all just now looking for acting work.
So people, you have a pretty broad range here. I'm going to ask a serious question. Can I try? I'll try.
Try. It's never going to
I'll
work.
try.
Go ahead.
Everyone asks, what do you like better, TV, movies, or stand-up? But which one's more difficult? I mean, going on stage, I think, is probably pretty tough. A movie can be boring because you shoot a thing 100 times. TV is what it is.
There are challenges in all of those different disciplines. The thing I enjoy most is stand-up comedy because you're direct with your audience. You can't be misinterpreted. People can't get confused. You know what happens if you work in media? People like to
Mika hasn't even asked anything or done it. She's just reacting
to a particular agenda. If you're in a room with people, then what you're saying is clear. If you say something that people are confused about, you can explain it to them then. If you say something as a joke, people can't pretend that you're saying it seriously. So I like having direct communication with people because I believe people are very, very intelligent, but the information gets manipulated a lot and people like to cause fake stirs and stuff.
Funny, the accent, when I see him in person, it's totally fine. Forgetting Sarah Marshall or the TV show, it's fine. But on satellite radio in the car, I can't understand a single joke you say.
You can't understand it.
Can you understand me?
Yes, but I'm telling you, when I'm driving in the car and everyone's laughing in the audience of the radio, I'm like, I have no idea what he's saying.
It's best you focus on your driving, Brian. You're a man, you don't want to be distracted by humour. You might crash into a pedestrian.
Okay. So it's a good thing.
I think it's probably for the best.
I think this is my first
brand experience.
Yeah. I think it's not listening to him. It's experience. It's just sort of taking it all in.
You are talking about me as if I'm not here and as if I'm an extraterrestrial. I'm from a country that's near to you.
Window dummy. We're just sort of admiring the whole. It's the whole thing. Isn't it?
Thank you for your casual objectification.
It's an experience.
I'm glad that it is positive for you.
It's very positive. Absolutely. Any other questions? Yeah, I'm a little nervous.
You've become nervous. Why are you nervous?
Really?
You're a powerful woman. You've got a lovely job. What seems to be the trouble?
I don't know.
You've got a hair like Princess Diana.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, I've never
when she was alive, it wasn't being offensive.
She's alive. Subtext.
Yes.
I'm petrified of her. And you have her on her heels.
And she's just moved down the other
end of the table. I absolutely love this. Keep
Willie,
what seems to be the trouble?
Everyone hates me.
Well, now we're going to do a bit of therapy.
You see, the British woman is now calling him Willie.
Right.
Willie.
Because she thinks that's his name.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, he's
went from Russell to Willie.
Wait, she's not. That's not Willie Geist, right?
Willie Geist is not.
No.
Oh my God. Okay, wow.
All right, she's calling him Willie.
Right.
Mika now has no idea what to do. She says she's nervous, but she's just lost.
Right.
She doesn't know how to conduct an interview with this guy.
Right. And because she doesn't know anything about him.
Nothing about him, and she doesn't know how to conduct an interview with a pop culture guy.
Right.
Like, she'll sit there and probably talk to a politician if she's prepared enough, but
right.
I don't know. Wow, this is uncomfortable.
I guess the guy who usually pipes questions into her ear as it's happening isn't piping the right questions.
Right.
These mannequins.
She's just moved down the other end of the table.
I absolutely love this.
Willie,
what seems to be the trouble, love?
No, I'm good. Well, now we're going to do a bit of therapy. Would you do therapy with Willie Brandt?
With who?
Willie Brandt. Would you do therapy with him?
Willie
I don't think that's where he's heading.
Okay. I'm all right.
Yeah. You shouldn't say he when a person is present. You should refer to the person by their name. That's basic good manners.
That is where Willie is heading.
Willie.
Who is Willie?
Okay, Russell Brand.
Is this what you all do for a living?
Yes.
Okay, right. I'm here
professional.
Okay, well, let me help you. I'm here to promote a tour called Messiah Complex. It's here for the people of America. I want the people of America to come and see me do stand-up. Go to russellbrand.tv where you can purchase tickets to see me. These people, I'm sure, are typically very, very good at their job. What is it? You're conveying news to the people of America. People of America, we're going to be okay. Everything's all right. These are your trusted anchors. There's that news link. Here's your papers. I'll shuffle them for you.
Shuffle. Look.
Give us that.
That's good. Pen. You need a pen.
Okay, coming up later. Thank you very much, Kat. Okay, we're going to be talking about the situation with Edward Snowden. This whistleblower, is it good what he's done for America, or are our secrets being jeopardised by his intentions? We're going to be talking about that. Also, Bradley Manning. Is Bradley Manning an American hero, or is he compromising the safety of American troops? We care about your views here on Morning Joe. We'll be talking about those later. Here with me are Brian and Kat. Brian, nice time. What do you think about Edward Snowden? What do you think about the situation with Snowden? Have you got anything to hide? Should we be concerned about the revelations that are occurring?
I don't know what's wrong with you. I understand everything he's saying.
It's because you're looking at him. When you don't see him and you don't see the lips.
I understand the whole thing.
Stop saying he. I'm present.
Oh my God. This is getting really uncomfortable.
I wish Russell would have addressed the fact that she fucked up. He said, "Who's that?"
Yes.
And then the other one jumped in and said, "Russell." I wish he would have really got her for that.
Oh, man.
She's been calling him Willie.
And there's no acknowledgement that he just did their job.
Right.
Yes.
Better than
very
them.
easily.
Right. Yeah, like just grab papers
very
and started
easily.
talking.
He did exactly what
he
they
wasn't
did.
even. By the way, if you can't see, he wasn't reading the papers.
No, he was
He was just
rattling
looking
off.
at the camera.
Yeah,
and
of
he
course.
happened to be aware of what's going on.
He just alpha mailed that entire table.
Yes, he did.
Because he got irritated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he is irritated. You could tell.
Your manners.
You're good.
Be
at that.
polite.
I'm coming in tomorrow with a big necklace, and I'm opening.
Look beyond the
Ryan.
superficial. That's the problem with current affairs. You forget about what's important. You allow the agenda to be decided by superficial information. What am I saying? What am I talking about? Don't think about what I'm wearing. These things are redundant.
I'm distracted.
Superficial.
Okay.
Don't be distracted. What do you think that gesture means, the way you're touching that bottle? What does that indicate?
Oh, shit.
What is that? What's the subtext of that?
She's jerking off the water
You need to
bottle.
lose that ring, Mika, because it don't mean nothing to you. She's grasping for the shaft. She's a shaft grasper.
Shaft grasper. It was worth the money. We'll buy tickets.
That was
Absolutely.
great. We don't need to see the tour.
I got it now. Russell
Messiah
Brand.
Complex.
Thank you. The tour Messiah Complex.
Don't be nervous.
Starts in August in Abu Dhabi, right?
He was fucking great. That was great.
She was
Good
fucking
for Russell Brand.
out of that.
Great.
Huh?
She's a shaft grasper.
Shaft grasper.
Take off that ring because it don't mean nothing to you.
He was pissed.
Referring to her wedding ring.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
I always forget to turn my ringer off. And the lovely Dr. Steve.
Disappointing we can't get him anymore. Fuck you.
It's very disappointing, man.
He was in last week.
I know, but he wouldn't come on our show.
Yeah, he forgot all about us years ago.
Very strange. But he did, it's very strange. I don't know. There must be some kind of miscommunication because it's not like he came in and only did Stern and left. Like, he did every show.
He did Shade.
He did Shade.
Somewhat
He did
Shade.
Pete Dominic. He did,
And I
all
don't
the
see
shows.
Russell. I literally don't think Russell, if Howard would say, I don't think anybody said to Russell, you did Howard, you can't do Opie and Anthony. That's the type of thing that would irritate him. He's had 6 million followers out there. I don't think he's obsessing over Howard.
And he's obviously trying to promote what he's doing.
That's his fucking publicist.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. They probably told him bullshit. The Opie and Anthony's booked.
Well, what does Roland know about this over the
You'd
years?
have to ask him.
Who's his publicist?
You'd have to
It's
ask
like,
Rowan.
I'm tired of the fucking... Sometimes, remember when we couldn't get Louis that day because he was doing Howard and we just went right to Louis? He goes, yeah, I'll come over.
Uh-huh.
It's always the fucking publicist.
Cocksucker publicist.
Always.
Fucking assholes.
Where's Roland?
He's on his way.
Oh,
He's coming in.
Rolando.
Remember Lil Wayne stomping all over the American flag?
Uh-huh.
Saying he didn't do it on purpose.
That's bullshit.
Right.
That's bullshit.
That's what I was thinking, because that's what I was trying
Of
to
course
say
it's
yesterday.
bullshit. He's got scared.
But if he's shot from the waist up, and the flag falls, and you just see what's behind the flag, like, he may not have been stomping the flag.
It
as
doesn't
part of the
matter if
video.
it's on camera or off camera. The basic fact is, if this is the type of thing that bothers you, seeing the American flag being, desecrated, that it doesn't matter if it's on video or not. The fact of the matter is,
But he didn't do it as the statement that people think he did. Like, whether it's unpatriotic or not, you could still argue that, definitely, because he did it. But he wasn't making the statement, hey, look at me, I'm stomping on the flag.
Video. But
yeah, I mean, you listen to the words of the song, though.
Yeah,
it goes with the song.
It does go with the song.
What is he talking about? I think he did it in such a way where he could explain his way out of it. Like, look, I didn't do that on purpose. The flag happened to fall, and I was singing and doing my thing.
Does he seem like the type that would lie, though? Like, here's why. Because he
probably got a little scared.
He didn't give a fuck. During a lawsuit, he doesn't care.
Did you see that deposition video?
He didn't
Remember
give a
that?
fuck.
He doesn't give a fuck, Lil Wayne.
He really doesn't care, man.
He did a year in Rikers.
So it's a coincidence that he's stomping on or dancing on the flag.
He's quite drunk, not paying attention.
Yeah, he's probably out purple drinking.
But the song itself is controversial about America. And then he's also stepping all over the flag, and now he's trying to say he didn't do it on purpose. I'm suspicious. I don't know what the motive is there to lie.
I don't think he respects the, the country and its symbolisms and
that's possible.
All that.
And the song sucks.
That's also possible.
It's horrendous. That's why I was laughing yesterday.
Yeah.
Some asshole on Twitter was trying to, start something. Oh, Oprah's laughing at the Lil Wayne stomping on the flag thing. No, I was laughing at Lil Wayne because he looked like a fool.
He looked like a jerk is what he looked like. A big jerk.
And the song was awful. The whole thing was laughable.
The guys out there were twittering, you support him, stop him. Yes, 100%. Even though I don't agree with it, he has every right to do it.
People get confused by that.
All these fake patriots out there.
Yeah. If you're a patriot, you got to support that.
Yes.
Just don't buy the album.
It doesn't mean you're happy about it, but people get confused.
And it does send a message as to how he feels about, the country and its symbolisms and I think it does send a message like that.
But I feel I'm tired of everybody lumping veterans into everything because that's a fake way.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you're disrespecting veterans. Like, every time you say something about the country you don't like, it doesn't mean you're disrespecting veterans.
Yeah, I know, that is
veterans are probably the most respected group, and justifiably so, and the country should have been fucking nicer to them after Vietnam. But just because if you have a problem with a lot of the things America has done, it doesn't mean you don't respect veterans that fought and died. If you have, I have issues with America, where the flag annoys me sometimes, not because of the government even, because of the people in it, because of this fucking fake free speech and free thought thing that we think we have and we don't.
We don't.
And it's not about the awful government or the soldiers. It's us. It's the public. Letting each other swing by the neck for saying unpopular things, and yet, boy, you violate our privacy, and we cry like little fucking babies. So I have my issues where I don't mind seeing the flag fucking stamped, because, again, it's the fucking phony Americans. The troops are like the last group I'm irritated with. Not at all.
But look, he's walking all over the flag. He's completely aware he's walking all over the flag. But he's making it look like it might have been by accident.
And even the basic principle of what they're doing here, like there's people up on a ladder, they were holding the flag, and they want the flag to drop and reveal a bunch of fucking people that are probably on welfare.
Right.
So the flag fall, just to set it up, no one looked and said, hey, by the way, when you let go of that top of the flag, it's going to go on the ground, and that's not really how the flag is supposed to be treated.
I don't think he cares that he's walking on it.
Yeah. Of course.
But
if they don't care that they dropped it on the ground, they don't care that they're walking on it.
They're treating it like a piece of set decoration.
Right, exactly. Thank you. That's it.
Right, but
it's not like he was walking on it as, like, look at my video, I'm walking on the flag.
Nah, he's doing it on purpose.
Okay. I hear what you're saying.
But he's doing it on purpose. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Well,
he should be brave enough to actually stomp the fuck out of the flag.
He didn't put this video out.
Yeah, it's not from him.
This is just some cell phone
Of course it's cell phone, because it's in fucking portrait mode.
But he knows.
Stupid bastards.
You know what you're standing on.
Yeah, but like I said, it could have been any piece of fabric that he was standing on.
I don't think he's doing it on purpose, because I don't think he even gives a shit enough to do it on purpose.
Exactly.
He's just like, hey, it's there, it's behind me, now it's not, and I still have to do my shit. I'm stepping on it, I don't even know I'm stepping on it.
Right.
But that in itself is
disrespectful.
It's disrespectful.
Right.
Yes. Right.
I don't know.
Yes. And they're all looking at him walking on the flag that represents the country that's paying every dime of their fucking food and shelter and everything else. These leeches! Leeches!
But he's not a dumb guy.
No.
He knows he's walking all over that flag.
I don't think he does.
And I don't think he's looking at like just a set decoration. You're definitely aware when American flags are around you.
Not him, and not these people. I don't think they give a shit.
Well, how about this? Instead of all the fucking everyone crying about him stepping on the flag, if people really care about the country and what it stands for, how about the next time somebody gets in trouble for saying something unpopular, all you people out there listening, how about you, I don't mean our fans necessarily, but how about you people defend somebody who says something shitty that you disagree with?
Right.
How about that, all the fake patriots out there crying about the flag being stepped on, which is really a piece of cloth, but what it symbolizes, nobody fucking sticks up for anymore.
Exactly. That's
the flag! Get off the flag! Meanwhile, somebody's fired for saying a racial joke.
Right.
God, he should be fired. That was rude.
Of course.
Where's what it
Complete
symbolizes?
hypocrisy.
It is complete hypocrisy.
And by the way, I'm looking at the video again. At one point, he looks right down at the flag as he's walking.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't look at it like somebody who respects the flag would look at it. So
No.
he's just he's looking at it. He's aware he's on it, but I don't think he cares about any.
Right.
You know
what that means?
Yeah.
He's not doing it to be shocking. He doesn't even realize.
He doesn't even realize.
It's
That's
nothing to him.
But the same people upset about this that'll be on the news complaining about it are the same ones that would call somebody to task for an inappropriate tweet. Or the same, you know what I mean? It's like they cry about the symbol, but they fucking never stand up for what it's supposed to symbolize. It drives me nuts.
Yeah, the threads are more important to those people than what it symbolizes.
Yes.
Right.
The symbolizing of the American flag, they'll throw away every right and every other fucking freedom that we have, but don't fuck up the white stripe with your footprint and the threads that hold the stars on it, things like that. It really is a dumb thing. They don't realize what they're defending.
That's what drives me crazy. And I don't like stomping the American flag.
I think it's, first of all, it's probably the hackiest anti-government thing you could do. Whoa, look, he's burning a flag. Whoa! Like, really?
I wouldn't do it, and I don't like when people do it, but it's like it doesn't, to me, it doesn't change 1 ounce of how I feel about the country or how I feel about veterans or soldiers. None of that, my thinking is affected by somebody making if they make an anti-government statement.
No consideration was taken from when they even planned this to have the flag treated respectfully.
Right.
And that's the biggest problem. Not him trotting upon it, because he doesn't even know. That could be a fucking white sheet that was up there, and he would have looked at it the same way, stepped on it the same way.
We got to go to this guy. He's in the Army there.
He's
John.
in the Army now.
John,
Morning, boys.
Hi, John. What branch are you in?
I'm Army National Guard right now. I used to be active Air Force.
Okay.
And my view on this, there shouldn't be any argument. It's the dude's First Amendment right. And in my opinion, and this goes with, and will love this because it goes with gun control, it goes with everything.
Ooh.
In my opinion, the most important right for me to stand up for is the one that I most vehemently disagree with. Because if I can't stand up for your rights, whether I agree with them or not, I can't expect anybody to stand up for mine.
Yeah.
And that's what pisses me off. So many people sit there and want to silence somebody. Okay, so maybe he's going to lose some record sales. Big deal. Don't make an excuse for what you did. Stand up for your damn self.
Well, the people will, like you said, they want their rights respected. With having no respect for other people's rights. Exactly. They'll silence someone. If there's something somebody's saying offends them, they want them fired, they want them silenced, yet they'll turn around and preach about what rights we have and how free we are in this country, and they're a bunch of hypocritical fuckwads.
That's why this Little Wayne thing, thank you for that call. I mean, it's nice to hear somebody in the military say that. That doesn't bother me at all.
Thank you, sir. We got to go on to this guy. Jim, go ahead.
I'm a hero.
Hey, veteran of the military, proud American, but I kind of disagree with you there, Jimmy.
Okay.
Because you have the freedom of speech means that you could say whatever you want. You're not going to get arrested. You go in many other countries and you say things, you're going to be thrown in a jail.
Yes.
Now, somebody has the right. You have the freedom of speech, but you also have the freedom. Everybody else has the freedom to take responsibility and take action on that also.
But let me ask you a question, Jim. Jim, hold on. I'm going to let you finish. I just wanted to just discuss with you. When people say take responsibility, it's like I personally would never want you or anybody else penalized for expressing something, like whatever it was. I mean, again, if you're making people riot, that's one thing. But free speech is not just about getting arrested. And you know that. When you ask the average American free speech, I know what the Constitution says, but we think of free speech as the ability to say and express ourselves without penalty.
It's not prosecution, it's persecution. So you don't necessarily have to be thrown in jail for it, but persecution for your ideology and what you're saying can include being fired, having your livelihood, your house taken away, being shunned. Things like that are also included. It's not just being arrested.
Well, you can say that, but you can say whatever you want. You can say, say an off-color joke and do it, but you got to take the responsibility that comes with it. Now, if it's not an acceptable thing by majority of the people, you're not going to get thrown in jail, but you may lose your job for it.
Okay.
But you may be able to find another group that enjoys it, and they'll hire you. But that's the idea. That's the idea. That's the beauty of XM, right?
No.
But I'm saying
That's how the world is running right now.
Jim, hold on. One thing at a time. Because
we just wish people would stand up and protect, especially creative people more.
Yeah, you're saying like if the majority of people don't like it, then you'll be fired. Oh, that's kind of the problem I have with it. Like, and again, if it's something that if you're in a company meeting and you stand up and go 2 gigabyte, you're going to get fired. I understand.
Not from Anthony Incorporated.
But I mean, I'm not an idiot. Like I know you're right about that. But I mean, whatever the flavor of the day is, offense-wise, is costing people their livelihood or their job. So basically,
you're defending your industry. Now let's say
all industries. No, Jim. All industries, not just mine. I'm not just defending mine.
Let's look at it this way, though. Let's say that you came up with a product that nobody wants. And so that company goes out of business because nobody wants to buy it.
Yes.
Does that person have the right to still have a company that's selling something
No,
nobody
that's
wants?
not a right to.
Jim, you just thank you for saying that.
Oh.
If you make a product and nobody wants it, you go out of business. That is what the free market dictates. If you're on, like, say you're on TV or whatever you're on, and nobody watches you because you're not good or you're not entertaining, the free market will dictate that the advertisers will leave because you're not bringing in the viewers to put eyes on their products. The problem is that when people are watching, and somebody who just doesn't like what you're saying goes behind your back and threatens the advertisers and says, because you're supporting statements we don't like by advertising, we will hurt your product. That's not the free market at work.
No.
So
that's special interest groups dictating what
are getting involved that way.
No, that's a special interest group dictating what the majority of the people should or shouldn't hear, and that happens much too much in our business anyway. I'm just saying, I understand what you're saying. Like, you have the right to say it, but other people have the right to criticize it, and there are consequences to everything you say. Those consequences shouldn't be what amounts to mob tactics of blackmail and threatening your job and your family's livelihood because somebody disagrees with what you're saying. It's more like a witch hunt. It's a mob rules with pitchforks and torches instead of how this is supposed to work. Offensive speech is protected. It's offensive. That's why it needs to be protected. Everybody says that. Nice, pleasant speech doesn't need protection.
Right, it's easy.
Yeah, and there shouldn't be this blackmail, and it is blackmail. That you fucking say this, or you will lose your job. Oh, you have the freedom to say it, but watch what we do if you do say it.
Right.
That's not true freedom.
And there should be
There's no freedom there.
There's no freedom there. And
None. In the end, there's no freedom there.
There should be no penalty.
You're not being thrown into the gulag or anything.
Jim, we've acknowledged that.
It's not about prosecution.
It's not about prosecution.
Well, that's what the Constitution protects.
No, it's persecution. You were to come here to this country that is free from persecution, not prosecution. Persecution for your ideology, for what you want to say, religious freedoms, things like that. Persecution doesn't mean you're fucking going to be arrested. It means you're going to be shunned. You're going to not be able to work. You're going to be an outcast. You're going to have penalties. Besides just being arrested on what you say, and you're supposed to have the freedom to say those things without persecution.
Well, you have persecution. I mean, Jimmy a few weeks ago going off on Catholic Church. I mean, he was persecuting them. Is that right?
No, I wasn't. I'll tell you why. No, I wasn't. No. You're just playing some out. I wasn't persecuting them. I was offering an opinion about
someone's
them.
opinion. There's no consequence to what Jimmy is saying about the Catholic Church. He's not rallying troops to do this, that, or the other thing. He's not trying to take away any rights. He's just offering his rebuttal, his opinion to what their ideology is. There's a difference between doing that and actively going to somebody's job, their advertisers, their bosses, and trying to relieve them of their income.
Yeah. Well, we can agree and disagree on that, but
let's just agree on it.
Yeah, because Jim.
Wow.
I love it.
Just,
why would you want there to be like when you say people have to take
I
responsibility?
should
for
just
what
blow
they
up
say.
balloons with this air that's coming out of my face. I should just blow up balloons all day.
We never change anyone's mind, and they never
I
change
know,
ours.
I know.
But there should be no penalty for, like you talk about the Constitution. Yeah, if you're yelling fire at a movie theater, what are the provisions or whatever, time, place,
I
and
yell
manner?
movie at a firehouse.
Oh,
it's hilarious.
Anthony.
They laugh, slide down the pole.
But like we're discussing this. Okay, that's what should happen if you say something or you express yourself artistically in a way. People should discuss it. Do we agree? Do we not agree? How do we feel about it? Okay, it sparks a discussion. But there shouldn't be a penalty for you doing that if you're not, again, causing people to riot or if you're not libeling somebody. There should be no penalty for it. That, to me, is what true freedom of speech is.
Exactly.
What should Lil Wayne's penalty be? Nothing, obviously.
No.
People don't like his stuff, don't buy it.
This might influence people not to buy his new stuff.
Yeah,
but if you're not going to,
more people might buy
but if
his
you're
shit
not,
because of what he did.
If you decide because of that you're not going to buy his stuff, don't then take it to the next level where you have to try to have it removed from iTunes. You're trying to take away any sponsorships or endorsements he might have. That isn't what freedom of speech is about. Not buying his product, voicing your opinion about how you feel, that's freedom.
And that's the main point here. We've seen a lot of great radio shows, get fired over them, following the rules.
Yeah.
They never got the chance to see what happened because they said something controversial on their radio show. That's what we're trying to say here today. If you say something controversial, it could affect your product, which is your radio show. But we saw all these guys not even get that chance. They got fired way before that. Like if they're doing the Asian accents and the Asian jokes, they get fired for that, even though it's not against FCC regulations. How it should play out is you allow the show to continue and then see if it fucking hurt the ratings.
Yeah.
Yes.
But everyone gets so fucking scared. They're like, oh, we got to get rid of that show immediately. Yeah. And that's what we're trying to defend here today. We know the radio world, but now we're also seeing that it's going into a lot of other areas.
Sports, fucking business, just everything.
If someone says something outrageous on ESPN, that guy should not be fucking fired.
No.
But then they should play it out. And now if because he's an asshole and he said some shitty things, obviously less people are watching that particular ESPN show. Then so be it. That's the free market at work.
Miss Universe or Miss America pageant contestants is asked a question. She answers it honestly. It's racially controversial, but there's nothing wrong with her opinion on it. And then they attack her and want her thrown out of the competition.
Right.
It's like, that's freedom?
That's the mentality.
That's bordering on how the mob extorts people.
They don't allow it to play out. That's the big point here today.
Yeah.
So, Jim, do you think that's a fair penalty? Like, if someone is asked an opinion like that, like Miss America or whoever it was, and Perez Hilton asked her that question about gay marriage, and again, she expressed an opinion I don't agree with.
Right.
But then she, the amount of shit she took for it, or people wanted her penalized for it, like for answering an honest question.
They basically wanted her life to be over.
Crazy.
Nobody has the right to threaten, but they can make their statement and say that they disagree with.
Right.
I agree with all that.
That's what's wrong with that.
But then, throw her out of the contest. Why?
When you have access to something that the average person doesn't, that microphone is very powerful. You're speaking to millions.
No, don't buy that. I don't buy that.
Same wattage.
It's pretty cheap, actually.
It's cheapy.
Wait, do I get more votes then? I guess not.
I
don't.
More influence, though, you see.
I don't believe
more
that.
influence than the person on the street.
But Jim, here's the thing. I don't believe in the fact that my influence makes people do anything. I think for myself.
Well, then you're naive, then.
No, I'm not naive. I'm an American who thinks for himself.
And your right to free speech isn't based on how many people you're talking to at any given moment, sir.
And I'm not abusing that and telling people to go out and riot. And by the way, I have not been able to influence your opinion. So why do you think that arrogantly you're so much smarter than every other American listening?
No. I see now. Now you're making assumptions and
Don't cause a riot. Have I changed who you are at all, Jim? Seriously,
Jim.
You listen to the show. You know who I am.
The show. And I'm not saying that I'm saying that when I disagree with you, that your connotation that there is no freedom of speech because of you're taking because of the ramifications of what you said. You say something, you got to take responsibility for the actions that could occur from that. And be that you lose sponsors or because of people don't agree. So people have the right to respond to what you say too.
But I'll say it again, it never gets to that point. Right. There's a buffer in there that is getting rid of all these fucking people before you see what the free market is going to do to that show.
The people that own the company and run the station has a responsibility to other people, and they can't, if they feel that they know that this
they don't know. That's our whole point today. They don't know. They're scared shitless of anything controversial, so their reaction is to get rid of the fucking show immediately.
And then you don't have true freedom of speech.
And that's not freedom of speech whatsoever.
No.
The corporations are dictating this whole fucking thing now. Has nothing to do with freedom of speech anymore.
What can't you say?
Well, we're lucky because we're on satellite radio.
We're very lucky, yeah.
Well, we're talking about we were in the regular radio world and we watched it fucking burn to the ground. It's a shitty business now, regular radio.
What can't you say if you're Rush Limbaugh? I mean, you can say it, and again, you don't go to jail. But man, criticize that woman. Offer a strong opinion about that woman. I forget the woman's name.
Oh, that fucking birth control.
Yes,
right.
Offer a strong opinion.
They wanted Rush's job.
They wanted his job.
He survived.
People went for his job because they hate him so much.
Right.
They're like, got him. We got him.
Right.
So, there you go right there. He happened to escape because he's so big and he's kind of his own boss. But he had to come out and apologize when you know he wasn't sorry.
He was sort of lucky. That was scary for a while there. But he does have a lot of power on the other side, you know?
Sure he does.
But, I mean, as much as we bitch about being on satellite radio or this company, trust me, we're fully aware that we're lucky and we get away with a lot more than these guys on ESPN and these guys on regular radio and, you know.
Well, as I said at the beginning, you know, I'm a veteran. I lived overseas in foreign countries, and trust me, we have much more freedom.
Sure.
No one's doubting
but
that.
This started, hold on, this started with the whole Lil Wayne thing. So what do you think should happen to Lil Wayne? Let's say he purposely stomped on the flag.
I personally will vote against him by never buying any albums.
Okay. That's what should happen. That's exactly what should happen.
Yeah.
That's right.
There it is.
That to me is fair.
But there's also people, and a lot of people out there that feel strongly that he should never be able to record another song again because of what he did.
Yeah, and would you go out of your way and tell other people, don't buy this? Don't buy this, or would you just exercise your free choice and go, I choose not to buy this?
And let other people exercise theirs.
I don't mind that he pushes other people not to buy it, by the way, because that's, you know.
I don't understand.
I have the right to tell my circle of friends, though, and say, hey, did you see what that clown did?
You honestly do, but to me, personally, of course you have that right, but personally, I don't have that desire to to encourage other people to purchase or not purchase an artist's work because I don't agree with the statement. I don't care if you do.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to hurt them professionally. But yeah, you telling your friends is one thing, but I'm talking about starting an active boycott.
Which never happens. It never gets to that point. It never gets to a boycott.
Yeah.
People never do anything.
No.
Lay down on the boy's cot.
Yeah, lay down, put your head on the pillow, kiss where the drool is.
Look, you feel strongly that the Atlanta guy should not have been fired.
Yeah, even though it was a very tasteless bit.
It's a tasteless bit.
Yeah.
You know, they should have been more aware that the world just doesn't play anymore. But
I haven't heard Chipper's view on this whole thing.
All right.
What's that?
I haven't heard Chipper's view on fiddling.
I believed in freedom as though, like, I yell fire in a movie theater all the time, and they go, what are you talking about? I go, I'm firing somebody because I'm the boss.
Well, there you go.
Jesus.
All right, boys. Good
Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Good discussion. Thank you, sir.
Very nice.
See, that's
I feel great that we changed his mind completely on that.
But I mean, that's the thing. That's why I don't believe this whole we have more influence thing. Yeah. I just think for myself, and I give all the audience the credit for thinking for themselves.
Yeah, think for yourself.
Jim's the same guy he was before he called.
We're watching this happen with Facebook postings and tweets. So it is hitting the average Joe. It really is.
People are.
You got
losing their
employers
jobs.
now that are looking at your fucking Facebook pages and your Twitter accounts, and they're making some strong opinions about you and decisions on your livelihood.
They want your passwords too. A lot of these new companies that are hiring you, you have to sign when you get hired that yes, here's my password for my Facebook, my Twitter, and they have access to that and can look at your private messages and everything else. They want to know.
And if you have a strong opinion on something, that shouldn't affect your fucking job.
Absolutely should not. Absolutely.
Unless that opinion has something to do with what you do for a living, maybe. But they don't even look at it's not even close to that.
Especially things like opinion. Opinion is so it's given too much fucking power in this country where you voice your opinion and all of a sudden people think it's this new law that's been laid out and they must adhere to it and it's affecting them. It's like, no, this is my belief. I am completely allowed to spew my fucking belief without having this threat over my head.
We're experts at radio on what has happened to radio fucking shows.
Yes.
And there is a point in there that's really important. It never gets to the point where you see what the controversy is going to do to the radio show.
It's never like, well, we kept him on a year after he said that, and boy, we're broke. Look what happened.
Right.
It never happened.
It doesn't even come close to that. They're like, fire everybody. Instead of saying, well, we hired this edgy show. They did something edgy. They didn't break any FCC regulations, but, you know, they got to go.
How's Cowhead doing? Didn't he say
he's
something?
Sort of fine. He's surviving.
And he survived.
And that's a company that said, you know what, we're gonna
by our guy.
And we were wrong about him, by the way, because we said fired, so fired.
So fired.
But he's working for a company that said, look, we'll see what happens, you know? All right, so let's say the Cowhead thing was over the retard picture, or I forgot exactly, right? So now he survived that, and now, you know, the free market fucking society is going to decide if they want to continue listening to that type of radio show.
And I guess they are.
He at least gets that chance.
Right.
Most radio shows do not get that chance.
He didn't heard you say retard, and he got right on mic. What happened? It's not nice. I know.
He didn't lose any sponsors or anything.
No.
Probably it wasn't said on air and whatever, but whatever. He should stay. He didn't do anything. It's like...
Yeah, but in this world we live in, I'm surprised that he didn't lose sponsors and all that. Good for him.
Good. That's a good radio company who's stuck with a talented guy, and that's how it should be. He does a good job for them. And you know what? If these Atlanta guys, let's just say that they did, hey, you know what we did was fucking brutal. Once in a while, if you say you're sorry, if you mean it, I don't say no one should ever apologize if they feel it. If the company goes like, look, this is kind of disastrous what you said. It's terrible. And if they think about it and go, yeah, that was a little rough, that one line.
Can I stop you for a second? What's disastrous about it in the end?
Meaning if they say like...
They hurt some families, you know, because they're dealing with that, and that sucks. But what was really disastrous about it?
They may feel that was... they may... Sometimes you say something. As a person, I've said things I regretted, like, that was too harsh. You know, I'm a guy like everybody else. So maybe you feel like you say something like, fuck, that line about smothering was a little rough. We were just doing it.
All right, I understand that, but was it disastrous for the masses?
No, but I'm saying they may feel, maybe disastrous wasn't the right word. Maybe they feel it was, that was one we shouldn't have said.
If they didn't get in trouble, I'm certain when they fucking left the show that day and went out on the street, they probably went like, that was rough. Because I've done the same thing here.
Sure.
You pile on when you're here. It's like a feeding frenzy.
And then you see that goddamn sun, and you're like,
Yeah, you walk out that door, and you're like, oh, God, I'm an awful person.
I think Bill Burr said it right.
Yeah, Bill Burr.
Perfectly one day.
Yeah.
You feel like shit as soon as you leave and realize it's a beautiful sunny day. Like, what did I do up
I've
there?
walked out with Bill, and literally the door opens, we walk out, it closes, he runs his hand through his hair, and he looks at me, he goes, Jesus, what the fuck was I saying? What an asshole.
Yeah,
and I'm just laughing like, yeah, I hear you.
Because we're heading toward a society where you're not going to, we've said it a million times, no one's going to give their opinion.
No.
There's too much risk.
Yep.
Too much risk.
Training each other to lie.
Right.
Yeah,
'Cause the opinions are there. People just bury them.
You're
exactly.
already seeing
That's just it. It's this big cover up. It's not. No one's fixing anything. No one's changing anyone's opinions. But we put this big cover over it, hoping that if we don't see it, that people aren't feeling that way or thinking those things. The truth of the matter is, they are, and there's no amount of fucking putting covers on it that's going to stop it.
And it all goes back to nappy-headed hoe. When I saw radio shows not supporting IMUS, when I saw radio shows not supporting IMUS, you know, you don't have to be happy about what he said, but you got to support his right to say it. I was amazed. I'm like, you idiots, that's going to affect what you do every day on your radio
You're
show.
a broadcaster, you dummy. How the fuck are you like giving this guy shit and saying he should be fired? You're in the same business, and the same exact thing could happen to you, whether you think so or not. It might not be saying something like nappy-headed hoe, but it could be saying something else about a whole other topic that's going to get you in trouble.
It should have been allowed to play out, but that fucking asshole Al Sharpton and the rest of them, it should have played out. What happened?
Al Charlatan.
Right.
That's what he used to call him.
What happens to an IMUS after he says nappy-headed hoe? He should have been able to continue on MSNBC. Where was he at the time? NBC? I forget now.
I think it was on...
The Fan. The Fan, right? Yeah, he was on The Fan.
He was on The Fan.
And then it should have been allowed to play out, and then his listeners should have been able to decide if they wanted to continue to listen to the guy that said nappy-headed hoe. Period.
I mean,
our point, it never gets to that. They fire you immediately.
He had to dress up like an old woman to get another job.
And it turns out he did just fine. No one gave a shit in the end.
Yeah. He came back, and there's no problem.
None.
Amazing. Fucking assholes.
Somebody did raise a good point, though, on Twitter, which is rare.
Oh.
He says, you have changed how people feel with your freedom of speech. Just look at all the straight men you've turned into tranny lovers.
Valid point.
Excellent
Valid
point.
All right, fair enough.
I just personally think for myself the way I just don't want anybody to get in trouble for what they say.
Exactly.
And I kind of expect the same courtesy. It's like, it's real simple.
Right.
I don't need to create a reason why my opinion is more valid than yours. You should be able to say what you want.
But people get confused. If they don't like what somebody said, then they're like, oh, get rid of that fucking guy.
And people are ignorant as to what their rights are in this country, too.
Right.
They honestly think all of their rights are these rights to their own convenience and comfortability, which is absolutely untrue. The basic reason for these rights is so people can be uncomfortable and not come after you because of your ideas.
You have the right to be offended.
Yes, but people absolutely think if you offend them that you've committed some type of crime, sometimes even legally, or some type of you're infringing on their right. But they don't have a right to not be offended.
And then if you support
that.
You support what Lil Wayne did, they think, oh, you're for people stomping on the. No, I fucking hate what he did. But you got to support his right to do that.
Yeah.
It's it really is as simple as that in America.
Desecration of the flag has been protected many times. It's gone before the courts, and it's I know it's just a protected thing.
It's a fucking piece of cloth.
You're able to do that. You're allowed to do it. Like I said, it's hacky. I don't know if you want to voice your discontent with the country. I think there's better ways to say it than burning a flag or stepping on a flag.
Let's go to Andy in Jersey. Andy.
Andy,
listen, I think where it comes down to is, a lot of people who get fired who are employees, they sign up knowing what the ethics of the company are. So you get a guy who basically, they tell you that, you're going to respect others, do whatever, and if you're in the public area, and then you say something off color or derogatory to someone, the company has the right to fire you.
Yeah,
but we're not.
You're right.
Legally, you're right. Yes, we know that legally. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't walk around and be an asshole at work. But we're talking about now. You do your job perfectly. You're great at your job. Then you go home and you have a strong opinion about maybe some race issue, and you write something on Facebook. Next thing you know, the company sees that and goes, "Oh, we can't have this guy," even though it had nothing to do with the job you're doing.
All right, I'm with you on that. I thought if you're going down the road with the guy who had made the ass call on his phone, and he ends up talking about the guy just delivered pizza to and gets fired, I think that's kind of
fireable, dude. Really,
that's fireable. Yeah, we're not.
He said onto the guy's answering machine, a customer's answering machine.
We're not unreasonable. We get it to a point.
We understand also that the workplace is not a fucking democracy.
Right,
when
right.
you're walking around the halls at work, you can't just start, get on a soapbox and start bad-mouthing the boss. You're going to get your ass thrown out of there.
You got to present yourself appropriately.
Yeah.
We get it. We're not talking about that shit.
I'm with you then, boys.
All right. Okay. Thank you, brother.
And you know what? The company can make up rules and regulations as to how you're supposed to act at the in the workplace, and you have to adhere to those regardless of your constitutional.
Well, that's what we signed up for a long time ago. It's like, okay, do whatever you want. Here's the FCC regulations. I forgot how many rules there were. Study this shit. And that's it. That's all. There was a time that's all you had to worry about.
Yeah.
You could do all the Asian fucking accents you want. You could do your Lou Gehrig disease jokes all the fuck you want, as long as you follow those particular FCC rules. And you fast forward a bunch of years, and wow, it's a completely different fucking ballgame.
Everyone's very sensitive.
You don't even know what you're going to get fired for.
It changes
Back in the
all
day,
the time.
you knew what you were going to get fired for. If you said fuck on the air, there's a good chance, unless you had really good ratings, they were going to fire you.
Yeah.
We could have said something today we don't even know that's going to get us fired. We have no fucking idea.
Yeah, it changes. Whoever's got the loudest voice at the moment, that's all it is.
Right.
Yeah.
And then we are training each other to lie. Like Anthony Weiner and all these politicians, why do they lie? People deserve what you get. And this is why. You're right. That guy called up the companies that make you sign these things. That's disgusting that you have to give your Facebook password.
Yeah.
But if companies knew that the country as a whole would never stand for that type of bullshit, companies wouldn't do it. But they do it because they know they can. And why can they? Because nobody defends each other.
That's with everything, and the government itself does that to people. Yeah, and we don't defend each other.
And the guy requesting your password, he's a complete asshole when he's not working.
Oh,
I mean,
please.
Sure.
He's not better than the employees.
Fucking putting on dresses and fucking
whatever the fuck he's into.
Parading around the
Coming to my
neighborhood.
house.
Yes.
But all the people who cry about the flag burning and the flag stomping, defend what the flag is supposed to stand for, not the dopey symbolism.
Yeah.
And really, fight for someone's right to say something like that you don't like. And it sounds corny, but we do it all the time. I didn't fucking like half the things that we've defended speech-wise.
No. We should get a list. I'll tell you the ones I fucking hated.
I want to fight for my right to party.
Nice. Partying.
Yes, exactly. Fighting for the right.
Is there anybody that disagrees with us on the phone? I mean, I'm sure there are.
Oh, boy.
That's fine, too, I guess. I mean,
we'll give them a little lesson. Who wants a lesson?
Oh, yeah. Give you a fucking lesson.
Oh, sure, why don't you put someone through for a life lesson?
Yeah. Give them a life lesson.
Who wants some?
Yeah. Come on, officer. Put through someone for a life lesson.
Come and get it. All right, I'll just read the phone calls. I like just reading them sometimes. You can do whatever you want to do. That's what the country's about.
Oh, Paul from Illinois is...
All right, we'll get to that.
That's going to be a problem.
Free speech is a lot deeper than what you're making it.
What?
Want to talk to Jimmy about the influence they have with the mic.
Mike?
Jimmy is wrong. It's not just a piece of cloth. People die and fight for it.
No, but they don't. They fight for what's behind it.
Right.
They fight for what it means.
The principles of the flag.
They fight for what it means.
Yeah. And what it means, we the country don't respect.
Yeah, we don't even make our flags in America.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Are they really not made in America?
No.
There are some that are. And
there's some companies that have popped up because they're like, what the fuck? We don't even make American flags in this country. But in most cases, no. You'll see made in Taiwan, made in China.
To the guy saying that, like, I know.
I'll talk to him.
Okay, hello, sir.
Paul.
Yes.
Hi, Paul.
Hey, buddy.
Hello, Jimmy.
Can I say, like,
it's a different day.
Can I say I know what you mean, buddy? Like there's it's a terrible example, but Stephen King wrote a book called Pet Sematary. I mean Salem's Lot, and there's a great scene in there where the priest and the vampire are facing off, and the priest is holding the cross, and it's glowing strong, and the vampire says to him, "Throw the cross away, and face me, my faith against your faith." And the priest won't do it, and of course the cross fades away, and the vampire crunches it and throws it, and said, "You've forgotten the tenets of your own religion. It's not the cross. That's just wood or plastic. It's the faith behind it. That's what, had you thrown the cross away, you would have beaten me." And again, that's a terrible example. But the flag's an important symbol, but people are not honoring what it's supposed to stand for, and that's what's driving me crazy. And that's why I'm saying it's a piece of cloth, because people are not fighting for each other's rights in daily life to say unpopular things, or to, you know, we don't even want gay people to get married half of it. Like, we have this thing where we protect only ourselves, and we don't give a fuck about the next guy. But if you burn a flag, we cry about how you're violating everyone's patriotism.
Yeah. Well, I don't want the queers getting married either, but that's a different story.
Oh, Paul.
So, what I was going to say was,
God.
You're bullets flying at you, and it's exactly, you know, you run up the hill and you're shooting the bullets that are coming at you. It's a different story. If you were to go down to the Fort McKinley, like I did last year, the 200-year anniversary of the War of 1812, and Francis Scott Key, you know, wrote the Star Spangled Banner down there, you would realize that, okay, yeah, this is more than just a piece of cloth. At least, you know, as far as, you know, in the moment, yeah, I was served in the military. I had bullets shot at me, and standing at Fort McKinley where the Star Spangled Banner was written, I really felt like, okay, this is more than that. That's all I wanted to say.
No, but I don't even disagree with that, Paul. Saying it's a piece of cloth is not the way I view the flag as a whole.
Right.
I'm talking about when the outrage over something like this happens, there's so many parts that the flag is supposed to represent that the fucking public doesn't give a shit about, or that people constantly allow what the flag is supposed to stand for to be destroyed or trampled or ignored. But then when this happens, they come out of the woodwork and cry patriotism.
Isn't it Fort McHenry?
Oh, I understand that, but also, way back, as Anthony likes to say, back in the day, one of the hippie people back in the 70s ran out in the center field when the Dodgers were playing, and Rick Monday came out there and tackled him because the guy was trying to burn the flag.
Sure.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it. I would have tackled that guy and beat the crap out of him.
You know what? And I probably would have been happy you did it.
Yeah, of course.
I probably would have been happy you did it, because the guy is a douchebag. And I think exercising your right that's not exercising your right if you run onto a baseball field with lighter fluid.
No, not really.
You know what I mean? There's a lot of reasons that's wrong to do. It's not exercising I'm for gay marriage. I can't run across the outfield of Yankee Stadium with a sign with two men kissing and write Yahoo goody on it.
Yippee.
You know?
Oh, one more thing. I want to say, Opie, the past 2 months, the show has been awesome, and I have to give you credit as well as Jimmy and Anthony. The show's been fantastic. I can't say enough about it.
All right, thank you.
We're trying.
And it's McHenry, not McKinley. You sound silly when you say Fort McKinley.
Thank you, sir.
You sound silly when you say Fort McKinley.
Right. Thank you, sir.
He's nervous. Bye, Paul.
That's an interesting point. So, yeah, the guy running on the field to burn the flag. Then I mean, I think there is a little gray area there, too, because then you're like, yeah, fucking tackle that guy and beat the shit out of him.
Yeah.
But it goes against everything we just said. And I got to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
So it feels like there's some wiggle room in a weird, you know what I'm trying to say?
Well, if you're in that situation where security can tune you up just for being there,
right,
it might give you an extra little horn twisting for having the flag.
But as much as we're like saying, you know, he has the right to do that, we're also saying, yeah, beat the shit out. You know what? We have to be fair and say that we agree with that.
Yeah, but I'd want him to have the shit beat out of me even if he had like the fucking old Soviet flag.
Yeah.
I just like seeing people get the shit beat out of them when they run out on the field.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing funnier than watching the security chase him and fucking grab him.
But he got us in a corner there because, you know, that sort of goes against what we've been saying here for the last hour.
But look at how awful the Westboro Baptist Church are. And they're doing it totally legally. Like, they are the most hated group in the country, and I hate them.
But I would love to see them run over.
I would love to see them.
So what is that about?
Killed, because it doesn't mean that we have to like somebody. They're hateable.
You can have strong emotions to want to see them have horrible things happen
I
to
literally
them.
hope they're killed in a car accident. I hope every one of them is in that van, and to no one's fault but God's, the tires blow out, and they're trapped, and they burn alive.
Oh, God, that would be terrible.
All of them.
Imagine that.
And we have it on video that we can laugh and jerk off to.
But they have the right to protest.
They absolutely do.
So the guy has the right to fucking run on the field, even though it's illegal.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't have the right to run on the field.
No, they actually get permits and everything.
Right, you're right. But what he's doing on the field, he has the right to do, right?
If it wasn't on the field.
He technically doesn't have the right to run across the field and hold the flag up and honor it either.
Right.
Do anything,
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the right to do that. It's
So
just
you got
private property.
You got a good beating.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could want to see them burn alive like that, but you can't go out there with fucking spike strips, gasoline, and a flare.
Sure.
And, make
I
it
wouldn't
happen.
want anybody to hurt them because as much as they're hateable and they're just unreasonable and they're pigs, there's something about them that's fantastic for who we are as a country.
Right. It's a great gauge to see how this country is supposed to work. I mean, given any other country, if they were in there, you'd never see them again.
No.
There's plenty of countries where you would never see them again.
Look, we got a guy who lost his leg in Afghanistan. Agrees with Jimmy. That's not what we're fighting for. It's a piece of cloth.
Hello, sir.
You want to talk to him?
Sure.
Yo, Pete.
Hey.
Hey, buddy.
What's up, guys? How are you?
Hi, Pete.
Thanks for your service.
So,
Thank you for your
you're welcome.
service.
You're welcome. And I'm probably not many guys would agree with how I feel right now, but I agree with Jimmy because what are we fighting for now? Is just we're not fighting for that flag anymore. We're fighting for Muslims to have better lives in their countries.
Oh.
We're not fighting for Americans anymore. We're fighting to keep peace everywhere else. And what we created, that cloth that we created, means nothing anymore to a lot of Americans because of that fact that we have to be the cleanup crew for every other goddamn third world country.
It is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
I can't stand that.
That's what gets me. And Jimmy, you know what? I want to start a flag company made in the USA because that is exactly that example itself is a huge statement that is powerful. And if you say to anybody, this flag, this American flag that we cherish and we fight over and we yell at people about is made in another country because we're fucking morons. That answers every stupid
Taiwan.
question that has ever been asked to.
A lot of Taiwan flags out there.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just how I feel, and I don't hate the country. I don't. I fought. I paid my. I got hurt. It's opened my eyes up to a lot of things, but this flag thing and what it's fighting for, it's media-driven bullshit, and it's just sad because there's too many young kids coming back, not even mangled, just brain dead.
Fucked up, yeah, it's amazing. Aren't you, dude? Aren't you fighting for the like your buddy next to you pretty much when you're in those situations? That's what I hear from a lot of the veterans. Is like, they're not thinking about the flag, the country, the mission. It's like me and the fucking buddies that are next to me. Those are the guys that you're fighting for.
100%, and that's the kid that's on trial that whacked out about 18 people, the families and kids. He was mentally unstable, man. And there's about 60% of us out there and here that are living this life, and it's like I don't know. I'm not on any drugs or anything, but I wish I was. It's just a tough thing to deal with. It's just a tough thing to deal with.
People like covering that up too. You saw it after Vietnam. There was a lot of people with mental problems after that, and it kind of caught up with the country in the 70s and 80s and stuff. I think you're going to see a lot more of that too. I don't think the help is out there for a lot of these guys.
What did they do? What did they do back in the day? I remember it's almost like one flew over the cuckoo's nest. What are we going to do? Throw these guys, put electrodes on their brain? It's not going to work. Or fill them up with all these drugs that all these pharmaceutical companies want to test on us and the rats,
Yeah. Right.
So it's a tough situation, but you make the best of it. And I think about that one scene, and you got to laugh about things in life. I think about that one scene where Martini wants a cigarette. I want my cigarette, Martini.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you just think about the fucking craziness that how they used to treat guys like us when we got back from Vietnam.
No, it was Mr. Cheswick.
Was that Cheswick?
Cheswick.
With the cigarette?
It was Chezzy.
What a great guy. What a great movie. But just wanted to throw it out there, Jimmy. I love your work.
Thank you, buddy.
Great. And I love that you guys are now competing for podcasts. You guys are just, I love it. Let's jump into the podcast world. I love it.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, brother. Thank you.
And I want to clarify too. Like, I don't look at the flag as only a piece of cloth. I don't think it has no meaning. I don't mean that. I understand what it symbolizes, and I do understand it's an important symbol.
Yeah.
But my problem is when the outrage occurs, it's like the people who are outraged, where the fuck you weren't fighting or at least speaking up and defending what it's supposed to defend.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking about this guy, of course, who's fucking lost a leg. I mean the average American who's weighing in.
Yeah. The symbolism becomes more important than the substance of what it's supposed to be.
They don't give a shit if people are in trouble for saying unpopular things. But boy, you stop the symbol and they get upset.
Right. There you go. We should take a break.
Alrighty.
It's like my new book. Craziness just gets crazier.
Okay.
You don't like my book title?
I don't think I'll be buying that one.
No. I like Boats Down There.
Yeah, but boats down there.
Down there.
I know it's a dot,
semicolon.
Boats down.
Don't forget the Opie and Anthony podcast every Wednesday, a brand new episode. So the latest episode is ready for your downloading pleasure. You got Scott Thorson, the ex-lover of Liberace, and we go old school. We go way back. Something we haven't played on this channel in a long, long time. 8-track porn. And then the Opie and Anthony Nugget. And people already know what the Nugget is because they're tweeting what the Nugget is. So we threw butt plug on this week.
Oh.
Good old butt plug from our Demented World CD.
Butt plug?
Yes.
Butt plug.
Wow. That's cool, man.
It's amazing. It sounds just like
you're the guy.
The butt plug guy is doing
Holy
butt
fuck.
plug.
I'm looking at the guy.
Butt plug.
Whoa.
Sounds just like him, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I downloaded that shit from Napster.
That was a Napster download. That's how old we are.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
It was
That
labeled
and
Adam
$100,000
Sandler.
were
on my Napster queue.
Yeah, a lot of our fucking shit that did real well in the Napster days, they labeled it as Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
He got credit for a bunch of our fucking bits because we were nobodies. No one knew who the fuck we were. And these little nuggets were out there, and they were doing very well, and they just labeled them Adam Sandler bits.
It's the days when our stuff was on Napster, and Opie used to take a Napski.
A Napski,
A Napski?
Yes.
Wait.
Napster? Opie like, I gotta go home, take a Napski.
Yeah.
You never said that.
Oh, fuck yeah, I did.
No. I never heard that.
Napski.
That might be before the Jim Norton years.
You said I'm going to go home and take a napski?
Yeah.
Napski.
I haven't done it since the Jim Norton years.
A napski? Make up your mind. You get a napski.
That's a good
Two
one.
different things. Am I right or wrong, people?
Wrong.
Give a fuck.
Yo, where's Mike Rowe?
Yeah, how about Mike
This
Paddles?
is Fox and Friends.
What's up with Mike Rowe on Fox and Friends?
Yeah, with Mike Jumpin' Jacks.
I sent publicist an email 2 days ago, but I'll give her a call.
2 days ago. So rig that'll hold that tanker.
And what's the problem with Russell Brand? Some are saying because we trashed Arthur. That was
way before Arthur.
Yeah.
Yeah, he switched publicist, the other publicist, with the Seth Rogen.
Really?
Always brought him in. And then once he left to a different company.
Who's his company now?
I have to double check, though. He went to 2 of them already. Like he switched and switched again.
But who is it that's keeping us? Do they have other people that we talk to? I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. We had good interviews with the guy.
Yeah, I think the last time you guys didn't want him at all. Yeah, after Arthur, since he did the other interview, you said no.
No.
Yeah.
But there was someone before that.
There might have been a point that he wanted to then come back after blowing us off for a couple of years.
That might have been it. Like
maybe, and then we're like, "Fuck you!" Now you're coming. I'm not sure though. Is that what you're saying?
It was a while ago. Yeah.
We got blown off first.
Yeah,
for a
first,
while on a bunch of big projects he had.
Right.
Didn't he have a second book even?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he blew us off for that.
And then he in the movie book tour, then movie.
And then he finally decided to come back
for that movie. Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, that,
I think it was for Get Him to the Greek.
We were within our right at that point to say, "Fuck you." Where have you been? So now it's one for us, one for him. So let's work this out.
That's what I did. I sent an email this morning.
We are both butthurt, and now we're gonna.
No,
let's get him back on the fucking. Let's get him back on the fucking show.
How did butthurt become something?
I know.
What does it even mean? He's all butthurt.
Wizardry.
I don't know.
We were both butthurt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. The guy fucking got all butthurt.
But we got some solve.
Some solve.
Some solve, and we're moving on now.
It does sound. I don't know why, but butthurt works, even though it's terrible.
I don't know why, but
a lot of dumb ones out there.
Yeah, you fucking butthurt.
All right, the Utah broad. She went on. Yeah, okay. I haven't heard this clip. I hear it's kind of douchey though.
What's that?
She went on the Today Show with Matt Lauer to answer the question properly.
Oh yeah.
Remember the dummy? So get the original clip, and then we'll play what you did on the Today Show.
Then we'll make love.
And we'll make some love.
Make love.
And Cher had a big comeback on The Voice last night.
Oh yeah.
I just saw Cher was over there on.
Is that in our wheelhouse?
Team Blake won.
Cher.
Is that show over now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Maybe we'll play the Cher thing from The Voice. What the fuck?
Team Blake.
I don't know.
Let's go do a little man-to-man comparing.
SiriusXM. 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 The Opie and Anthony Show.
What a show. What a show. I was telling Ann, I always hated having an American flag around because I just always felt like there was way too much responsibility.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it would drag on the ground by accident, and then you're in a major panic. Like, who saw that?
Yeah, someone puts one on the side of the house.
I think it put me in jail, right.
No wind, so it kind of scrapes on the ground a little bit.
Right. It was just too stressful.
That's all right. I was just screaming. What did you get, Opie?
Well, it looks kind of, you know.
What is that?
It's healthy, though. It looks faggy.
No,
it looks delicious.
Cum would be more masculine.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to. It's pink.
It's pink, and it's
that's the strawberries.
Foamy. It's like some type of a shake.
It's a smoothie.
What's in it?
That looks good. It's all like boring shit.
It does
some
look
healthy
boring.
Peanut butter, some
Ew.
fresh strawberries,
Lost me at
skim
peanut
milk,
butter.
and low-fat yogurt.
Let me ask you now, healthy
and
peanut
a little
butter.
banana.
What's healthy? Oh, that looks good. Fuck. That's a lovely treat.
It looks like it should taste like one of those fine, friendly Fribbles.
Yes, it's
Does it?
Pink
But
Fribble.
instead it tastes like chalk.
Does it?
Wait, what is the healthy peanut butter?
I just made that up.
Oh, you just threw an adjective in there?
Yeah. Well, I guess they say the fat in peanut butter is the healthy kind. I don't know.
A little bit, yeah.
But I would assume Jiffy peanut butter has a lot more sugar than other fucking brands of peanut butter.
Yeah.
So I guess to answer your question, it's like less sugar in the peanut butter.
I do recall I used to get the banana strawberry smoothies back at the old XM. And by the time I got home, oh my God.
Really? It goes right through you?
Toilet City.
Yeah, siree, bub. Yep. Very nasty. Oh my God.
That's pretty good, actually. It tastes like liquid peanut butter and jelly.
Does it?
Yeah, because you got the peanut butter in there and you got the strawberries.
PPJ. I went to a dentist yesterday.
Oh, yeah. How did that go?
Very sad Twitter face.
I know. I was very frightened. No, I'm not frightened. But I haven't been to the dentist in a couple of years. I should really go. So I'm like, all right, tooth is cracked. I'm fucking going. And I went, and they took an X-ray. And then it's like, oh, yeah, well, that's got to go. I'm like, yeah, I know.
The tooth has to go?
Yeah.
They couldn't, patch it up like they did mine?
This thing is fucking, shattered.
Oh,
and it's a wisdom
sucks.
tooth. So it's like...
Think you're going to dig it out?
I have all 4 of my wisdom teeth still.
Do you?
Yeah.
What are you, fucking 13?
They grew in, and there was never a problem.
Same here, Jim
Really?
Norton.
Yeah.
Never had a problem with my wisdom teeth. They're in there perfect.
Mine came in like that extra person that grows on a fucking twin.
A conjoined twin.
Yeah.
Like an old graveyard?
Yeah. They're all in I had to have them taken out. It was terrible.
Wow. Oh, my God. You look really sad at the dentist. I didn't see this Vine video.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
I don't like the dentist, but she's nice, though.
That's Anthony after watching a movie about Brown versus Board of Education.
So I go, and she's like, oh, you got to go to the oral surgeon to have that pulled out. She goes, I pulled teeth, but that one's, kind of in a few pieces. And
hooked in there
it's
nice.
in the back. So you got to go to the oral surgeon, who's right upstairs. I'm like, oh, good. But he leaves. He's already gone. So call him in the morning. So I got to call him today, and hopefully I can get in there. But in the meantime, it's still just hacking away at the inside of my cheek.
Is he going to pull it today?
Maybe. Maybe.
Aren't you feeling the nerve right now?
What do you mean?
The nerve. Is it exposed?
Oh, no. If I get cold water on it, I can.
Oh.
But, no, it's more just the way it's grinding away at the...
Can you do the tinfoil test?
Oh, no.
No?
Do the tinfoil test.
No, there's no way
Why
I'm doing the
is that?
tinfoil
Give you a kiss.
test. I'm not doing the
Who
tinfoil
wants to
test.
try
even
the
for a
tinfoil
kiss.
test today? Anyone brave enough to do it? Why? Why is that one a brutal one?
Hurts. Awful.
E-Rock, tinfoil test today?
No, I got too many fillings.
What does it do?
I'm sitting here trying to explain. I'm thinking to myself, how do you even explain what it does? I don't know. How do you explain that?
It feels like electricity is
like
shooting
completing a
through
circuit,
your...
yeah.
It gives a very
brutal.
metallic taste, and it's a very sharp zing that goes up the tooth.
Right.
because of it is kind of some kind of a chemical reaction between the aluminum and your filling. Some weird fucking thing.
That's brutal, though.
She's also because now I'm in for the long haul here.
The cavities and such.
Everything, fucking
deep cleaning,
the crowns, the fucking
take care of it. What else?
Everything, exactly. And she also replaces all of your old amalgam fillings.
Yeah, I had that done.
She drills them all out and puts the white fillings
awesome.
in. White is right. That's what
awesome.
I say.
What?
Fillings.
Oh, yeah. I've been...
She takes them out.
I go to the dentist in my building, who I like a lot. He's, you go to the same guy, right?
Yeah, we have the same people.
That's fine. We're both healthy young men. And I ask about your teeth and you ask about mine.
You used to go to this dentist.
Oh, did I?
She's Dr. K, I guess. She's Russian, I think.
Well, I didn't like it because she was in a hurry.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm too good.
She's kind of pretty.
I honestly don't remember her. You told me that.
Bobby went there. Bob Kelly went to her also.
Aunt texted me, goes, who's the woman you used to see on Long Island? And I didn't remember.
Melinda went to her.
Wow.
She's a very attractive woman.
Does she put her boobies in your face?
Well, yeah, when she's, poking away in there.
Leaning over a little bit?
Poking away.
My guy's good, man. I love our guy.
Yeah?
Yeah, I do. I like
Why
him.
do we have the same guy?
I like how the girl.
We live one building across from each other.
We have the same gym. We have the same cleaning lady, the same dentist.
We did the same cleaning lady.
And we had the same doctor for a while.
Yeah.
I hated her.
I don't love her either.
She's no bedside manner.
None.
Does race matter to you with doctors?
No.
I don't care.
Does to me. When I look for a doctor or
you
a
didn't
dentist,
need to say that.
I look and I try to figure out the name, see if the name is somebody who might be of my same race. I just trust my own race more.
What about like an Indian doctor?
Yeah, I don't mind an Indian doctor.
They seem to be pretty good.
Oh, believe me, I don't mind Indian doctors. Yeah,
I got a black broad that cleans my teeth. Sassy black broad.
Yeah?
Yeah, she's cool though.
It's very nice.
Well, there's two of them. The one will tell you everything that's wrong with your mouth.
Yeah?
Oh, she's the worst. And then the other one, is nice.
But she drums up the business.
The worst.
But the one that's is just has to tell you everything wrong with your mouth, she actually does a very, very good job.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like Junior Soprano who just wants Dr. Kennedy.
Dr. Kennedy.
Nobody else can do it.
Here he is, Dr. Kennedy. What happened?
Furio was my favorite character.
Oh, Furio.
When he was falling in love with Carmela. You didn't like that storyline?
No, I hated it. He's a tough guy, and he gets all pussy whipped for that pig. Oh, Tony, is Furio coming today? Oh, Furio, you want some coffee? Come in for some coffee, Furio.
Not believable.
Not at all.
What's better, though, than the acting they did in that argument scene?
Oh, yeah.
When she I was in love with him. God damn, because she fucking acted. I think she was, as much as he was great, I think she was the best pure actor in the series.
She was very good.
She's amazing.
She played up that, disapproving but isn't going anywhere wife.
That cunty smile.
Such a hypocrite she was.
She was great.
She was so hypocritical. When you watch the show the second time around, you really pick out more in the characters than you did when you watched it the first time, and you realize how selfish some of them were, how hypocritical and stuff. Because you think she's like the good person in the show. And after watching it the first time, you're like, oh, yeah, fucking she's the fucking good wife and trying to do it. But she's just a hypocrite.
Sure.
She was terrible, too. So
Christopher was hateable.
Yeah. Watching that the second time around, you're just like,
hate his guts.
Nothing good about him. And then, what's his name? Poor guy with the trains.
Bobby.
Bobby. I liked Bobby Bacala through the whole show.
Yeah, he was
that he was on.
Great,
when he came in till he was fucking bleeding over that train set.
When he walked in with the camo on because they were going out to the Pine Barrens.
Yeah.
You wake me up in the middle of the night. Now you're busting my balls.
When he's playing with his trains and Tony walks up to the garage, he's got the little engineer hat on.
What the fuck are you
I felt
doing?
so bad for him. Yeah, Tony just, what the fuck are you doing? I'm here on my own time. Oh, Tony.
What a great show.
Fuck, man, that was a great show.
You forget all the great scenes.
Soprano conversations we get into, yeah.
What's up with the dentist? So you're going to get some cavities?
Yeah, so I got to do that and then have all the silver fillings redone. And then, start with the cosmetics. Get that fucking shit right.
But you don't like a good teeth cleaning? I love getting my teeth cleaned.
I do like that.
But you haven't gone in a while.
No, and when I was a kid, I got fucking stained teeth because when I was a kid, I had to take tetracycline because that's all they had for fucking zits back then. Oh, it was terrible.
How does that stain teeth? What does it do?
It just does. It fucking gives them like a grayish thing. And yeah, it's terrible. Fucking old days. Goddamn, I could have just taken Accutane. They didn't invent it
Are
yet.
you getting fake teeth?
No, I'm not. I don't know
Are
what
you
I'm
come in here like Leonard Nimoy? Please don't.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
I know we've been at this a long time. I don't know if I can do radio if I come in here with fake teeth.
Look,
I can't do it.
I'm looking at some options, but I am looking at a laminate. Not caps, not implants, not
All
just
right.
the same teeth I have.
Right.
But a very thin laminate over it to and to make it white,
individually placed,
like the follicles. Exactly.
Are we gonna have to make believe that you're talking differently because you got Leonard Nimoy teeth?
Hey, I'm Dice. Oh, I'll do my impressions. Live long and prosper, Opie.
I know people get fake teeth, but we've been at this too long.
I know.
I can't look at you.
Believe me, I'll wear a fucking. I'll wear something. I'll wear a veil. I'll wear a fucking veil, so you won't see it. No, I don't know, and that's not for a while, but I might. I might. I'm looking. I need a bunch of dental work done in the first place, so it'll be a while. But in that time, I'll look at the various options for teeth.
Treat yourself. What the fuck?
Whitening and just looking a little straighter.
I get it
whatnot.
whitened.
The teeth whitening is brutal.
It hurts and it pings for a day or two.
Oh,
but
it's
afterwards, I
terrible.
just can't stop smiling. hey! Smile.
What is that? The chemical get into the pores of the teeth?
Yeah, it's good.
And
That
it,
does
but
hurt.
it fucking hurts for like 2 days.
I don't
It's
mind
the
it.
worst pain for
Yeah.
a split second all day long.
Yeah, it's like little pins are going in every little
And just
pore
when
in
you
your-
can't deal with it, it goes away. It's like a ping.
And
Yeah,
it
you
sucks just
ping.
sitting there that long with that shit in your mouth.
Yeah.
I did it once.
You can't lick your
We're the
lips.
sponsor at NEW.
Oh, yeah, Bright Smile was
Was
it.
it Bright Smile?
Music.
Yeah, they took us down there. It was a torture.
Now, this is-
It was like they tortured us.
The guy I go to, our guy, is very good at it. He's a real pro, and they do it right. I mean, Bright
Yeah.
Smile, fuck that place. This place, I think, did a better job. I went to Bright Smile once, and I like this place. That whole
Yeah.
infrared light thing, that's shit. It
Bullshit.
doesn't do anything.
Yeah, crap.
Just no.
I went to the dentist at XM that time when I had that bad toothache.
Yeah.
Nothing better than when you got that fucking throbbing toothache. Terrible. And then you sit in that dentist chair, he gets that Novocaine, it's instantly gone. You just go, the pain is gone.
great.
Whether it comes back later or not is another thing, but just to have it go away like that, oh my goodness.
Yeah, well, we can't all just walk in and get it done there, Mr. Muckety Muck. Some of us have to
Exactly.
make appointments, finish up the job, and go on Saturday. What the hell do I know?
I got to pay for the kids' fucking orthodontia.
Yeah, you want to go get your teeth fixed and all the doohickeys? Yeah, you go right ahead. I got work to do.
I got 3 mouths full of braces to pay for.
Sure,
Right.
kids going to college someday. Yeah, what do? I take an aspirin. I drink on the other side. What the hell do I know?
Drink on the other side.
Like a nice container of room temperature coffee.
I remember I had an abscess on my gum once. I was at work. I was on the job. I was knocking tin.
Did it hurt?
It hurt so bad. I took a fucking drill screw and just jabbed it into my gum.
No.
To relieve the pressure. Yeah. I just took a drill screw, put a lighter on it, fucking bam! And it just really
popped it?
Oh, yeah. It was disgusting.
Holy fuck.
But the pain went right
Good
away.
for you.
Pain went right away.
I don't know if I'd be able to do that.
No!
Then I went to the dentist.
Why not just go to the dentist and have him do it?
Because it just hurt so bad I couldn't get an appointment right away. And the pain was debilitating.
Yeah.
So it's just, fuck this.
It's just, wow. You pop
What
that
balls?
shit.
Oh, it
Yeah, that's
hurt.
balls.
What balls?
Oh, it hurts so bad.
Talking about teeth, one thing I didn't realize when you become a father, I got to brush my kids' teeth.
You guys that do a little toothbrush.
I guess
Put toothpaste on brush about the size of a pea.
I just assumed that, I don't know, they get to an age and they brush their own fucking teeth.
Yeah.
No.
No?
It's a process.
Really? They don't want to keep their mouth open? What are you like? Stand still.
My kid is like, can I tell you something? No, you can't tell me something. We got to brush your teeth. But I got to tell you something first. What? And then it's nonsense.
It's nothing.
It's nothing.
Oh,
it takes
my God.
10 to 15 minutes every
Wow.
night. And then the second one is coming up, so I'm going to have to brush her teeth too.
Jesus.
I barely want to brush my own.
Are you teaching him each time you do it? You go,
I
here's
try,
what you do.
yeah, but then, we took him to his first dentist appointment. The dentist, we thought it was a kid-friendly dentist. Another thing you had to, worry about. And she was just a twat.
Why not go to the one we go to? He's a good dude.
Well, I didn't know he did kids, in that way or whatever. So, and the lady's all annoyed, like his teeth are all already calcified. I'm like, well, what the fuck? We don't know. He's only 3.
What's that mean, calcified?
I don't know. I guess you're fucking getting some shit on your teeth.
Oh, you ought to teach him the toothbrush song.
But those are going to fall out anyway, so who cares if we take care of them?
Right.
I figured I'll be diligent with the second set.
Second set.
Right.
You always
It's
get
all
a
about the
second
second
chance with
set,
the
right?
kid. Right. You can pick up the spare.
Jesus. And then, it's a nightmare.
You didn't teach him the toothbrush song. That makes it fun.
Oh,
What's the toothbrush song, Jimmy?
Oh, you got to brush those fellas. Get them nice and white. Brush those fellas in the morning and the night.
It's not that bad.
I just made it up.
It's very good.
I know it's good.
It's better than any fucking kid song I have to
I'm
listen
sure
to.
once it's repurposed into a 3-minute bit, it'll be even better.
Crest is dog shit, by the way. Makes
like
your mouth
Crest?
dry. No, I'd rather brush my teeth with foot odor. I hate it. Makes your mouth all dry. What do they put in it? Fucking sand and farts?
Does Edgar like it?
Yes, I put a dab on my teeth and leave it.
A dab.
I brush my teeth with gold bullions.
What?
April Fool's.
Oh, I forgot it was April Falls. Still, it's fucking the middle of June.
I've been brushing my teeth with my kid's Toy Story toothpaste.
How was that?
We ran out, and I just got lazy. It's like
Is it in a little tube?
It's berry flavored. It's just.
Is it delicious?
Yes, you pretty much
Sounds
brush your
great.
teeth with candy.
With candy.
So I got lazy.
Yeah.
I got to go and get some toothpaste. So, but that shit's been laying around. I'm like, this has got to be good.
Yeah.
I don't think it is. I don't think it has fluoride in it.
No?
You need
want
the
the kid having
fluoride.
the fluoride yet or something? Is that what they do?
No, they yelled at us. It was like, the kid needs toothpaste with fluoride. I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, well, how the fuck did we know?
Yeah, people are down on fluoride for some reason.
Are they?
Yeah, some people are like, it's in the water. Blah, blah. I don't care.
Everything's in the water.
Fluoride's delicious.
It is delicious.
So today, this afternoon, I'm hoping I could maybe get a little time.
And get the tooth pulled.
And have this janked out because eating and speaking are becoming more difficult by the day.
You got like shards of fucking glass in your mouth.
Very sharp. I have a very sharp edge. And then she's checking the other teeth. She goes, oh, this one right here doesn't even have a side on it. She's like, this tooth, there's the filling is still in it, but the side of the tooth is gone. So it's like there's filling.
Right.
And which was filling up the tooth, and now it's
Why'd
just
you let
there.
your teeth go like that?
I didn't know that had happened.
Wouldn't that fucking hurt?
No, it's fine. That's just it.
So weird.
I was like, I don't know. Wow. Yeah, so
you're going to get some shit done.
I know. It's going to be a lot of shit.
This is leading toward false teeth.
No.
No, I think
They're all good. They're all in there. I'm not having them ground down and fucking that. I'm not having fucking implants, but I'm not having Voss fucking caps put on. None of that.
Yeah.
Just brush those fellas.
Could you see I'm sitting here?
I don't know why
I
that
just come
visual
in,
makes me
hi,
laugh.
Opie, and you're just like, I can't do a show anymore.
I don't know. I stare at you more than anyone else in my life.
That's true.
I stare at you more than my wife, I believe, at this point.
That'd be fucking. You
Dude,
can't even look.
how much time have you guys spent looking at each other?
Oh, it's just
Way
amazing.
more than any other person.
Yes.
It has to be.
Isn't
It's
that
4
crazy?
hours a day for 19 years.
Wow.
Well, there's been a few years we didn't look at each other at all, but so we can minus that time, I guess.
We got to get mirror system so we could see each other reversed for a few years.
Right. Right. Yeah, exactly.
That's funny.
Why don't we take a break and I want to talk about O&A Photos, a great Twitter account that E-Rock's been working on and decided to start updating again. He took a little respite.
Mm-hmm.
Got the Utah lady answering the question properly on the Today Show.
Yeah, she's been making the rounds. She's the dummy that really fucked up her question, her answer to the question.
She's the dummy.
She's the dummy, and she's been making the rounds. I guess on Kimmel, was it, or was it Fallon? It might have been Jimmy Fallon.
Probably Fallon.
She sang her answer because I guess they assumed it would be better in song
Oh, can we get
form.
that too? Yeah.
You know. Yeah.
At least Fallon was having fun with it. The Today Show. Ugh.
They let her answer. Like,
and then Donald Trump was sticking up for her.
Of course.
What did he say?
He don't care unless they're on all fours naked blowing a guy.
What did the Trumpster say?
Well, we'll read his tweet after the break.
Ooh, quite the tease.
Well, yeah, because he was sticking up for her. Basically said that, it's not fair and there was pressure and stress. And
well, that's part of it, though, is to be to have that all together under the pressure and stress. Isn't that part of the contest?
Yes, it is.
No, she's just stupid.
Ah, okay.
Don't you think?
She is, yes.
She's
I think
just stupid.
Absolutely.
It was Kimmel?
I think so.
All right. We'll figure it all out next.
Jimmy?
Oh, you got to brush those fellas. Get them nice and white. Brush those fellas in the morning and the night.
The Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
What's this, E-Rock?
Okay, go.
Oh, right on, man.
Can I get an ice cream sandwich?
Are you serious? What happened?
I just thought about it.
No, it's not ice cream sandwich day, is it?
You had that shake thing. It looked really good.
Yeah.
But and then I just started thinking, I'm like, oh my God, I want an ice cream sandwich.
Fuck. Oh, I got a great Vine video I'll do for that one. Fucking place is gonna go nuts.
Is it? Is it really Chippa? I love Chip. that magic trick on illusion is great.
Yeah, well, fucking the cards was slippery.
Keep your eye on the king. Fuck. Just goes in.
I tried to delete that, but it got out.
Yeah. You're not very good at deleting your failed vines, are you?
Bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, there it is. Illusion.
Keep your eye on the king. Cocksucker. It's time for an illusion. Keep your eye on the king. Cocksucker. It's time for an illusion. Keep your eye on the king. Cocksucker.
Hey, you'll love it.
I'll get that one.
Yeah, one of these days you'll get that illusion right. Oh, that's the new one? Hey, let me hear him.
Anthony and Chippa too.
What is that look, Chip?
Opie, Anthony and Chippa too.
I don't know what that look is.
I just want the girls to email me.
Oh, is that what it is?
Fuck
Very sexy.
Got to get some CUDA.
CUDA.
My peck-has been dry.
Very funny, man.
I love Chip's vines.
Jim Norton on the Twitter for the Chipper videos. Speaking of Twitter, OA Photos has been updated according to E-Rock.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the 55-gallon drum challenge pictures from 2000. I don't know what the fuck it was.
Am I in any of those pictures you are?
You would remember.
Yeah, you're not there.
You would remember if you were here for the 55
Oh, I
gallon
was.
drum
Forgot
challenge.
that first one.
Oh, okay, yeah, because that shit was fucking crazy.
Jesus Christ. Remember that.
So you go to OA Photos on Twitter and you get to see old school pictures from the NEW days.
Is that the girl we had to put in the big barrel?
Yeah.
Remember?
You had to meld two of them together?
We took like two of those big plastic landscaping garbage pails.
I forgot until I just saw this picture.
She wouldn't fit in a barrel.
Oh my God, there's her barrel.
And we taped them together. Shit.
Everyone else was in the 55-gallon drums.
Yeah.
But we had to make a special fucking...
Could you imagine us even
God,
getting near doing this?
No. I don't even know if I'd want to do this.
It
seems... Some of the stuff we used to do now just seems scary to even try.
Very scary. Remember the cricket went in one girl's ear and she had to be taken to the hospital?
All bloody?
Yeah, we had poured blood on her and guts and everything. So when they took her out on a stretcher, she was covered in blood. It looked like she had fallen down an elevator shaft.
Yeah, she looks horrendous.
She's on a stretcher being taken out of the elevator, and people were literally gasping in shock.
And there was just a cricket in the ear.
Cricket in her ear.
I think that was a later one, though. I don't think it's in this one here.
Yeah, I don't think that is it. We did do this a couple of times.
I was there for that.
Oh, man. Those muffled screams with the echo of the barrel. It was fantastic.
My God.
Just throwing all kinds of crap. Remember how exhausting those shows were?
Oh, God.
The cleanup.
Oh,
must have
my
been
God.
amazing.
Who's that young whippersnapper?
They found crickets in the floorboards.
Yeah.
We would hear crickets.
Yeah,
weeks
that's right.
after.
It's like, what the fuck is that?
We'd hear the crickets. Yeah. Pouring beer on the girls.
I had a beer in my hand, of course.
Just pouring fucking... Oh, yeah. And we didn't even, try out the stuff. We
put kitty litter in there, yeah.
The kitty litter became kind of toxic.
It was all dusty, and they couldn't breathe. So
we didn't know.
Choking.
We didn't know.
We'd have to put straws through the little breathing holes so they could drink water.
Right.
Look at the hands popping up all desperate.
God, man, we just took crazy chances. Think about it.
I remember I fucked a girl over the toilet after the 55-gallon drum challenge. She went in and washed herself off. And I took her in the bathroom and fucked her bent over the toilet when you guys were back on the air. Stunk my...
She wasn't disgusted enough.
Believe me, I know. Fucking smelled like a 55-gallon drum, and I'm sticking my dick in her over a toilet.
Was
nice.
Was that the
one you watched suck my dick? Yeah. She was a fucking good egg.
I didn't watch. I took a peek. Jimmy makes it sound like I fucking was in the front row for this big show.
All right, you watch her suck my cock. No big deal.
We were going. we were going out to dinner, and you dropped her back off at the Port Authority. And as we're going through Times Square, Jimmy gets my attention with the rear view mirror, like, you got to see this. And she's blowing him as we're riding through Times Square.
All right, trooper.
Mm-hmm. Threw her back on a bus, a 16-hour bus ride.
Oh my God!
Because I had to stop at every little town. After he fucked her over the
toilet.
Yeah, then something I prick into her mouth. My friend watching.
Treat a lady. That is fucked up, man. I remember how the whole floor would stink.
Yeah.
Just stunk.
Yeah, people got pissed at us.
Yeah.
We didn't realize how bad it smelled.
It smelled horrible.
We had a lot of bits like that.
Yeah.
Where a sales guy would come in a tie and go, "What? It smells like shit." And
Thanks.
you didn't know because you were in it for a long time or something. I don't know.
Remember the couple we had fucking on the new rug?
That's Jamaican Mike,
smelled
right?
like ass.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we had an ass smell for a while.
The new carpet, we wanted to break it in, so we had a couple have sex on the floor.
Right.
And he's like railing her, and he just had like swamp ass.
It was horrible.
It was terrible. It stunk the whole fucking studio up.
What else is on OA Photos, Z-Rock? We remember the 55-gallon drum challenge.
This may not be too big a deal, but it was a little fun for me when you started destroying the world's largest rock and roll library.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
You got pictures of that?
There's a huge pile of, I guess you broke everything that had to do with Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we had a problem with Springsteen that day.
We just weren't
I don't know
into
why,
working at a station that played Springsteen is all.
And I found a bunch of different Lesbian for a Day events.
Oh, Lesbian for a Day was
Ice cream
very good.
social. There was a pool party.
Hold on, go back. Someone actually got an O&A ass tattoo?
Yeah, I don't know what it was, but it says OA on it.
I don't remember this. Some of this shit I don't remember.
I don't remember that either. Then again, I was pretty
It says OA on
intoxicated
it.
the entire fucking run.
Yeah.
Stinky in the office. Aw, look at that. It's adorable. Was that Spaz's letter of resignation?
Probably.
I am much too smart to be here. I've invented things that have come to fruition.
Holy fuck, look what
Oh,
we did.
yeah. That's the rock and roll library.
They took pride in their rock and roll library, and we showed them what we thought of it. Oh, my God.
That was 6/13/2000.
We destroyed the whole Springsteen catalog. I forgot
Yeah.
why. Yeah, we were just mad.
Oh, God, the rat eating? Was that with that? Yeah.
Yeah. So, you got pictures from the rat eating contest.
Oh,
God. Wait, let me see some of those real fast.
That's Frenchie.
Very visual, I understand, but go to OA Photos on Twitter.
Brian Regan.
Regan
was there. That's right. Regan was there.
Yeah. I'm going to put it in your A.
And then wipe your C on the curtains. Look how big Steve was. Jesus. Hey,
Suck
yes.
it.
Suck it.
Holy fuck. We cooked
There's
rat.
the rat. Rat au poivre.
We actually cooked rat, and people ate it.
People ate it. That was so disgusting.
We gotta do bits again.
Oh, boy.
There's gotta be some of these things we could do again.
Well, that's disgusting. Fucking rat.
Oh, my God.
How did we get people to do this?
I don't know.
Oh, remember you used to do your Christopher Reeve impression? You do your Christopher Reeve as a DJ impression. I forgot about that.
The song would just run out and be dead air.
And he'd sit there with his head kind of by the bottom of the board, just looking around desperately with his eyes moving back and forth.
Because the record ended.
The record ended, and he couldn't fucking press a button.
One of the only impressions
that was a great impression.
Thanks.
Barry Williams.
Old Barry Williams when we used to be pals.
There he is.
I guess we're still pals, right,
boy.
Sam?
And that's when Barry was in. We had that
stripper thrower.
Stripper in.
By the way,
look at these horrible implants.
How did we get people to fucking eat rat? Do you remember what we did here a few months ago?
Shit.
We had guys fucking getting a cock rubbed on their
that's
face.
True.
Well, you
are.
could remember that. I forgot about that.
I put that out of my mind.
Yes.
Yeah, she had horrible fucking implants, that chick.
We saw horrible
Crystal
implants.
Storm and a midget.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
I remember him.
Yeah. Wiffle Bat Challenge.
Sure.
Oh, my God.
Stinky
pulling off a girl's skirt. Ugh.
Oh,
those tits. Oh, she is awful tits.
Fuck.
And let's see. All right, she's squatting on the bat. Oh, on a Coke bottle first.
Jesus, what?
And now there's the wiffle bat. We used to have girls shove wiffle bats up their pussy to see how far they could put it, and then we'd keep it in a glass case, and have other girls come and try to beat it. And at the end of the year, we would crown a winner.
Right. They're Stinky marking the bat.
It. Oh, look at that! There go the curtains.
Why?
Closing the curtains. It's Spurs.
Made him dress up as a Boy Scout one day, or an Eagle Scout.
I wear my Eagle Scout uniform for giant mosquitoes.
This is a cool little site. OA Photos for some old school shit.
That's great.
If you want to scroll down a little bit more for the lesbian stuff,
Where is
Ice Cream
it?
Social from April 11th.
What's an Ice Cream Social?
Ice Cream Social?
Just girls lesbian and ice cream and
what?
That's about it.
Where is it? God damn that computer! It's taking too long.
Here we go.
Oh, she's pretty.
Hot wax Shannon.
I liked Shannon.
Oh, Anthony the limo.
Oh,
driver
that
was
fat
back there.
puss.
You like that?
Yeah, I liked Shannon. She was all right.
Shannon was pretty hot.
She's about 50.
Oh, look at her asshole.
Spreading her asshole right there. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, she was
spreading
a good
them
egg.
cheeks.
She's great.
Yeah, look at
I
that.
forgot about her.
I forgot about her.
Yeah, she's like 50.
Her implants weren't that bad.
Oh, look at the mouth on her and the asshole. Oh, she's lovely.
Jesus.
What cheeks.
Jimmy really does appreciate her.
Yes, he does.
Oh, fucking put cum
Do you
in every
remember her?
hole. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
There's pictures of me and her together from one of the
Oh,
episodes.
boy.
She's look at that fucking long, big, plump puss.
Hot wax were dripping on
Yeah, we're just dripping
her.
hot wax on
I'd
her.
fill that full
fun.
of cum.
Thus then,
Oh,
hot
look at
wax
that.
Shannon.
She really got that.
Oh.
Right on her asshole. We were dripping hot wax directly on her asshole.
Because we're assholes.
Yes.
If it wasn't good enough we're dripping hot wax on a hot girl, we have to fucking make sure.
It had to be right directly on her asshole.
Right. Fucking
Yeah.
idiots.
More hot wax there. Yeah, we got her ass.
Fun with hot wax. Yeah.
That's good.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
What do we got here?
The amount of naked girls we saw.
Exactly. As opposed to this fucking
Filter?
cock and ball fest that we worked in.
That's Filter.
Filter.
Oh, that's the first time we met Jimmy Snuka.
Superfly. Okay, and Triple H is there. Wow.
Oh my God, that looks almost like Sarah Palin.
Lesbian ice cream
I
social.
don't remember having an ice cream social.
Holy shit.
There were some big tits there.
Damn. Look at this.
How suckable.
We just have a fucking tarp out and the girls are going at each other.
It's completely naked.
We put like ice cream and whipped cream and fruity toppings on their pussies and tits, and they ate it off of each other.
Oh, look at that.
What a fun event.
Look at this. This is a
Wow.
You know what? I think we got to bring back the ice cream social.
I agree,
we
Ope.
should.
What a fun event.
It
That
looks
is
like fun, right?
The ice cream social. We tried to fancy it up, I guess.
This
we
was
want
on regular
naked
radio.
broads. I know.
We're not even allowed to do this now.
That's the fucked up part. This was regular radio.
I bet you we wouldn't be allowed to do this. Or there'd be such stipulations we'd have to once again
Look
go
at
off.
this
Forget
shit.
about it.
Holy shit.
OA scam.
OPANT scam.
What is that, Iraq? I have
Wasn't
no
that
idea.
that fake fight they set you up
Paul
on?
Bond. What the fuck?
Fake
There was a
fight.
shirt for that?
There was not a fake
Where
fight.
you wanted to punch Paul Bond?
No, I did.
Yeah, you did.
I fucked up his eye socket. And then I thought Billy Staples was going to beat the shit out of me.
Yeah.
That was kind of scary. Jay Moore was in on that whole
Bullets.
thing. Anyway.
All right.
What else?
Scroll down a little bit more for the
Velvet.
lesbian.
Wait, who's Velvet?
That's a black girl.
Velvet?
I don't remember Velvet. What was she about?
Velvet.
Wow, let's see Velvet's ass.
Oh,
Get to
no.
the ass part.
Oh,
God.
okay.
Those are
All
nice.
right. Okay, now.
She's nice velvety cheeks.
What was
God.
Velvet about, E-Rock?
I have no clue.
I don't remember Velvet.
I don't know who Velvet was.
Brother Joe.
I'll see that
Jesus.
happen again, though.
Look at Joe. Wow.
Joe.
K-Dog doing his
Radio
week in
show.
review, his little radio show.
I like how you used to make him dress up.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Wow. We're classy people.
Fingers tip off homosexuality. Black girl.
Oh, yeah. The fingers.
The gay fingers. I
The
forgot
gay
about-
fingers.
Finger, right? There was one finger they said if you have it.
Yeah, if one is longer than the other. I forgot which one it was, though, and we made Earl put his hand down, and he had the gay finger.
I think he did have the gay finger.
Yeah.
Go to the next page, Sam, before I kiss you on the neck gently.
The computer takes forever to load, apparently.
Oh, you hit it? Oh, Jesus, this fucking computer.
See the little hourglass?
Well, aren't they getting us a new computer?
Oh,
It
there's
may
the
also
poll.
be the
There's a
sites being overloaded right now.
Lesbian bath. We had lesbian
I
baths
don't remember
going
having
on.
a lesbian bath party.
Enough with the tub. Where's the lesbians? Oh, whoa.
Oh, I sort of do remember this, and I'll tell you
They're
why.
banging each other.
The
How nice.
one on the right,
Yeah.
had
Had her period.
no, she couldn't smell. Remember her?
She had no sense of smell?
No sense of smell, and her body reeked.
Oh, God, that's right.
You remember her?
Yes.
She did a lot of stuff for us.
Look at their soaping each other. What nice girl.
Tee-hee.
Holy moly.
Big tits and a
Yeah, I
tub.
remember this. The lesbian bath.
Licking each other's tits.
The
What
one
a
on the-
fun job.
The one on the left couldn't smell.
Wow. Dude, there's a fucking a pool full of water in the studio with 3 girls in it.
Where all your engineering equipment is right there.
Right.
It's just, we got away with murder.
Oh.
We
Yeah, the
really
bosses
did.
were never there.
No.
What was that?
That's
That's
Oh,
Little
wow.
Meadow Soprano.
Yeah.
Oh, we made
That was
her
the day
cry.
she cried.
Well, we didn't make her cry. I think.
By
well,
accident.
I don't know what happened. We were talking about.
We actually turned the mics off and made
Eating
sure
disorders
no
or
one heard
something.
her crying.
She was a little worked
Her father
up about
thanked
that.
me personally for that day.
Oh. Wow, helmet.
Oh, that's
the
cool.
light
These
up
wow
wow
pictures,
helmet.
wow.
Oh, that's right. They used to go to TRL when they were filming a TRL live, and
Leather Cheerio.
we'd have people there.
Someone's holding a sign that says Leather Cheerio.
The leather Cheerio.
Nice.
Oh, Jesus, lesbian for a
229,
day.
2000.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my God! Look
Just
at those
average girls
hangers,
kissing.
Oh, my
dude. That was the
God.
best part of it. Was just the regular girls that used to come down, get their clothes off,
Yeah.
and just fucking start
That became a
making
weekly
out.
thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
We couldn't keep up with that one. They wanted to do that every Friday for
Yeah,
a
they
while.
wanted a lesbian couch.
Who's that gal? Who's that
Oh,
fiery
yeah.
gal pulling your hair?
Ivory from
Oh, Lisa-
WWE.
You remember Ivory, right?
Of course.
Yeah. She used to do our show on a regular basis.
Jesus.
I wonder whatever happened to her.
That's when Opie still had the Prince Valiant look. Go back up. I want to see some more pictures of that. Ann had a ponytail, and Opie had that kind of like the Prince Valiant.
Jesus.
Wow.
Can't describe it better than that.
Prince
That's the best
Valiant.
one. You're the blonde Prince Valiant. Like little,
Prince Valiant. Oh, my ice cream Sammy.
We've only uploaded half of the year 2000, so
Take a little
about
ice
week
cream
we'll
for
do the rest.
yourself, Jackie.
How many ice creams did you get?
Thanks, Jackie. I don't want it.
Oh, God.
I'm gonna have this.
I'm a weak man.
I like
See,
this
Jackie, put this
Nestle
over
one.
there by Gregorio.
No, no, I don't want any.
Put 'em
No,
by-
take them out of the studio.
I don't want them.
I think they need to go in a freezer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
I
wait.
don't know. I'm just going to have this. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. These are so good.
There's a chippy chip.
What's that?
Chippy chip?
We used to have an ice cream social, and now you're just eating an ice cream sandwich.
Right? How times have fucking changed. Oh,
So go to OA Photos, and you can check out the pictures we were just checking out.
that's fantastic.
There's a couple hundred up there now. A
You can
couple
see
hundred
the
new ones.
Top of the page, it says photos are copyright Eric Nagel.
You're copywriting our photos?
With the Foundry logo in the corner.
How are you copywriting our photos?
Yeah. Iraq.
It was supposed to be for when the satellite year galleries are going up, but it just went on everything, so I'm trying to figure that out still.
No, you're not. It says it on the
Eric,
title.
Eric,
of the
you're trying to
page.
What are you
fucking
doing?
hijack our old
Are you
pictures.
taking our material?
No, maybe.
Oh God.
He's stealing our shit. Does anybody want this? I'm going to take one bite and throw it out.
Nope. Nope.
E-Rock.
Yeah.
What made you put copyright Eric Nagel?
Because I put it up when I made the satellite page. And it goes on everything.
You don't have a copyright on those pictures either.
Yeah. They're all mine.
No, they're not.
You got caught. You're hijacking our
Yeah,
shit.
I post moon landing photos with copyright Jim Norton. Does that mean I own them?
Rob in Michigan. Rob.
Yeah, the first time I ever heard you guys in satellite was when Wheelchair Fred was on the phone and he had him put a dildo in his ass in the bathtub. And I never heard never heard anything back from the guy. What happened to it? It was the funniest thing I've ever heard.
And we left him hanging, if you remember.
I remember him saying, "Hold on, I'm getting it," and then
Wheelchair Fred was a classic. We lost touch with him. He's up there in Massachusetts somewhere. Hopefully, he's still alive. He was in a horrendous motorcycle accident and fucked him up bad. And the best Wheelchair Fred bit ever was at the live appearance when we convinced him that he could fucking stand.
We were trying to faith heal him.
Right. We tried to faith heal him in front of a crowd, and they were our fans at the time. They got so mad at us, they started throwing CDs and everything they could find at us on stage. They were fucking pissed.
We couldn't faith heal him, and he fell down.
Well, but it was based on the fact that he would come in studio and he would kind of get himself up on his legs. Mm-hmm. He would get out of the wheelchair, but he was kind of like really strong, upper body wise.
Yeah, so he'd hold on to the console with his arms.
So Ant was convinced that he could possibly do this in front of a live audience, and we would look like faith healers. We'd look amazing. But when he realized his muscles were still dead, his legs were still dead, he decided to try to grab onto the mic stand that the band was using, and he went he fell into everything. Remember the noise he made?
Yeah.
And people went from, this is kind of fun and kind of funny, to they were fucking pissed.
Yeah.
They were mad that day.
God, that was fucking...
Do we have a Wheelchair Fred bit we could play today?
I could just eat those.
I took 3 bites of that fucking chocolate mousse thing and threw it out. 3 bites.
So good, right?
Amazing, but I'm happy I only took 3 bites.
Listeners, did you hear that? Jimmy took 3 bites.
But I'm saying that's how that's how hard it is. You think I didn't want to eat the whole thing? 3 bites and throw the fucking thing out.
They're happy for you.
But I'm saying
they love when we talk about our food.
Oh, yeah.
That's all I'm doing.
But I'm saying how good that is, man. I wanted to eat all of it.
Wheelchair Fred putting a dildo up his ass live on our show on regular radio.
It was hot.
And then leaving him hanging.
The dildo in my asshole. I got it in my ass.
Eric, you don't own any photos of that?
Yeah. E-Rock, your vast collection of copywritten material.
Yeah. Do you have that bit? That's from like AF. We could play that one.
There's
we're allowed to play that one.
Butt plug from Demented World.
Nah.
Not that one?
Well, that was good, but nah.
I'm trying to find the phone call he did here.
Yeah, that's this week's Nugget, the original version. O&A podcast, the new one, is available today. So,
God,
what?
Just have those girls come in and get all fucking naked.
It's amazing.
It was great.
Like it was nothing.
Yeah,
it was effortless.
But not here.
No one even fucking. They didn't sit us down once and say you can't do that.
Those were some bang up shows. Back in the day.
Now we're in this wonderful studio.
Then we'd have RonninFest.com would come on.
.net, I think, even.
It's RonninFest.com.
Was
right?
it? I thought it was .net.
No, that was like the website. Yeah. But their show is like RonninFest.com.
Right.
And they would talk about like computer stuff for like a second. And then...
Because everything had to have a theme.
Yeah.
You couldn't just put, a talented show on the air. You had to fucking have a theme to it.
Sports guys.
Yeah. Sports guys. The sports guys.
Did you like that song, that theme?
No. Sports guys. And then who was the fucking morning show with the chick and the dude?
Kalinsky.
Mason and Kalinsky.
Right. Sue Kalinsky. I remember I met her at Caroline's before I was with you guys, but I thought she was such a big shot because she was like a host of a morning show in New York. I'm like, fuck.
You have to be a big shot.
Didn't ya? I hate that part.
She was a nice lady.
Yeah, she was.
Anyway. No Wheelchair Fred dildo action?
Yeah, I'll have it in a second.
And then, of course, the radio chick. The rack is back.
What is she doing now?
What is she doing?
Podcast something, right?
Yeah.
She fills in on Fox Radio.
Oh, he's just smiling and throwing his arms
I
up.
don't know.
I don't know.
Lost touch.
She's like if your grandmother had nice tits.
I see her walking around the neighborhood.
Oh, you do?
And she sees me too.
Oh, yeah. There's no real acknowledgement.
Ew.
Yeah, there ended up being some bad blood there.
But there was no incident. There was nothing.
I know. I don't know what the fuck.
Probably
Vidilio.
said like nasty things about her a lot.
I think their show really was trying to, like, they wanted to be the morning show over
What?
at NEW. They wanted to be the fucking morning show. There was a lot of resentment.
When were
there.
they on? I don't even know.
Wow, fucking
Middays?
some wacky midday thing that was going on. Yeah.
I got a 3-minute clip of Wheelchair Fred if you want.
Oh, yeah?
What is it, though?
It's,
is it reasonable?
It's him in the bathtub using a dildo on himself.
Yeah.
And
this is the bit we're talking about.
Yeah, you're deciding to just be quiet and let him do what he does.
You really want to hear this?
Yes.
I haven't heard this in probably...
This is not. I think this is. XM.
Oh, no, we're allowed to play
is
this
XM,
one.
Yeah. The whole thing was 17 minutes.
If you don't play it, I'm going to kiss your fingers.
Why do you only have a 3-minute clip?
Because I was just getting to the real heart of the...
Oh,
of the
you were
thing.
fast forwarding through
Yeah.
the bullshit. Okay, yeah, that's cool. All right, let me hear this.
I can hardly hear you. I just there.
Yeah. Fred, do you, are you gonna, finish or what?
Yeah.
Hey, Fred, is there any way to put the phone back there so we can hear it going in and out?
It's all right.
Why? I'd like to hear that, Ope.
You can't hear us. I think the ultimate in degradation would just be to hang up on him and leave him there in the tub with his dildo in his ass and no one to talk to.
We'll do the silent game to him.
Yeah, silent game.
All right. So, Fred, how's it going in there? Marvelous. I'm picking up speed nice and fast. Make it count. Oh, mercy, that feels good. I've got enough to lose. I need a girl to transform me. Are you there? Are you guys there? For God's sake, say something. You got to learn how to work the machine. Oh, Wheeler. Well, let go. Just check it out. It's all full of shit. Or should I say I'm full of shit? Here we go. So, ladies, come on down and do me. For God's sakes, do me. Okay, I don't know how you guys are. Later, I'm gonna go now. Alright, go wash my ass. So, you guys do the first thing. Adios. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's so hard to listen to. Oh, God, is that terrible? What the fuck were we thinking?
It's all covered in shit.
Yeah. It's all bullshit.
Oh, God.
Oh, do me.
Remember, he got so desperate, he was looking for guys and everything.
Guys, he didn't care.
He didn't
what
give
it
a
was.
fuck. He got to a point he
just-
didn't give a fuck.
He wanted
Just wanted
guys
some action.
come in and just throw him over the bed and fuck him in the ass.
Right.
He didn't care.
He didn't give a fuck.
Nah.
Oh, man.
That's some fucked up, repugnant shit right there.
So we got the Miss Utah.
Yeah, that's right.
Where's the original Miss Utah clip?
I think you played it online.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so here's the original Miss Utah clip.
A recent report shows that in 40% of American families with children, women are the primary earners, yet they continue to earn less than men. What does this say about society?
I think we can relate this back to education and how we are
the bed always on it?
continuing to try to strive to figure out how to create jobs right now. That is the biggest problem, and I think especially the men are seen as the leaders of this, and so we need to try to figure out how to create education better so that we can solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Utah. Thank you, sweetheart.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Create education better.
Stupid pan face. Thank you, sweetheart. Have a real moment. Why when you go, what the hell was that? Why? Why does everyone have to be so like polite on TV?
I don't know.
Why when you go, wow, you got a little fucked up there, huh?
Yeah. Hey, what happened there?
Yeah, what happened there?
Dropped the old ball, did you?
Jesus, not. Thank you, sweetheart.
Nice job, you mushmouth cunt.
Well, maybe not that far, but at least acknowledge that you heard a really horrible answer.
Yeah.
So then Matt Lauer decided, well, this is a hot topic, so we should do something with this.
Mm-hmm.
So we had that same broad on the Today Show, and this is how it went down.
It's nice to. It's good to have you here. Have a seat, please.
Good morning.
What was going through your mind?
Oh my gosh.
Nothing.
So much. I can't even tell you. I was so excited and I was so nervous, and I got up to this top 5 question. I was the first one, and I got up and the question was a little bit confusing to me, and I just started speaking without really processing.
And you're
I just started
21 years
going.
old. It's only your 3rd pageant at that stage, at
Yes.
that level, and it had to be one of those moments you just wish you could have dug a hole and crawled in it for a second.
I did.
Can I give
did.
you a second chance at the question?
Please.
All right, here was the question. A recent report shows that in 40% of American families with children, women are the primary earners, yet they continue to earn less than men. What does this say about society?
So this is not okay. It needs to be equal pay for equal work, and it's hard enough already to earn a living, and it shouldn't be harder just because you're a woman.
Doesn't say anything about society.
Very well done.
Thank you.
Marissa, thank you very much.
She's still
That
a
was
dope.
perfect.
Wouldn't it be great if her answer, though, was something really awful? Like, the problem is there are just too many blacks, and they're moving into our neighborhoods and talking to our children, and we must fight. She gave some well-thought-out, horrible, fucking racist answer.
Matt Lauer's just fucking dumbfounded.
Yeah.
Looking at her. Yeah. She'll do fine. She'll do fine in life.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then she was on Jimmy Kimmel Live, and this is what happened here.
You said, and I believe this quote is accurate, I think we can re-relate this back to education and how we are continuing to try to strive to figure out how to create jobs right now. That is the biggest problem, and I think especially the men are seen as the leaders of this. And so we need to try to figure out how to create education better so that we can solve this problem.
Thank you.
Oh, boy.
Now, do even you have any idea what that means?
Absolutely no clue. Absolutely no clue.
It's just the first thing that came out of your mouth.
I did. I was so excited to be in the top 5. I have all of my friends and family out there. and I hear the
They must
question
have
and I
just
don't
been like,
process
"Oh,
it, and I
boy,
just
yeah,
start
blowing it."
talking. And once I started speaking, I couldn't take it back, and so I was like, well, I better just smile and education.
Have you? You can't go wrong with education.
Look at her legs, man.
Well, I guess it is a slippery slope.
I put a baby in her.
Have you watched a clip of yourself?
Oh, I've seen it.
How many times have
Would you pull
watched it?
Episcopo with her?
Really?
At least 4.
Have your friends contacted
Fatten
you
her up.
about that?
You know, the funny thing is, all my friends just want to be like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, they are, yeah.
And I'm just like, come on, like, that doesn't make me feel better.
Yeah, no,
like,
it doesn't.
Just tell me, you know, it was fine, it wasn't that bad. And that's what I want to tell myself until I watch it. And I'm like, you know.
At any point, did you think about hanging yourself
Yeah.
with your stash?
I thought about it.
funny.
But, you know, I decided it's just better to just not take yourself too seriously and learn how to laugh.
That is true. Do you think, now I find it impressive that you got third runner-up, even though you had that debacle. Do you think that cost you the Miss USA title, that answer to that question?
It's hard to say. I know whatever happens, happens for a reason. And I feel like I did great with the rest of my competition. I felt really solid in it. And it just was up to that point. And then it was like, well, you know what? It happened.
In
and
a
I'm
way,
owning
though,
it.
in a way, I don't even
like
know
her.
who won the Miss USA contest,
Oh,
and yet
she's great. She's
not that great.
No, she she really is though. She's so deserving. I'm really excited to watch her.
But in a way, though, you've eclipsed her with it because of this answer.
You know, I do feel bad about that. I do, but it'll blow over, and she's gonna have her year, and she's gonna be amazing. So.
I think it's going to be a bad year for her. I really do.
Don't say that.
Do you in any way blame Nene Leakes of The Real Housewives for asking that
I
question?
can't, but all I can say is that I know when I was answering the question, I did for a second kind of look at her, and I know she was like, girl, like, you're blowing this. I could see it in her face.
Do you have a coach that goes through, because I know you guys prepare for the
Kramer.
Yes,
Jerry
I did. I had a coach, and I worked with him a lot.
Where
We're
is this
really
guy?
solid.
And why doesn't
You know
he
what?
stand up and take responsibility
Yeah,
for what went
it's
on?
not him. That's the thing. Is he prepared me so well, and I'm used to being in front of lots of people and speaking. And for whatever reason, I just got so caught up in the moment, and I just started saying silly things, and I just went with it. And I'm just like, this is what happened.
You
And
don't
so-
know in advance what the questions will
No,
be, right? Do you
no.
have any idea?
No, you don't. They can ask you anything.
So they go over just a random assortment of things, of these weird I don't even know
They
why
do.
they ask these questions.
They can ask you anything, and you just have to be ready to just pull it out. So.
And so he tests you and asks you
Something
a variety of
Episcopo doesn't
questions.
do.
Right. It can be about yourself. It can be
Comes
about
right in these
anything.
bitches.
It tends to be about world peace and these big issues, though, right? Because it seems like they want you to look dumb in a way.
All right, I guess we did
Good job by Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel's doing
absolutely.
good. She's fucking doing a great job too. You know, just
Very
fucking
good.
saying, I fucked up.
Good for her.
Yeah.
Good for her.
Having fun with it.
Yeah. Kimmel. Kimmel's very good.
Yeah, he is.
How's he doing with the new time
I
slot?
think he's in third or second. I mean, I know Jay is still in first. I think with a healthy margin, but I think
People
Jimmy's
just-
doing well.
People just fucking force a habit, put on that Tonight Show. They
love
just
him.
like, let's pop that and fuck around. It's amazing.
I'm telling you, Jay gets a lot of. I think black people love Jay, and I think Jay gets more minority viewers than anybody.
Jay a gangster?
No, I don't know why. There's just something about him that they really like.
Like his cars?
You know what? Probably.
His denim?
Cars.
And he's a big dick, I've heard.
Yeah.
Obama's trip cost $100 million.
This is so
To Africa?
crazy.
Isn't that
Yeah.
the type of shit you go, all right, well, look,
Yeah.
you can't go to Africa?
How about you Skype?
The country's
Back.
hurting right
Yeah,
now. You
yeah.
can't go to Africa?
Cutbacks and things. I mean,
Well, they want us to sacrifice.
they're a
I
fucking
think there's a lot of people out there that would love to go to Africa.
employees being furloughed. I mean, it's
Got to make sacrifices. We are.
Oh, he tells us to
So you
make
don't-
them all the time.
That's what I mean. So you don't get your African trip. Sorry.
Really?
Maybe next year if the economy turns around a little more.
Who wants to go to that fucking petri dish anyway?
Oh, I'd go in a second.
Ugh, why? You'll end up with something. Fucking Ebola.
Yeah, but you
Some
get to see
horrid
giraffes.
disease. Go to Disney's Animal Kingdom.
Ah,
see fucking giraffes right out the hotel window. It's beautiful.
But you could tell they're in a.
Who cares? I'm seeing a giraffe.
You could see the fences.
I'll go down there, fucking where they serve the food.
Right.
You could have genuine African food that's been checked out by the USDA. Make sure everything's on the up and up. Exactly. Who the hell needs to go to fucking real Africa?
I'd go.
Crazy ass place.
Did we talk about the bear video on the show, or was that off air? The hunter
climbing the tree.
Holy fuck!
Yeah,
that went viral yesterday, right?
I think so. Yeah,
guy's just kind of hanging out on his perch.
Yeah, he's on a little tree stand hunting, and a little black bear came and climbed up the tree. Was kind of poking his nose around at him.
Yes, hello.
Fuck.
Do you have any treats for me today?
He's way up on his, what are those things called?
Tree stand. Yeah.
A tree stand, I guess, yeah.
Hunting.
And he's got his, it looks like he's got a GoPro on.
Yeah.
So he's looking around. He sees, sees a
hey,
bear down below.
Where is it?
And why didn't he shoot the bear?
He's probably not hunting bear.
Oh, there, yeah, the bear is at the bottom of the ladder. He's got a ladder for his tree stand.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the bear's just kind of looking up. And then decides, you know what?
That's got to be pretty scary, too. You're up in the tree, and the bear just starts fucking coming up.
The bear just climbs the tree like it's nothing. I thought he climbed the ladder. Climbed the tree like it's nothing.
Look how cute he is. Whoa.
He's very cute.
And he's just sniffing
away at the hunter.
The hunter's face, because there's the GoPro.
Is that a little bear, though?
Yeah.
It's not a big one. Black bears don't get like giant like grizzlies or.
But that thing will do
bear.
some damage.
How cute!
Oh yeah, he'll fuck you up.
Takes a look and then it kind of slides back down the tree. I would say a good 15 feet in the air.
He climbed that fucking tree quick, though.
He was up there in no time.
Here's the best part of the video coming up. We'll put it on our Facebook page.
Yeah, the bear gets all down from the tree.
Now the hunter knows he's safe at this point.
Hey, boo-boo. Aw. He put his little face. You see his little eyes.
Here we go.
The bear walks away.
There's another bear down there, too. A couple bears.
Holy shit.
Perfectly delivered.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That's a good one.
Yes, Travis.
Did you see the snake video?
No.
Sam, do you know which one I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Oh.
The door?
Yeah.
Well.
Fucked up.
Funny?
This one's fucked up, too?
No, fucked up. Oh.
No. This worries me.
I like, whoa, is it creepy? Okay.
Vimeo.
Okay.
Nice. Like the Vimeo.
Okay. Pierre Anthony. Whoa!
A snake opened the door and then fell on the ground.
That's like an albino boa or something. What is that? And it's fucking. It opened the door. It opened a fucking door and fell into the room.
Holy shit!
His name is Julius.
Wow.
You gotta get him sick.
I got to tweet that shit.
That's pretty goddamn creepy right there.
Do you think it hurt the snake to fall like that or no?
Probably not.
It's like falling on your neck.
Yeah, they're all neck.
All right.
Oh, it really does suck.
Fuck.
Good job.
Why isn't that video
It's like
everywhere?
It's the sound when I take my cock out to take a piss.
Yeah, it's the same color too. Jaundice and yellow.
Yeah, that's today's video.
I didn't see it.
Last night / today, but it's 3 years old.
Wow.
It is.
I'll bet you they put him on the door. That's bullshit. Fucking snakes opening the door.
Why not?
It's bullshit.
You think?
Who is it? A velociraptor from Jurassic Park?
Yeah.
They're punching in computer codes.
You don't think the snake's smart
No, I
enough to
don't.
figure it out?
I don't. No, I don't. I don't think the fucking snake opened the door. No, I don't.
Why? Use his little snake.
No,
hands.
here's what happened. Someone outside held it up and collapsed it on the door, and the fucking thing fell in like a thud. And like, wow, a snake.
You're a bummer.
No, I'm trying to help
Let me watch it again. Let me see if you can see a guy walking away.
You can't, but he just it doesn't care for that.
A shadow.
If you could see a guy walking away, no one would be watching this video. That's the great part. That you can't see the guy walking away.
Let me take a look.
Yeah, let's. Yeah. Yeah, sure, that's what happened.
The snake opened the door.
Yeah, sure it did.
You can see the snake's head still on the knob.
The snake's head's on the knob. The snake's body's on the knob.
Yeah.
The snake's fucking... But watch. His head's in the middle of the door somewhere. Someone propped him up, did that, and got out of the way, and fucking dumb snake lumbered in. Watch. Look where his head is. Oh, yeah, that's natural.
Good job.
I've dropped logs that came out with more thought than the snake put into that.
I think the snake opened the door.
You know, real or not, that thud gets funnier.
That thud is
every
great.
time.
Thud.
It looks just like a monster.
Yeah. You don't want that coming in your room.
We're going to step aside. Jim's advice show's up
Yes.
next in a few minutes here.
I'm going to listen on the way home. I like this show.
By the way, tightrope guy, Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
No fucking...
no safety wire?
No safety wire.
Yeah.
From the famous family, too, right?
Melendez?
Yeah. Was he the guy that did Niagara Falls with the safety wire? I don't know either. But he's doing the Grand Canyon Discovery Channel, I believe, live this weekend.
The fact that they made him wear that fucking wire, they just... That's why the networks
That was
fucking
ABC,
suck dick.
right?
Yeah.
Fucking assholes.
Fuck
Nothing was
that.
going to happen. You watch these things because there's a chance that something could go horribly wrong.
Yeah, who's going to watch
You hold your
something
breath.
going okay?
And then you're happy for the guy that if he makes it, because then you're like, holy shit, I can finally breathe. Why would you do that
Yeah.
same thing and have a safety harness?
Yeah, right?
Just don't do the bit.
Yeah, they don't... They were worried about, litigation,
Fine.
I'm sure.
Then don't do it because it's not the same. And they were trying to have that same emotion, like, oh, God, something could go wrong. And you're like, no, he's attached to the wire.
Nothing's going wrong.
He'll just hang there like an idiot.
Yeah.
Till they get him. With a helicopter or whatever. But not Sunday. Grand Canyon Discovery Channel.
All right.
Tightrope, no fucking safety wire. They have a
Nice.
10-second delay, but they said that's just basic shit.
Oh, man. If he falls, they will cut away.
You think?
Yes. But then we'll see it on the internet.
Yeah.
Sure. That's how things work these days.
You'll think they'll cut away?
Except for Bin Bin
'Cause it-
Laden, we don't see that.
They're defending themselves, saying that it's 10 seconds because that's basic TV now.
They'll cut away, especially with Fox News getting sued for that guy committing suicide.
Why are you
Yeah.
getting sued for that?
That they kept it on the air and
Who's suing?
The family.
The family.
Of the guy?
Yeah.
Why? You're a
saying that
fucking
his-
shitty fucking
his
person.
kids are,
Too fucking bad.
Did they see it live?
They didn't see it live, but they've seen it on the internet now.
Like
and
them.
Their schoolmates have
Fuck
seen
his
it.
dumb family and his dumb fucking blown off head. Cut away, 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 cut away.
Get off, get off, get off.
Get off, get off, get off. Shep. Old Shep.
What's that?
That won't happen again.
Yeah.
We're sorry you had to see that.
Yeah, even though that's the only reason you were watching.
Yeah, exactly.
That's literally like the porn producer coming on and apologizing that cum was shot. I'm really sorry that you had to see that load shot across her tits. We tried to cut away quickly.
Assure you that won't happen again. Yeah, shit. Shep was outraged. All right, Jimmy Norton.
Doing my advice show.
Doing his advice show.
For 1 hour. I'm going to piss, and then we got some advice coming up.
If you need some advice, take it from Jimmy.
Yep.
All right? And if you need a dick in your ass, take it from Jimmy.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Right, exactly.
And I'm retweeting the snake door video.
Yeah.
Sneaky snake.
Owner props snake up and it falls. That should be the name of that fucking video. Snake thrown through door.
He ain't buying it.
You're explaining the illusion. I don't like you. I like magic.
Yeah, I do too.
Let me just think that snakes can get in my house now.
That's creepy.
All right,
See
Opie
what he did? He
Radio
used
on
his
Twitter.
neck.
I just fucking tweeted the video we just saw.
You be the judge.
Yeah.
You be the judge.
You be the judge.
Boy, if snakes can open doors, I'd sure hate to live in a snaky neighborhood.
Opie and Anthony have left the building. But Jim Norton is not going anywhere. If you have problems and a phone, it's your lucky day. The Jim Norton Show is next. Jim Norton is a moderately successful comedian, an average author, and a terrible actor. And your chance to speak directly with him has arrived. Call 866-969-1969. The phone lines are open. And the Jim Norton Show starts now.
Welcome. Oh, Troy. My mic is not on, or is it on? Okay, I couldn't hear myself. Troy is now sitting across from me. And I'm so used to having E-Rock there. Already there's been a disaster. All right, let's get to the show. We'll start. We have a couple calls already. Let's start with Truth in Chicago. Hi, Truth.
Yo, Jam.
Hi, buddy.
I called earlier just on the Lil Wayne flag thingy.
Okay.
First off, I wanted to say, like, Lil Wayne and other rappers have recently also been dropped from sponsors already for lyrics.
Yeah.
On their albums and shit. But also, I wanted to just ask your opinion on the fact that the whole story was broke due to an extra filming on a cell phone camera, and how that kind of relates to comedians being taken out of context.
Well, it's what we like. It's with comedians or anybody. We like people. We've become a reactive country of twats who we know that the media stinks, and we know that we get half the story, and we know that they rush to get video out because the important thing now is getting the scoop and not getting the story right. And even knowing this, we still react a certain way, and then we become married to our reaction, and we don't seem to want to be proven wrong. But, that's just a symbol that I'm so disgusted with other people in this country. The government is shit, but you know what? The government is a reflection of who we are. So we like people when they give us saccharine, pleasant opinions, and when they say what we want. We punish them when they say what we don't want, so we are deserving of the fucking liars that we have running the place. Thank you, buddy, for the call. And that's just what we do. We take each other out of context in real life, and we do it in the media, so we deserve what we get. Let's see here. We have a member of OA. He does not want to give his name. Hello, sir.
Hey, no, it's Sonny from Boston.
Oh, hey, Sonny. I didn't see the name. What's up?
Hey, what's happening? Yeah, listen, I'm very much like Bob Kelly. You know, I'm on my 5th fat right now.
Right.
And, being in and out of Overeaters Anonymous myself, I understand the addiction of food and how that's triggered and how the compulsion is triggered. And, a lot of people, misunderstood the fact that it's sugar itself that people are actually addicted to.
Right.
And the correlation is very much like booze, because people, when they have that compulsion to drink more booze, it's the sugar in the booze that they're actually getting hooked to. That's why when we're first getting sober, we suggest that, hey, have a few candy bars, and then, that would quell the compulsion to drink more,
Right.
I just wanted to, and so in OA, it's kind of like we try to stay away from white flour because that turns to sugar and sugar itself, and try to stick to 3 meals a day. But I'll tell you something, you're right. It is the hardest thing. I got to fucking dance with the devil 3 times a day.
Right. Well, thank you, Sonny. I think you're right. Part of it is I think sugar probably is a big part of it. Although with the effect of being drunk is very pleasant as well. But I appreciate the call, and eating is a fucking tough one. I don't envy anybody who's got that addiction terribly. So we're not seeing the names. Who's been seeing the escort in Long Island? E-Rock, how come the names are not showing up? Are they putting the names up?
Hey, Jim, it's David.
Hi, Dave. Hold on. Who's answering the phones? Are they not putting the names in?
They're up over here. Yeah, I had one of the female interns answer the phone.
Okay, well, we're not seeing
It's all good now. I don't know why that one isn't, but the rest are all
okay, well, good. All right, hello, sir, from Long Island. You're seeing an escort. What's going on?
Yeah, I haven't had a girlfriend in more than 10 years, so for the last 2 years, I've been seeing escorts about every 2 weeks or so.
Okay.
I found a really good one about 2 months ago. It's a Russian girl. She says she's about 27, but she looks it. And after the first time I went to her, she complimented me on my abilities. And, they always say those things. But then the second time I went to her, I didn't pay any more. And she gave me the full GFE treatment, deep French kisses, everything. And she even, went beyond the hour time I paid for. I mean, we went for almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
And towards the end of it, she's like, why don't you have a girlfriend? And I looked at her straight in the eyes, and I'm like, well, you want to go out sometime? She doesn't have any kids. She doesn't have, she's not a junkie, nothing. And so now we have a date this Saturday. We're going to go see we're going to go to dinner. We're going to see a movie afterwards. And I just want to know, I have reservations, but I don't know. I mean, she seems like she could work.
Now, let me ask you, is she charging you for the date?
No. I mean, I might pay for the dinner.
No, of course. But, I mean, are you paying for her time at all?
No, she's like, I said to her, so, what is this going to be like? Is this going to be like a whole night experience? And, are you going to want, more donation money, more roses? And she's like, no. She's like, I just, want to have a good time on this Saturday night.
All right, we'll see what happens. I would say two things. Be careful of this one, because these women are very smart at reading people, and she may see you as a guy she can get a lot of money out of. Or she may be serious. It's hard to say until you go out with her once. Go out with her, see what happens, see if she wants to go home with you. If she wants to go home with you, if she wants to charge you, then you're just a mark. But if
how do I ask without being offensive? I mean, I know it sounds weird, but how do I ask without being like weird and offensive? Because if she's not going to charge me, I don't want to make her seem like a whore. So how do I say it?
Well, she is a whore. I'm not saying that in a shitty way. She is.
I don't want to make her seem like she's not special to me. So how do I ask at the end of the date, hey, you're going to charge me without being, like, insensitive? Because maybe she won't,
Well, you might want to say, like, are you going out with me for just for fun, or is it kind of a work thing? You could say kind of a work thing. You could say, like, hey, I'm not sure. Like, are you going out with me just because you want to hang out, or, or are you working? Or, you can ask her gently. But I've had that where I've gone out with escorts. You'll probably know by the end of the night, like, if she wants to come back and fuck you. But you might want to find out before if she's going to want money. But do it nicely. Don't just go, hey, are you charging me? Do I have to pay you? Like, don't blurt it out that stupidly. Again, and she'll understand why you're asking. It's a fair question. Like, hey, are we going out just to hang as friends, or is this a work issue, or what? And make it look like whatever it is, it's cool. So if it's a work thing, then just take her out, fuck her, pay her, but don't ever think you're going to date her.
All right, thanks, Jimmy.
All right, good luck. I hope you get her pregnant. I'm just kidding. Let's see. My new hero, Pete in Brooklyn. Hi, Pete. Hello? Pete, can you call back because your phone sucks dick? Pete says he slept with his cousin and is now freaking. Yeah, hang up on Pete. Call back, Pete, if you can hear me, because I cannot hear you. I can just hear it sound like you're underwater. So I certainly want to hear more about that fucking... let's see here. Jay in North Carolina calls himself a born-again virgin. Hi, Jay.
What's up, Jimmy?
Hi, buddy.
So yeah, man, I'm exactly right. It's a born again virgin. I'm 25. I'm single. I had a lot of fun in high school, fucking the high school virgin, or the high school whore. I'm sorry. And after that, it's kind of been just nothing for a long time. Okay. And like I said, I'm 25 now. I got a good job. I'm not a loser. I got a cool dog. I play guitar. I'm pretty good. And just dealing with some loneliness is kind of some tough things for me.
Okay.
Just kind of see what kind of suggestions you might have to get me out of this rut that I'm in, man.
Well, where do you go? Where do you go to socialize? I mean, can you meet a woman at work, or do you go to clubs, or do you go? You have to go somewhere to socialize to meet someone.
Well, the thing is I don't really like drinking. Like, I'm not a big drinker. I don't like what alcohol does to me.
Yeah, sure.
I always wake up with the worst hangovers ever. I guess if you could say that, what do you do for escape? A lot of times I'll actually smoke a little pot, but other than that, man, I'm not a big socializer.
How about when you're walking your dog? Women like that. Go to a dog park. A lot of times women like to talk and pet the dog or whatever. Can't you do that?
Yeah, and I've done that before, but my dog's kind of a bitch.
Oh, okay.
I'm working on that one too. It's now when I play my guitar, sometimes I'll go to some open mic nights, and
sure,
I'm a chiver, so I always wear my KCCO shirts, just looking for a way to kind of get some conversation started, but it doesn't happen, man. I'm not the tall, dark, and handsome type. I'm 5'6". I'm a little overweight, not too much, but I'm working on that. I've been working out and dieting and whatnot, and it's not like I don't have any confidence either. It's just I don't really know what to do that would appease me and also bring others towards me.
Well, I would say this. I don't know you. I don't know what you look like. But I would say this, and thank you for the call. I would say keep going to the open mics, playing the guitar. Try to work that angle. That's a great place to socialize. You'll have something to talk about, and eventually you'll find somebody. But just keep going to the open mics. That's my advice. That's the best place you're going to meet people. You don't have to drink. You have a justifiable reason to be there. And for a few minutes, you're the center of attention. So that's what I would work on. Continue doing that. Your dog's a twat. Forget the dog angle. All right, John in Virginia. Advice for the escort guy. I love this when people call in helping each other. That should be the name of this show. Yes, John.
Well, actually, my name's Floyd, but hey, that's all right. Hey, I was young and dumb, and I had a decent job, and it's real simple. My dad was a great tipper when I was a kid, so I learned tipping good, got you places. And I was in this guy's place, and my advice is just have the money set aside and don't have too much of expectations for it. If it works out, great. If she wants money at the end, she wants money at the end. But, Jim, I actually had a question for you myself, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I'm married to a great woman. I mean, just an absolutely great woman. But our sexual relationship has just never been the greatest. And I've gotten to where actually porn even bores me, too. So I'm just kind of lost. What do I do?
Yeah, well, that's I get desensitized, too. When porn stops working, that's what addiction is. We have to keep one-upping it to get to the next high. Like, what gets me high today will not get me high next week. Like at one point it was lesbians. All right, then I get out of that. And then it was fucking cuckold porn, where a girl is fucking a guy and her husband films it. Then that doesn't work. So then we always have to. The only way to really, I think, stop that cycle, from what they tell me, is to step away from it for a while and let your body come back down a little bit. Come back down. Cool off. It's kind of like letting your, this constant stimulation, this constant mental, let it just get away from it for a little bit. Stop doing it, and then your body settles down and your brain settles down a little bit. Because in order to keep the high going, you have to keep one-upping and one-upping and one-upping, and that gets exhausting and it gets crazy and sometimes it gets dangerous. So I would say step away from it for a while and see if you can.
Appreciate it, Jim.
Good luck,
love
man.
Love your comedy, love your show.
Thank you very much. Tim in Buffalo, in a bit of a tricky situation. Hello, Tim. Wife got a new job, huh?
Yeah, how's it going, Jimmy?
Hi, buddy.
Yeah, we got a problem here, man. My wife just started working at a local doctor office, which is great. Everything's been going good. However, she is now working with my girl on the side.
Oof.
And
how long you been fucking the girl on the side?
Probably about 6 months, I'd say.
Okay.
Nothing too long. And she's aware that she is working with my wife now. However, this girl is very, cuntish. She'll go out of her way just to make hints that, I know your husband, blah, blah, blah. Oof. And I'm like, I have nowhere to turn at this point, so I'm kind of looking for some advice. Or if you've been there before, just let me know, man, because I don't know what the hell to do with this situation.
I've never had that happen. What I would try to do is get my wife, gently try to get her to go to another job.
That's not going to work. She's got a college degree. She's been applying. She went through a 4 or 5 month interview process with this place.
Oh, wow.
So she's got her mind set.
How long has the other girl been there?
I don't know. I venture to say maybe 2-3 years. I really don't know, though. She has been there for quite some time. I do know that, though.
Very sticky. I would say at least be nice to the side piece. I'm not saying you got to keep fucking her, but try not to enrage her. That's there's not much you can do. I mean, and if you can't make either one of them leave the job, and I hate to say this is your bed, you have to lie in it, because I don't mean that judgmentally, but sometimes we do things and it's like, okay, here's where we're at right now, and it is what it is. So there's really not much you can do. I would try just not to upset the mistress, because she's got your balls in her hand right now.
Yeah, and she knows that, and she's playing that out to the best of her ability. So I thought about that too, just trying to go out of my way to make her happy, which is time consuming at the most.
Sure.
So yeah, I'll keep that in mind, but I do appreciate your time. Thanks, Jimmy.
Yeah, good luck, man. That's a rough situation. A lot of times there's just not much. There's no magic answer for that one. You could burn the doctor's office down, but I wouldn't suggest doing that.
All right, Jimmy, have a good one, bud.
Take care. Andy in Baltimore, young lady, sex life with the husband falling apart.
Yes. How are you, Jimmy?
Hi, sweetheart.
All right. So I've been married for 2 years to a great guy. I have a child from a previous marriage who has Asperger's syndrome. And when my now husband and I first got together, I mean, sex was insane. I mean, that's part of the reason why I married him.
Hold on, let me ask you a question, Annie. Did you say that you don't have a friend with Asperger's? Your son has Asperger's?
My son has Asperger's.
Hold on. E-Rock, who's writing this stuff down? This is what it says. Sex life with husband falling apart, has friend with Asperger's.
He's saying that's what she said, but...
What the fuck's she doing in that? That's not what she said.
I'll take care of it.
Jesus Christ, what a dope. Not you. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So, as, you know, our relationship is progressing, we got married. I mean, they've always had, like, little issues, butting heads. But now it's getting a little more serious. And when they're not getting along, I can't fucking come. And I'm a very sexual person. I enjoy it. I mean, it's fantastic. But when they aren't getting together, I cannot get my head in the game. I can't come. I was even... You know, for a while, if I would be upset with my husband, because I hold my husband more responsible.
How old is your son? I'm sorry, how old?
He's 10.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's a kid.
Yeah, so, I mean, I hold my husband more responsible when they're having issues just because he's not handling right. So I was kind of overcoming the not be able to come thing by, like, imagining horrible things while he was fucking me, just like him getting, like, you know, sucking off some guy or something like that.
She's the best.
To the point where, you know, I could come, but that's not even working for me anymore. I've tried talking to my husband. We've gone to behavioral therapists for him to understand my son better and how he operates, but it's just not working, and my sex life is just going down the tubes very, very quickly.
Well, it sounds to me like, here's why that's probably not working anymore. Because the fantasies were probably not, like, sexual. They were probably anger-based. And it's like the problem sounds to me like you're just angry at your husband, and you know he's looking at your son almost like another adult. Like maybe he resents the fact that another man's son is living with him, and he doesn't know how to deal with that. And you can't address a 10-year-old with Asperger's like they're a 30-year-old that you work with.
Which is what he does, and which infuriates me.
But is he resentful of the fact you have a son? Like maybe he's not even aware of the fact. Like, deep-seated resentment is a motherfucker. It's really, really hard.
Well, he has a son as well. He has a 6-year-old. And he treats, you know, it as our, I mean, we've been together 5 years, been married for 2, but as things have progressed and, you know, we're here and we're as a married, you know, trying to work out family, his son is the golden child, my son is flawed. It's almost like a pissing contest between the two of them sometimes, and it's ridiculous. I mean, and it's killing me, and, you know, I don't want to come off as some self-centered cunt that's like, I need to come all the time.
No, I don't think that's self-centered.
Okay.
Not at all.
I mean, I'm very open with my sexuality. That's part of the reason we got together is because we were so sexually compatible. I mean, it was mind-blowing sex, and now, I mean, I've gone like 3 months without coming, you know, with him. Obviously, with myself, it's a different thing, but it's just frustrating, and I don't know what the next step is because, like I said, I've tried to do behavioral therapy with all of them sitting down to improve their relationship. I've, you know, gone different areas in my head while we're having sex to try to, you know, kind of bolster it for me a little bit, and it's sad.
Well, your husband, I think, is the one who should really does he know that he's behaving fucked up?
Yes, I mean, we've had it out before. And, you know, I tell him, you know, you're 36. He's 10 with a neurological disorder.
Right.
Like, you know, I've given him books. I've tried everything. And I think, you know, my husband, even though he's good, he comes from a really, really well-off family. So he's always had other people kind of deal with his problems for him.
Right, okay.
You know what I mean? So I don't know if he knows how to, and I'm not trying to slam him, but I don't know if he has the capabilities to deal with certain problems on his own without, like, running to his mom or something to try to...
Right. Well, he probably needs to be more... I mean, it's hard for you to make him be more compassionate towards your son, but I'm sure that any parent... I don't have children, but I'm sure any parent would be very resentful if they felt like their new partner was being not fucking good enough to a kid with a disability. I mean... Look, I wouldn't want to deal with a kid with Asperger's. I'm sure it's very tough to do, especially if it's not your kid. I'm sure it's hard. Even if it is your kid, it's probably hard.
Absolutely. And I give him credit for even trying, but at the same time, it's just like, Come on, you fucking married me. You put a ring on my fucking finger, a package deal with my son.
Right, sure. And he knew that.
So he did. But, I mean, absolutely, my son can be a handful. You know, there's many times I'm, huddled in a corner crying because what I'm dealing with. And I'm not saying, like, poor me, because there's people that have it harder.
Sure.
But, I mean, and I do give him credit for trying, but it just sucks that as our relationship is progressing and supposed to be going to the next level, it's faltering on so many levels, and it's, affecting. I need to come to be happy too.
Well, thank you very much, Andy, for the call. My suggestion would be just to keep going to therapy. It doesn't always happen overnight. There might be some stuff that needs to come out, like your son may have your husband may have a real resentment that he's not addressing, whatever, or maybe he's scared, or maybe he's just frustrated, or it's not as fun as he thought it was going to be. Whatever it is, I would say keep going to therapy with it, because the answers are not going to come from you not coming. I understand why you're not coming, though. I can't come when I'm really angry at somebody. It's hard for me to do that. Or just, get another guy and have your husband blow him, and then you come like an animal, and your husband has to deal with it the next day. You're a fucking good egg, Andy. I hope your husband doesn't blow this one. Now, let's just say, Rob in Mississippi, what did I do to stop drinking?
Oh, hey, Jim, what's happening?
Hello, sir. Are you still drinking actively?
Yeah, fairly regular.
Well,
on a daily basis, I guess. At the end of the day, everybody's got a vice.
Yeah.
And it just want to just knock it off. And I've struggled with it for a long time. And I know you yourself have stopped drinking.
Well, but what I did personally, to answer your question, is I went to rehab. I was forced into rehab. And then a year later, I finally went back and started going to 12-step meetings. And I made a decision that I didn't want to do it anymore. And it's a decision you have to make every day. And the only decision you have to get 100% right is that I'm not going to drink today. But I would suggest 12-step meetings.
Well, let me ask you, what and it's a personal question now. I apologize for asking, but what brought you to that point?
It's funny. I mean, I was a very, very violent drinker. So for me, it was very apparent very early on. Like a lot of people go, you were a teenager. I know how old I was. But there are things that you do as a teenager that are normal teenage angst. And then there are things you do which are a sign of addiction and mental illness. And normal people don't drink and walk down the street with a butcher knife after pulling it on their friend and hope the police shoot them. Like, I did these things that I knew were a major fucking problem. And I knew that I was headed to a really bad place. And after having been to rehab and hearing that message, it just got into my head. And my last drunk was not my worst. I was giving advice to a friend of mine one day about getting his life together. You know how we are when we're drunk. You fucking dude, here's what you need to fucking do. Like an asshole. And my girlfriend was about to leave me at the time. And the next day I said, I'm going to try going back to meetings just to save the relationship. And the relationship fell apart, and I wound up staying in meetings. So what got me to that point was just seeing this pattern of insanity. And even as a teenager, being unable to leave the house unless I had been drinking. I was not comfortable leaving the house unless I was buzzed or drunk. I was uncomfortable in my own skin completely. So that's what got me to that point.
Well, do you have to completely abscond now, or is that kind of how it is?
Well, I found that the best way to do it is to be abstinent from it. I mean, I don't have to do anything, but I feel that the best way to do it is just not to pick up mind or mood-altering substances. And by that, I mean alcohol or drugs. You can call caffeine a mood-altering. But I would say alcohol or any type of drugs, I think leaving alone is the best move.
Well, how long have you been on the wagon now yourself, if you don't mind?
I don't mind. 26 years. I stopped when I was 18. I'm 44 now. I was very, very lucky.
Wow, 26 years.
Very lucky.
Well, I do appreciate you sharing that with me. Thanks a lot.
All right, good luck, man. I would try the meetings, believe me. The worst that can happen is you go for 90 days, and then you save up enough money to tie a really good drunk on. But just try it for 90 days. That's the worst you do is lose 3 months of drinking. You don't lose anything. Oh, he's still, okay. We had a woman calling. Let's see, it was David in New Jersey. A problem falling asleep? Hi, Dave.
Hi, good morning, Jim.
Hey, buddy.
I have two problems, actually. I have problems where the only time I can fall asleep is when I'm completely exhausted.
You sound like David from Israel. Are you David from Israel?
Yeah, I moved back here about a year ago.
Oh, cool, man. Okay. What's up, buddy? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so if I have a problem where I'm laying in bed, if I'm not completely exhausted, I can't fall asleep. And then the second problem I have is that if I randomly wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm a work addict, so I'm always checking my BlackBerry. I'm always working. I manage teams in different places around the world, so I have to constantly be working. And if I wake up at 3 in the morning and I just feel a little bit of energy, I'll be laying in bed the rest of the night, not able to sleep. Yeah. My day will be shit because I'm going to be tired, but there's nothing I could do until the next night to sleep.
Yep.
The only real time I actually get a good night's sleep is when I have to pull an all-nighter and work all night and I'm up for maybe 30, 40 hours.
Yep.
Then I'll sleep 7, 8 hours. Otherwise, I'm lucky if I get 7 hours of semi-good sleep.
I'm the same way, David. It's really hard. Couple of things. I mean, I know I have sleep apnea. You should, I don't know if you do or not, but what might be waking you up, that burst of energy you're talking about could possibly be your heart having adrenaline sent to it to wake you up from apnea. It might not be that, but a lot of times what happens is when I stop breathing, I wake up sometimes with a deep itch in my ear or on my arm. It feels like somebody is tickling it with a fucking pen tip. And I know that that's my mind sending me that to wake up. Or I wake up with my heart going, douche, 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 douche. And that's because when you stop breathing, your heart sends, or your brain sends to your heart adrenaline, and it fucking wakes you up. And then that's where that energy comes from. So you might want to look into that and talk to a doctor and see if you might have sleep apnea. And also, I relate so much to the phone. The phone's right by my head, and that fucking thing, dude. If you can make yourself do it, put it across the room so you can't just reach for it, or turn it the fuck off until the next day. Opie turns his off. Turn it off until you're not missing anything. And if you are missing something, tough shit. You'll deal with it the next day because
I can't do that. I run a company that works 24/7. So there have been times where 2 in the morning, my guys in Cyprus wake me up, and I have no choice but to get out of bed. So I think it's part of the fact that I know there may be a problem. It doesn't happen often, but I walk around with 2 cell phones. I used to walk around with 4. Now I'm down to 2. But I have to have constantly at least one phone on.
Okay.
I have to 24/7 be able to reach me.
Okay, how about this, David? Can you have one phone, the emergency phone? Fair enough. But I'm saying so your emails and texts don't wake you. One phone, and your employees know this has to be an emergency for you to call me at these hours. Then I get it. You have to have it. But you shouldn't be randomly woken up by that stuff. If it's an emergency, it's an emergency. We all have that happen. But that's what I would say. Okay.
All right, I'll put in a question for most. In regards to sleep apnea, I did speak to the doctor. They told me I'm borderline. I was in the studio about a year and a half ago. I don't remember. I was a fat fuck. I just actually had the band surgery done about 4 weeks ago.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, I'm down about 30 pounds. And they told me now to just wait, instead of, doing more sleep studies, to wait and see if my weight loss will help out. So
maybe that will help with any apnea you may have. That's a great thing, man. So, yeah, give it a little bit of time and see if that helps a lot. But I would suggest not checking the phone when you wake up. That's a hard one. A lot of times I'll wake up and just look at my phone or my Twitter. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? It's 2:30. Needy twat, get off my phone. I would stay away from that. That technology from 93 on, or since how long have we had cell phones and smartphones? Last 10 years? That's one that we're getting used to. But we're not used to an influx of information. Human beings are not designed to have information fired into them at 11 if we go to bed at 11:30. Years ago you'd watch a little TV and read a book and go to bed. Now you can just wake up and read the Drudge Report and check Twitter and check fucking Facebook. It's overwhelming, and it just gets the mind. It starts firing in the brain, all those thoughts. So see if you can stay off the phone a little bit, because you're not going to be effective the next day when you've gotten no sleep.
Yeah, exactly. Like this morning, I woke up. I consider late. I woke up this morning at 5 o'clock. I stayed in bed till 6, and at 6 I said I'm wasting my time. I got up and I started working, because if I'm up and I'm doing nothing, it's pointless. I might as well make some money.
Yeah.
But it's kind of frustrating that I have meetings today till 7, 8 o'clock at night, and I'm going to be tired the entire day pushing Red Bull and coffee just to get through the day.
All right. Well, thank you for the call, David. I certainly relate to it. Hopefully your weight loss, as that comes, will help with the maybe what might be sleep apnea. But I can't give you an amazing answer on that because I still suffer with it. You guys hear me all the time complaining how tired I am. Eventually, I will hang myself because I'm tired. Believe me, I think of it 3 times a week. Like, just put a belt on your neck, shithead. Sleep. All right. I'm not going to do that. Don't worry. All right. Let's see. Let's talk to Kim in Atlanta. What a lovely girl Kim is. Hi, Kim.
Hi, Jimmy. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Good, good.
Me and my husband have been married about 20 years.
Okay.
And I guess our sex life's kind of stalled out a little bit, probably only like once a month or so. And he always wants to have like a threesome with another girl. And about 10 years ago, I would have been up for that, but not so much anymore. And I'd like to have a threesome with another guy, so I'm just trying to find out how can we resolve this issue.
Well, it's pretty simple. He lets you fuck a guy or fool around with a guy, maybe not fuck, and you do a girl. You both compromise.
Oh, okay.
Why not?
Well, why not? Why not?
Yeah, neither one of you has to win. Like, if he says, I cannot see you with another guy, say, well, then I don't want to see you with a girl, or I don't want to do a girl. Like, you know, I think that's fair if you want that and he wants that.
Right, right.
So that's what I would suggest. Well, you don't even have to fuck them right away. Why don't you do something like go to a swing club and watch, and maybe like you suck someone's tits, or you jerk a guy off, or he sucks a girl's tits. Like, maybe you start on a scale from 1 to 10 with a 2. You don't have to start or put an ad out and say, look, we're not looking for a full swap. We're looking for mild play with another couple or just a single. Start on a 2. Do a little light play and touching, and then see how you guys feel the next day or over the next week. Ease into it. You don't have to jump headfirst into the ice water. Fucking ease into it.
Okay. So when are you going to be down in Atlanta?
It'll be a while, but believe me, I'll jerk off and watch you. I'm a good guy. All right?
Okay, great.
Good luck, Kim. Bye, sweetheart. Hi, Beverly in San Francisco. Husband keeps calling other woman. Uh-oh.
Hi, Jim.
Hi, Bev.
Yeah, I've been married for 10 years, and I just recently, last year and the end of the year, found a lot of different phone calls to different people that I didn't know, and I Googled these people. I found out that they were escorts, one of them being a tranny.
Okay.
I'm not sure how to deal with that.
You should talk to my ex-girlfriend. He's not the only one who's gotten caught.
Yeah, it's kind of overwhelming, and we don't have a great sex life. He's my second husband. I have 2 daughters from a first marriage. There's a lot of rage issues going on. And
wait, rage issues by him or by you?
By him.
Against you?
The last one was, I'm sorry, I'm out on the street here in San Francisco.
That's okay.
The last one was a pretty big blowout between him and my younger daughter. She's 20. And he said some pretty horrific things to her. And I'm kind of at a crossroads where I just don't know if it's worth it to try and make this marriage work because of all these issues. He's not willing to go to marital or family counseling. I started going a couple of weeks ago. I think I know where I'm ending up, but I just wanted to get actually a male's perspective.
Well, it sounds to me, sorry to interrupt you, but it sounds to me like if you're willing to go to therapy and he's not, that's a bad thing. I think a bad sign for him. Part of the problem might be, and again, I talk a lot about secret resentment, and I'm not saying it's your fault, but a lot of times he may feel that he cannot open up to you about what he really likes sexually or what he wants to fantasize about sexually. So he keeps it separate. Instead of scolding him, and again, this is if you want the marriage to work, have you talked to him about the escorts and the trannies and all that stuff?
I've mentioned it. I said, look, I found this on our phone bill. I looked them up. This is who they are. What's going on? And I've said to him, look, let's talk about this.
Okay.
Because obviously there's something happening, and it doesn't seem like this is him, but obviously it is.
Sure.
He's doing it. So.
Well, does he know he's not going to be judged? And I'm not saying that you did anything wrong, but maybe sometimes what would work with me as a person is if you said, look, I know this is embarrassing or personal stuff, but I'm not going to judge you on it or scold you for it. Because nothing makes me, and again, this guy may just be a dick and you should leave him. I don't know. But nothing makes me as a person angrier or fucking hate somebody more than when I feel scolded sexually. Like if I feel somebody is scolding me and tisking me, fuck you. Now that's not saying that's why he yells at your daughter. There may be shitty personality traits he has. But as far as that's concerned, that's, as a male, how I would suggest addressing it. And then if it doesn't work, then maybe you have to take steps to leave.
So if I've done I mean, like I said, we've been married for 10 years. I've been very much interested in sex and wanted to try all kinds of different things. And when I've brought it up in the past, he kind of looks at me a little funny. So we've never really been able to explore or do anything kind of fun and different. This is why this seems so strange to me, because it's out of left field when I've been, I'm willing to do just about darn near anything. And it's like, so wait a minute. So I'm not good enough, but you can call somebody on the phone. I don't get that.
I know, Beverly, it's sometimes, I think for men and women, we both have similarities. We do have differences too. A lot of times for men, it's a feeling of being trapped and not being allowed to do things. And I'm not justifying cheating in a marriage. I mean, I know that's a terrible thing to do. But if you've tried to be open with him and he doesn't want it, and then he's yelling at your daughter and you're not fucking that often, and he's calling escorts and trannies, and he won't talk about it even after you've spoken, and you've mentioned counseling and he won't go, if those things are all true, it sounds like you've done what you're supposed to do, and you may have to say to him, look, if we don't resolve this, we got to move on.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like you've definitely tried.
I think so. Well, I appreciate your advice.
Okay, Beverly, but it sounds like you've tried, and I wouldn't say give up yet, but don't think that you have to do this for the rest of your life, where you're begging someone for information either.
Yeah, no, I can't live like this.
No.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you very much for the call. I appreciate it. A lot of women today. This is very encouraging. And Chrissy in New Haven about overeaters. Yes, Chrissy.
Hey, well, I'm in Indiana, not in New Haven, but anyway, I just want to say props to you for getting out there and talking about it, because you know what? When I was 366 pounds, not one person said, what's wrong with you, baby? Can I help you? My ex-husband just would go out and buy me food.
Yeah, enabling, yeah.
Yeah, and the worst part, I think the worst absolute part is, you have to eat.
Sure.
Eating is a social activity. For crying out loud sake, they give you a break at work so you can go do it.
Yeah.
But, if it's drugs, well, stay away from the dealer, man. If you're drinking, don't go to the fucking bar. Don't walk down that aisle at the store.
Right.
But if it's food, oh, hell no, you're just a fat pig. You're a piece of crap. Nobody cares.
And people do, like, your thing says that people look at you like it's easy. And again, I've been guilty of that too. Even though I know as an addict how hard addiction is, I've been guilty of going, quit fucking eating. And at times that's true, but at times it's a lot deeper than that.
You know how mean people are to you about this? I mean, I work seriously with people who would no more use the N-word than they would cut off their own hand. So our lawnmower man is a big guy, and they're sitting there, hey, look at Tubby, look at that, blah, blah, blah. And I'm looking at you, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Who raised you? You don't call people out of their name like that. You would no more call somebody, hey, Stumpy, you're short, or Baldy, or whatever.
First of all, I would say all of those things. But yeah, I know what you mean. And I think part of the problem, at least my problem with when I've had that shitty attitude towards people who are really fat or over, is not like when somebody says, like, God damn it, I'm caught in this addiction and it's hard, I'm immediately empathetic towards them. I immediately root for them. The problem is there comes this, like, I guess what's annoyed me over the time is when people who are 500 pounds sue the airline because the seats aren't big enough. Like,
well, and I can, I can see that. I've heard that, and I thought, well, you are what you are. If you got to buy 2 seats, then. But then again, on the flip side, why should they have to? If that's how it is, if you're a big person, does that make you any less of a person? Does that give them a right to dehumanize you and make you feel like even more of a freak than everybody in society does?
No, Chrissy,
and they make you feel terrible.
But you see, Chrissy, right there.
I flew when I was 366 pounds, and I've flown when I'm 170 pounds. And I will tell you what, it was a real nice thing not having to ask for a seatbelt extension.
But listen to what you just said. Hold on. Listen to what you just said. Immediately, you said, like, yeah, but is that their right to treat them like less of a person? Like, literally, if someone is that big, what they are doing, it's not that they're less of a person. It's that their addiction is affecting the 2 people sitting next to them or the 1 person next to them. Meaning, you're not making them feel like less of a person if you're saying, hey, be addicted, but your addiction can't affect the other people on the plane.
But shouldn't the airline say, okay, you're over this certain size, you get 2 seats, or we have bigger seats? For
so the airline.
Have you been to, like, what is it, Busch Gardens in Florida? They actually have on the rides, I kid you not, there is one in every row of like the big roller coaster we went on for people who are big. If they have a bigger chest or a bigger gut or whatever,
Right.
you get to ride in this special seat.
Let me answer your question, Chrissy. No, I don't think the airline should do that. Believe me, no one has bigger problems with the fucking airlines than I do. I don't think the airline, which is a business, should have to lose revenue because somebody has a food addiction. In the same way, should they put a little room in the back because people are alcoholics and they say, hey, you might get out of control on the plane? Like, if you're an alcoholic...
But me sitting there, when I was that big, me sitting there is not endangering anybody. It's making somebody else uncomfortable.
Yes!
Maybe I don't want to sit next to a stinky person, but they don't do anything about that. Maybe I don't want to sit next to a drunk, and I go, damn, you smell like the floor of a strip club.
So basically...
But they don't do anything about that. Everybody's different. And when you go out of your way to single people out,
there you go.
Because of the difference they have, that's discrimination.
Everything
and that's why people sue the airline.
Everything you've just said is exactly why I've been unempathetic towards people who are really... what you've just done is justify every bit of bullshit that people do. Now, you can have an addiction. People who are very overweight have a food addiction. But all you've just done is sat there and justified why somebody shouldn't have to pay for 2 seats when the bottom line is their addiction is what's fucking causing them to need 2 seats.
Yes, but just because somebody's addicted to food, their addiction's on the outside. Crackhead's addiction on the inside. A drunk's addiction on the inside.
But if your addiction...
Somebody who's addicted to porn on the inside.
But if you... Okay, fair enough.
Somebody else is on the outside.
So if you're a sex addict... Hold on. If you're a sex addict, should you be able just to jerk off on the plane? You're not endangering anybody. So basically...
I'm not eating on the plane either.
What's that?
I'm not eating on the plane either. I'm not feeding my addiction on the plane.
Okay, you know what, Chrissy? I'm not going to argue with you. You're right. You're right. Everyone else should be inconvenienced by your addiction. You're correct. What you want is more important.
Anyone else should be
inconvenienced. No. Yes, you are saying that.
Make people feel bad because of it, or to single them out or discriminate against them.
That's not discrimination. If they say you have to buy 2 seats because you're too big to fit in one, that's not discrimination. It's not discrimination.
Yeah.
Of course, you're going to say that because it was your addiction. Well, I'm a recovering alcoholic and I'm a recovering drug addict, and I'm saying that if you flag people from drinking on the airline, or if their behavior is unruly, or if they're doing something that interferes with somebody else's comfort on the plane, then fuck their addiction. That's the price you pay for being an addict. You get thrown off the plane. The price you pay for your food addiction, maybe one of the things that will help you go after and fight your addiction or get help for your addiction is the inconvenience it causes you. It's not discrimination if you're too fucking big to fit in the seat. Why don't they just make the seatbelts bigger? How about that? Is that discrimination?
Maybe they should.
Yeah.
Maybe they should.
Absolutely.
Everybody's different.
Absolutely. Everybody's different.
Do they pack you into a seat if you're super skinny? I mean, that would get...
No. Hey, keep justifying it. Keep justifying it. All you're doing is reinforcing...
You've never stood somewhere. If you haven't been there, you've never stood somewhere and had people point and laugh at you. You've never been the victim of such ridicule for something that, honestly, it was a real...
No, Chrissy, I understand that. But because that's happened, you cannot then wipe out all of the legitimate things that you bring on yourself. You can't wipe out the legitimate times people go, hey, your weight is an issue here. You see, the whole country is not pointing and laughing at you, ha fatty, when they say you have to buy 2 seats because you're too big. And you can't lump a bunch of schoolyard dummies or even mean adults in with an airline who is doing something saying, look, you're just too big. If they do it in a dignified fashion, and I don't think they should get over the speaker, well, Fatso and aisle 3 show up, but I do think they have the right to say that if I purchase a seat and your big fucking fat ass is in my seat, I have every right to be angry about that. Just like you have every right if I'm drinking and fucking putting my face in your seat to be bothered by that.
But see, I think that's kind of a cost of doing business if you're planning on close confined travel. You can't get away from it. There's going to be people you don't want to sit next to. There's people.
Right. Well, then how about you accept the cost of doing...
Why don't you start suing the airlines if you get some turbulence?
How about this?
Same kind of thing. time.
How about the cost of doing business for continue to feeding your addiction and to continuing to not get help is that sometimes you got to pay more on the airline. Why should everybody else take the hit? Why don't you take the hit? Why isn't the cost of business on you?
Does that mean that that you're denied travel?
No,
because
not at all.
Pretty much what it boils down to a lot of times is you have to get from point A to point B. Oh, well, we don't have 2 seats for you, so you're screwed.
So you would rather have people around you inconvenienced instead of you being inconvenienced when it's your addiction? Are you that self-centered?
No, but that's part of life. People inconvenience you all the time. People cut you off.
Sure.
People sit you. People burp at you. I mean, it's
absolutely
part of the deal.
Sure. Their inconvenience is a part of life. Your inconvenience, even though you're the one contributing to your own addiction.
But do you think it's comfortable for somebody that big being jammed into that little seat trying to squish away from the person next to him?
No, but I think that person should address their own addiction.
They need.
Listen to yourself. You're everything, Chrissy. You're making every anti-fat person point I've ever made is exactly in what you're saying. You have just reinforced every irritation I've ever had. What you say, I feel zero empathy for you.
But that's because you haven't been.
Don't tell me why I feel a certain way. That's not why it is. If you were an alcoholic, Chrissy, I'm going to hang up on you if you keep talking.
You would be different.
Bullshit. If you were talking right now about drinking, and I drink, and why can't I be fucking loud on the plane? That's life. I would be disgusted with you. Don't tell me that's why, because I'm not fat. You're not saying something that people don't understand.
Well, but it's a passive thing. It's not an aggressive, active, in your face. I'm doing this to piss you off. It's who and what
okay. Hey, you keep feeding that addiction, and you keep fucking blaming everybody else for reacting to it. We have to go because we are actually out of time. I apologize to Ron and Fez for going late. So, Chrissy, thank you for the enraging phone call. But I will say that you have made me. Everything you said was every reason I criticize people who are overweight. Zero responsibility for your own shit. Take responsibility for yourself. And if it was drinking and drugs, I'd say the same thing. When my addiction affects other people, then fuck me. It's my fault. It's my responsibility. All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for the calls. We have a full phone line. I apologize to all the people we didn't get to. I'm sure Twitter really loved her. But, you know what? It's fucking enraging, this woman. How irritating. But I'm happy she lost the weight. Good for her. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow. Stay around for Ron and Fez.
Jim Norton is now done dealing with your bullshit. He'll be back next Wednesday at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. But you can listen to episodes of The Jim Norton Show whenever you want. Go to SiriusXM.com/on-demand for details.